This is your host for the day, Dr. Ghanishta Suri, and I'll be walking you through the proceedings of the day. In the face of disaster, healing begins not just with aid, but with anchoring the mind. As Indian mythology reminds us, Santi nihi shesh vipadam dwara nyashah sthite manaha, meaning, even in the depths of adversity, hope finds its way when the mind stays steady. As we gather for this workshop, we reaffirm a simple but vital truth: recovery is incomplete without mental healing. April marks Stress Awareness Month, reminding us that psychological first aid must stand alongside physical relief in disaster response. As we also celebrate World Health Day, we embrace a fuller definition of health, one that places mental resilience at its core. Today's workshop, the 11th in the CODA series, focuses on weaving evidence based mental health frameworks into the fabric of disaster recovery. It's about restoring not only what was lost, but reinforcing emotional strength, dignity, and community well being. We are also proud to mark the launch of the CODA Compendium on monsoon variability and its impact on India's hazardscape. I now request our dignitaries on the stage to kindly do the honors. To launch. A warm thank you to the panel for doing the honors. And now, may I invite your attention to the screen for a special curtain raiser video.
Disasters. Repeated exposure to floods, cyclones, heat waves, landslides, earthquake, and other natural disasters leave behind devastation and loss of hope. But the scars are not always. Beyond the physical destruction, a silent crisis unfolds: the crisis of mental health. This conference, Navigating Post-Disaster Mental Health, is a call to systemic action. It is a gathering of experts, practitioners, policymakers, and community leaders. We will share knowledge, explore best practices, and forge partnerships. And we will chart a course towards building robust and accessible DMHPPS system. Join us. Let us work together to ensure that mental health is not an afterthought, but a fundamental part of disaster risk management framework. Let us build a future where every individual in India facing the trauma of emergencies finds the support they need to heal and thrive.
As we step into today's conversations, let us envision trauma-informed recovery that fosters empowered survivors, inclusive systems, and resilient communities. Without further delay, it is my honor to invite Sri Rajendra Singh, member and head of department at NDMA, to deliver the inaugural address. A distinguished leader in disaster management, his expertise and commitment have been instrumental in strengthening India's disaster preparedness. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Dignitaries on dais, distinguished guests, experts, esteemed participants. It is an honor to welcome you all to this 2 days national workshop on navigating post-disaster mental health, CALM MH course. Jointly organized by National Disaster Management Authority, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, UNICEF. This workshop aims to foster collaboration, strengthen interministerial coordinations, and develop standardized response framework to enhance community resilience in face of disaster. Disaster, whenever natural or human induced, leaves a lasting impact not only on infrastructure and livelihood, but also on the mental and emotional well-being of individuals and communities. While immediate relief efforts focus on saving lives and restoring essential services, the long-term psychological and social consequences often remain unaddressed. There is a growing recognition that mental health and psychological support must form an integral part of disaster management. The emotional toll of disaster disrupts lives, amplifies vulnerability, and if left unattended, can lead to a deep-seated trauma that affect entire communities for generations. Recognizing this critical gap, NDMA has taken the initiative to bring together key stakeholders, experts, policymakers, first responder, mental health professionals, and community leaders. This workshop built on a foundation emphasizing how post-disaster risk assessment must consider not just physical vulnerability, but also social and psychological dimensions. A well-coordinated and holistic response to post-disaster mental health and challenges require not just institutional preparedness, but also community empowerment. By integrating mental health support into a disaster response framework, we can build a more resilient society where psychological first aid and emotional well-being are seen as essential components of disaster management. Recognizing this, it is crucial pillar of resilience. Honorable Union Home Minister Shri Amit Shah ji has underscored the significance of mental health in disaster response. In February 2025, he announced the Arogya Mandir initiative, a transformative step to integrate mental health services within India's health infrastructure. Building on his vision, the Manas Swasthya Abhiyan, a rupees 2,500 crore rupees initiative, is expanding mental health services through Arogya Mandir Center nationwide, ensuring accessibility even in remote areas. This initiative presents a game-changing opportunity to embed disaster mental health intervention into primary health care. Today's workshop aims at uniting policymakers, mental health professionals, and disaster experts to drive actionable strategies for strengthening mental health resilience in disaster-prone regions. NDMA has been proactive in addressing post-disaster mental health challenges through various initiatives. We have issued comprehensive guidelines on psychosocial support and mental health services in disaster management, ensuring a structural approach to addressing trauma and distresses. NDMA has also conducted awareness campaign sensitizing communities about the importance of mental health and during crisis. In addition, we have organized capacity building program and training sessions and mock drills for first responder, healthcare professionals, community volunteers to equip them with necessary skill to provide psychological first aid and support disaster survivors effectively. NDMA initiative like Abda Mitra scheme and Your Abda Mitra scheme have demonstrated the power of community-based resilience, equipping volunteers with both life-saving skill and ability to provide immediate psychological support. Before I conclude, I'd like to highlight the three keys area that this workshop should focus on. My first one is institutionalizing mental health in disaster management. We must ensure that mental health support becomes an integral part of disaster preparedness, response, recovery strategies. Number two, strengthening multi-sectoral collaborations. Effective mental health intervention require coordination between government, state government agency, healthcare providers, community organizers, and international partners. And three is a very, very important point, building community resilience. Empowering communities with knowledge, training, and psychological first aid mechanism can significantly enhance their ability to cope with, recover from disaster. Through our discussion today or tomorrow, we aim to strengthen our understanding of the broader impact of disaster, enhance our strategies for integrating mental health into a risk assessment, and foster collaborations between disaster management professional and mental health expert. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the experts and participants who have joined us for this significant initiative. But before I conclude, हमारे इतिहास में और हमारे भारत में कई कवियों ने, कई शायरों ने इस चीज को बड़े करीब से समझा है और देखा है. इसमें तीन शायरों के मैं नाम ले रहा हूं. उन्होंने अमजद हैदराबादी साहब हैं, जिन्होंने ह्यूमन इंडोरेंस किस तरह पोइट्री में लाया जाए उसको उन्होंने इसमें बखान किया है. उन्होंने कहा है कि गमे हयात का झटका ना दे सके जो मुझे, गमे हयात, द शॉक ऑफ लाइफ सॉरो कुडंट शेक मी, गमे हयात का झटका ना दे सके मुझे, वो हासा ही नहीं जो गिरा सके मुझे. That is what he said. Hyderabadi, who survived the devastating Musi River flood in 1908. In the 1908, almost 115 years back, he has said this. It means that that time also people was aware and they were prepared to what to do, what is human endurance is. On this second shire, here talk about overcoming adversity and empowerment of resilience. And आलमा इकबाल, आपने बहुत बार सुना है उनको, पाकिस्तान के शायर हैं. उन्होंने कहा है कि खुद ही को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर से पहले खुदा बंदे से खुद पूछे तेरी रजा क्या है. Elevate your selfhood to such height that before every destiny, God himself asks you, what is your wish? That is, you have to take that resilience in you. Otherwise, you will keep doing this psychosocial workshop and nothing will improve. If you want really to work with communities, villagers, the last mile, you have to empower them. You have to get them the knowledge to know what to do, what is not. And third is my favorite shair is Mirza Ghalib Sahab, who has talked whatever he said, expressing it, aligning with principle of psychosocial. And he said, दिली तो है ना संग, दिली तो है, न शंगो किस्त दर्द से भर ना आए क्यों, रोएंगे हम 1000 बार कोई हमें सताए क्यों। दिली तो है, ही सेड, ये दिली तो है यार, कुछ ना शंगो खिस्त, ये ईंटों और पत्थरों का दीवार का कोई घर नहीं है कि इसमें दुख कभी आएगा ही नहीं। दिली तो है ना शंगो खिस्त, दर्द से भर ना आए क्यों, रोएंगे हम 1000 बार, क्योंकि हमारे पास दिल है इसलिए दर्द महसूस करने को हम स्वतंत्र हैं, लेकिन इसके लिए आपदा क्यों होनी चाहिए ये जरूरी नहीं है। आपदा के कारण हम रोएं ये जरूरी नहीं है। दिल है, रोएंगे भी 1000 बार, लेकिन आपदा के कारण हम रोएं ये जरूरी नहीं है। इस चीज को आप ध्यान रखना। लेकिन इसके साथ ही अगर मैं हिंदू शास्त्र को देखता हूं, आचार्य चाणक्य ने बहुत अच्छी बात इसमें कही है। उन्होंने कहा है, सुख से दुख से न कोपी दाता, परम देदाती कुबुद्धि रेशा, अहम क्रोमेसी वृदाति भीमान, स्वकर्म सूत्रे गंधिता जना। व्हाट डज इट मीन? इट मीन्स सुख से दुख न कोपी न दाता, सुख और दुख किसी के देने से नहीं होंगे। आपने मुझे दुख ही दे दिया, मैं आपके दुख से दुख नहीं हुआ। सुख दे दिया, सुख और दुख किसी के देने से नहीं होंगे। परम देदाती को वो दे देता। ऐसी सोच, ऐसी मानसिकता कि वो मुझे परेशान कर रहा है, वो मुझे दुख दे रहा है, ये कमजोर लोगों की, जिनके अंदर बुद्धि कम है, उन लोगों की ये सोच होती है। अहम क्रोमिति विधाति माना, मैंने सब कुछ कर लिया है, मैं प्रिपेयर्ड हूं, मेरी प्रिपरेशन है, मिटिगेट भी कर लिया है, कैपेसिटी भी डेवलप कर ली है, मैंने हर तरीके से चौकस हूं। ये उसकी एक बहुत बड़ी गलती है। जो कर लिया मैंने काफी है। डिजास्टर एक ऐसा सब्जेक्ट है, ये हर कदम पे कभी लैंडस्लाइड होगा। हमने 38 गाइडलाइन बना दी है, 12 डिजास्टर है, 38 गाइडलाइन तक पहुंच गए, 4 ऑलरेडी इन द पाइपलाइन है। एवरी डे वी आर फेसिंग अ न्यू डिजास्टर। तो इसमें अहम क्रोमेति विधानी माना, कि मैंने जो कर लिया है, हमने जो कर लिया एनडीएमए ने, वो बहुत कुछ है। या मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ और फैमिली वेलफेयर कहते हैं हमने जो कर लिया बहुत कुछ है, नहीं है। स्वकर्म सूत्रे गंधिता जना, अपने कर्मों के द्वारा आपके फल मिलता है। जैसा बोगे वैसा काटोगे, जैसी तैयारियां हैं उस तरह का आप अपने को बनाते हो। अगर तैयारियां आपदाओं से लड़ने के लिए आपकी तैयारियां बहुत अच्छी हैं, हमारे डॉक्टर कृष्णा साहब बैठे हैं, कृष्णा वत्सल साहब, मैं बड़ा मुरीद हूं उनका। 24/7 दिस मैन इज वर्किंग फॉर मिटिगेशन। ये प्रोजेक्ट लॉन्च करना है, ये करना है, वो करना है। करना किसको है? एनडीएमए को करना है? नहीं, आप लोगों को करना है, कम्युनिटीज को करना है, स्टेट को करना है। अगर आप और हम लोग सब आज एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे आ जाते हैं और इस चीज को समझते हैं, तो शायद हो सकता है कि आने वाले टाइम में इस सेशंस की हमें विकसित भारत के लिए ये हमें करना ही ना पड़े। हम सब लोगों को इसके लिए तैयार रहना है और करना है। थैंक यू वेरी मच। गॉड ब्लेस यू ऑल। हैव अ वंडरफुल टाइम। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful remarks. It is now my pleasure to invite Lieutenant General Atta Hasnan, sir, member NDMA, to give the special address. A leader, a mentor, and a voice of wisdom in times of uncertainty. With time and again, he has shown us what it means to serve with both courage and compassion. Sir, I invite you on the stage. Thank you.
Morning and Jai Hind. After Rajendra Saab's very forceful, poetic intervention, how can one say anything at all? When I got this request from Safi Saab to speak at this flagship event on psychosocial support, I was just wondering where do I go for research? What do I speak? How do I speak? And then I realized I don't have to look at anything at all. My profession from where I came and joined the NDMA is a profession closest to what happens in the NDMA or in disasters. So I will try and equate that first alongside understanding the whole question of trauma, psychological trauma. Can you imagine, just put yourself in the minds, or you put yourself on the day 14th of February 2019. What happened on this day? Can someone tell me? Can anyone recall what happened on the 14th of February 2019? Ah, good, thank you. Wonderfully well-informed audience, I must say. 40 people were blown up in a bus. Right? You can see the size of that IED was more than 200 kilos. Right? You couldn't find pieces of the human beings who were blown up. That was a disaster equivalent to a natural disaster or otherwise a man-made disaster. It was a war situation. Can you imagine the trauma which their families went through? Imagine the scenes on the television which were there. People knowing that their dear ones were traveling back to Kashmir at that particular time. They could have been possibly there in the bus. Some of them or one of them. Right? Can you imagine the trauma on those people who went to pick up and recover the casualties? Not one was alive. Cut to Wayanad. Just 6 months ago. Not even 6 months. And I still remember that one of the first things that the NDMA was advising the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority was on this issue. Please ensure, since you've got such huge number of casualties, please make sure that you incorporate psychosocial counseling into the families which have been affected. So the question of identification of those families, so the question of bringing in the psychosocial counselors. People are not prepared for all this. And this is something alien, completely alien. We consider ourselves strong as a society. No doubt we are a much stronger society than most Western societies, right? I can typify that from an example. The trauma of war and conflict affects Western societies so badly that the tour of duty of an American soldier in Afghanistan was 6 months. Not more, 6 months. That's the amount that they could bear in terms of trauma. And the number of people who went through post-traumatic stress disorder is nobody's business, right? In India, can someone tell me what is the tenure of a Rashtra Rifle soldier in Kashmir? 2.5 years, right? 2.5 years. So we are a very resilient society, no doubt, and we assume it. But you have to scientifically ensure that you cater for the weaker elements within. Everyone cannot be equally strong. You cannot have all human beings having the same index of resilience at any stage. So when one goes into research of this fascinating subject, you realize there's so much which can be done. I was just wondering, this workshop, what will they be doing actually? But then you realize, my God, this is a profession which has not even been investigated one bit by us, people outside who do not know enough about this profession. I have got a full prepared talk for you, but then I realized at the end of it, there was no need of it. One can only quote it through examples and nothing more. Rajendra Saab spoke so wonderfully about the whole concept of community. One of the most important aspects, you see, the more you stay in NDMA, and the more you relate to the disaster community of India, you start realizing that it is community, community, community. Nothing but community at the end of it. And in India, particularly more, because we tend to relate to each other far more. Our society is built that way. So if you empower your community, for example, the Abda Mitras which you just spoken about. Now, Abda Mitras are a huge asset which have been created, right? A lot will depend on us on exploiting their capability if we can train them in the right domains. And I think this is a domain which we cannot be found wanting in. This is a domain which must extend to Abda Mitras on a professional level. And that's why I find 100,000 Abda Mitras or more all being trained. The number of psychological counselors that you require to do this is nobody's business. And we need to adopt some kind of a scientific approach to ensuring that. So community is one of the most important things. The second thing is caregivers themselves. People, the NDRF. Now, I don't find anyone from NDRF sitting here. Is there anyone from NDRF? No. The NDRF is a very important element in this. They are one of the primary caregivers in the sense they are the responders. There's no one from the armed forces. There's no one from the NDRF. Let these people in uniform not think that they are beyond this domain. To exemplify this, let me tell you, on the line of control, as mobile communication started expanding in India, more and more people had mobiles with them. You found in posts on the Pakistan border, soldiers who started carrying mobiles. You know, earlier years, in 1983, I used to be serving in Punch. It used to take a letter 4 weeks from my wife, 4 weeks it used to take to reach me. And I could see my postman 5 kilometers away walking, and I used to wait for that letter. Suddenly the world changed, and the mobile came. Now suddenly, the fight between the mother-in-law and the sister-in-law at home, the news of it reaches the man at the post in 10 seconds. I'm not joking. The kind of trauma that can create in the mind of a soldier sitting far away. If you think soldiers are made of steel, let me tell you, they have the softest hearts. Softest hearts. And they are the people who are ultimately coming as caregivers also. Along with the community workers, along with medical people, along with psychosocial counselors, etc., a large number of people in uniform will be found in all scenes where disasters have taken place. Now, if they are not sensitized to this, the effect on them, the PTSD which they can undergo, is nobody's business. So that is again a domain, and I would strongly recommend to our organizers the next time, please ensure that all elements of caregivers are identified and made to actually attend a workshop of this kind. The importance of, the last point of mine, the importance of embracing technology. Now in NDMA and within the disaster management community in India, we are all the time seized of the requirement to absorb technology. You know, we are talking about early warning, we're talking about dissemination of information and things like that. Here, it's a question of how do you use technology. I remember during COVID times, the number of psychosocial helplines which were opened up. How to reach out to people. How to ensure that people understand this. The information is given to the people regarding a facility such as this and made to feel and have confidence in a thing like this. There have to be innovative ways of doing this. It's question of opening up all kinds of communication tools, and as we expand, artificial intelligence is also becoming a very important part of this. So one can carry on and on as far as this domain is concerned, suggesting ways and looking at things from one's experience in life. But I know that there are some wonderful specialists here, people who are very, very well experienced. We look forward to all their interventions and hope that at the end of the 2 days, we finally emerge that much stronger in our overall psychological resolve. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. It is now my pleasure to invite Sri Safi Ahsan Rizvi, Advisor NDMA, to share his opening remarks. A visionary in governance and disaster resilience, Sir has been instrumental in shaping policies that strengthen disaster response and mitigation. His insights will set the stage for today's discussion. Please welcome him.
Is the presentation coming on? Yes, sir. It hasn't. Yeah, so thank you, Ganishta, for calling me visionary. The eyes on psychosocial are actually you, and I don't see how I am the visionary here. However, I was chatting with some of the participants before we started, and it was very interesting to see the kind of expanse from which everybody is here, the variety of people present. There are people from state disaster management authorities, there are people from civil society organizations, there are people from think tanks, and then there are people from multilateral organizations. So we have a very good spread, and I managed to count about 175 people already here. So for the kind of interest that has been generated in this subject, we are very enthused by that. It also encourages us. And given that this is an attempt we have started in which the three of us are going to work together, this is just the beginning. The Ministry of Health, NDMA, and UNICEF, this is just the beginning. This is just to kick it off, and we want to bring a lot of spring in this step. So I am a completely unknowing of the details of psychosocial and mental health, but I tried to learn. And as I learned a lot from Dr. Ghanishta Suri, she appears young, but she can sprout out all kinds of jargon, which I would take a long time to look at dictionaries to understand. So we made this short presentation. In fact, she has made it. I have managed to embellish it a bit. So if you look at what Mr. Rajinder Singh was mentioning, the expanse of the problem that India has. So this is a flood map of India. This is a flood map, that is the landslide map, and this is the earthquake map. So then there is the central part of India which is impacted by heat, all kinds of urban floods, riverine floods, heavy monsoon, lack of monsoon, so drought, and then exceptional cold in some regions of the country. So there is either a quick disaster or a slow onset disaster happening all the time, 24/7 in this country. The need for post-disaster mental health and psychosocial responses can never be more in any other country than India. That is the general backdrop. Now we look at the science of what this is all, because a lot of people feel that this is just a little problem that you call one doctor and you can resolve it. And how I have learned is that I've spoken with practitioners, especially Dr. Chetna Duggal and Dr. Sonam from Sikkim, Dr. Duggal from TISS. They have been our teachers. They have helped us understand all these things. So this is what impact hits the brain first, immediate. The immediate impact, it has a physical impact on you, it has a psychological impact, it also has a social and an economic impact. Now these four impacts together all occur in the brain. As Mr. Rajinder Singh had said so evocatively, that a disaster may affect buildings, but the building doesn't have a brain. So the person who has a brain has maybe survived that disaster, but what happens to the constitution of that brain is what we are here to discuss about. It's not a biological seminar, but it's something to do with something slightly different. Then when there's prolonged exposure to post-disaster stress, then these are the adjectives that are used to define all that. And there are three basic stages which are looked at as the continuum in post-disaster mental health. They call it trauma, they call it distress, and they call it breakdown. And I'll be very frank, I've not been able to understand a lot of differences on which word is used at which stage, which only you people will explain to us in this coming workshop. What I did understand was that there are these 5 stages. They appear a bit small on the screen, but the first 3 of them essentially relate to trauma and distress, and the last one about causing disabilities and long-term vulnerability happens when there is a final breakdown, when nothing has been done to intervene. Now, what are the various stages of grief? There are 5 stages of grief, which we are showing in words. These 5 stages are easy to understand in English terms: shock and disbelief and denial, that, I'll pull out of it. Then there is anger and frustration at having lost so much and what did I do to receive all this. Then bargaining, searching for meaning. Why did it happen to us? Why didn't it happen to the next door neighbor? Depression and isolation, which if not dealt with carefully can lead to very severe issues at the later stages. And then acceptance and resilience, which is what we shall try to and strive to do. Not that it's not being already done, however, we are trying to put a good step forward to enhance the way it is done. We come to what happened in Myanmar just last month. So this video everybody must have seen. We have 2 screenshots from that of these 2 girls and a grandmother who were stuck in a building, and the researchers had just reached them. But our scientist has basically looked at them very carefully and come up with a lot of explanations as to what those girls are going through at that point in time. So the vacant expressions is something that is a technical term in the science of psychosocial disorders. Paradoxical stillness, again a very important term. Shutdown of their thinking systems possibly rather than adaptive coping. They're just very blank. It's called also tonic immobility. Dr. Sonam is nodding and I'm so happy that she's appreciating and I'm not wrong. What is this? Okay, recute meaning only Ganishta will be able to explain, but oculomotor activity is again something that describes this. Then look at the detail with which a psychosocial analyst can look at just 2 photographs and look at the kind of understanding that comes out of that expression, that one expression that we see on an image on the internet. And it's oncoming PTSD if nothing is to do to deal with this. And in one simple phrase, it's called speechless terror. So this kind of speechless terror in visuals is what we see only in this one picture, but then there are thousands in every post-disaster situation. Earthquakes cause 50% of fatalities in the world even now, after 2000, even though a lot has been done in the world, especially in high earthquake-prone, risk-prone areas. So this is the lay of the land where we are. All the landslides and the floods and the various things that have happened on and on, they come every year, flood comes every year. Do we go to those individuals to talk to them? Yes, maybe some CSOs do, but is there a big organized, institutionalized effort? Possibly no. We need to work much harder on that. There are various solutions that have been pointed out. There are 3 basic ones that I mentioned here on psychological first aid. We'll mention what we as NDMA have done and what various Ministry of Health and various other initiatives have been taken. Then the psychosocial support which is actually offered, and then a combination of the 2 to deal with disaster mental health, which is what we are addressing here. So that's the original was the problem, here is the solution. What do they do for recovery? So anybody who's gone to economics classes or done some business management classes has heard of the Maslow's need hierarchy. So Maslow's need hierarchy essentially has 5 kinds of needs. So this is the basic understanding of how the human mind operates, which is used by the professionals to address a problem of a person who has just come out of a post-disaster situation. So these are the 5 stages. Self-actualization is something which a lot of us also are not able to reach, but up to at least stage 4, most of us reach. Some of us keep fighting with completing each one of those stages at various stages, but self-actualization is actually a real emancipation. Getting a post-disaster victim to reach there is, I guess, the most difficult task, and I'm sure done by a lot of professionals. Now we look at what we have done for ourselves. So we've created this little mnemonic called disaster, where we have given each letter a meaning, and this is our general objective on which we work. So essentially building the brain back better rather than just leaving it there and just building the building back is not the solution to a disaster. If there is reconstruction and rehabilitation, it has to also be in the mind. And that build back better brings a lot more meaning. Recent international forums and a lot of things that India has been a lead on has made mention of these things, and this is the way to go. There are 4 examples we'll bring to you of what we were doing. General Hasnain mentioned about COVID. So there was an app that was put out by which professionals and victims were brought together, and they were counseled and various things were done. That was a very good way to go. That is one thing we would like to take away and try and build that kind of an app for regular use. Ministry of Health has already done a lot of work through the Telemanas. We will be talking with them and we will be trying to scale that up. So Balasore train accident. After that, there was some effort made in which a lot of victims were reached out to after the accident, and a lot of interesting stories came out, which I'm sure will be mentioned during the session, so I will not mention them. Then the next was what happened in Sikkim in that Glof event. So after the Glof event, a lot of people lost their lives and a lot of people lost their homes, and a lot of silt has been deposited in the lower reaches after the Chungthang Dam, and before the Chungthang Dam the bed is flowing much lower than it was flowing earlier. So a lot of issues have arisen after that on the geology of the area as also the mines. Silkyara Tunnel. What would to be done for those 40 people once they came out? So a plan was designed. We were in touch with the Uttarakhand government, and a fairly detailed plan was designed as to what would be done. Some of it was followed up, but eventually what happened was that our system did not take it beyond the first level of just an immediate interaction with them because of maybe levels of contact, or because we didn't have a system which was completely well done at that time. But that is again a case study for a system which is trying to get into this field as to how we can improve, what were the mistakes we made at that time. But yes, we were able to design a little program quickly, immediately when the problem was going on. Then we came to Wayanad. In Wayanad, we reached out, we wanted to help, but the state was very well prepared. The state already had a lot of help from various civil society organizations, and the state was confident that it was able to deal with it. So that is something we did not get into directly. However, we want to do this, and we want to do it actively, and we will do it for every single disaster that comes forth. What is the policy evaluation? Essentially 6 stages. The Disaster Management Act makes a clear mention. First, guidelines came out in 2009 by NDMA. Then a year later in 2010, we got together with NIMHANS and we came out with 4 modules on how the entire thing should be looked at. And then eventually in 2020, 2022, we wrote some more, we created a helpline, and the pandemic issue that has been mentioned, that was also activated. Then 23, 24, we made 3 more guidelines which I'll show you visuals of. And finally in 23, 24, we started doing the 4 slides that I showed you. These are the 4 modules that were done in 2010 on psychosocial first aid. That is those 3 stages I showed you, PFA, then psychosocial care in disasters, and then preparedness, and then services. And the 3 manuals that NDMA has recently made, the first is on the general subject of mental health and PSS, which TIS helped us design. Trauma-informed counseling modules, again, TIS helped us. And child trauma care manual, again with TIS. So these 3 have been done recently. Now what is the way forward for us? 5 things we want to do. We want to get this down to the state-specific SOPs, make small SOPs, and you don't need to make them theoretical documents. We have a theoretical document. You make a practical document, 2 pages, 5 pages, 7 pages, but something that a district magistrate can read. Do not make one that only a theoretician would read. State level resource mapping. What are your resources? Where are your doctors? Where are your psychosocial counselors? Is it all available to you in your headquarters, in your control room? Those kind of little things we wish to push. And then scaling digital mental health platforms. This is very important. As I mentioned, we already have Telemanas from the Ministry of Health, which is a very successful enterprise. Can we scale it up to what was done in COVID? Can we take it into even larger or better directions? Can we use existing databases with the health ministry and AI to identify people who may need help immediately after a disaster? Lots of questions. We were looking for answers there. And then maybe establish a dedicated pool of trained counselors. We are looking at putting together, maybe this very mental health platform will help us do that. And finally, public-private partnerships, most important. You cannot, government can do things at the policy level, at the India level, at the national level, but can it go down to the village level? Very difficult. It will try to show the way, but we need the private here, and this is where the role of think tanks, the role of civil society organizations comes in. So thank you so much for listening in, and that is our 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your invaluable insights and thought-provoking remarks. Your vision sets a strong foundation for our discussion today. It is now my honor to invite Ms. L.S. Changson, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, to deliver the inaugural address. A dynamic leader dedicated to strengthening India's health and disaster resilience. Her vision and expertise has been instrumental in shaping policies that safeguard communities in times of crisis. Please join me in welcoming ma'am on the stage.
Generous. Thank you so much. And for the warm compliments to good morning, everyone. Respected Shri Rajendra Singh, I think sir has left, member and HOD NDMA, General Syed Atta Hussain sir, member NDMA, Dr. Krishna Vatsa sir, member NDMA, Shri Safi Ahsan Rizvi, advisor NDMA, and Shri Sarabjit Singh from the UNICEF, my colleagues from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Pradeep Khasnobis, who is head of the Disaster Management Cell, and my colleague from the Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure Mission, Dr. Kaustuv Giri, and all the eminent speakers and panelists and representatives of various ministries and departments and institutions, and all the senior officials of NDMA, and all the delegates who have come to attend this very important workshop, Navigating Mental Health in Disasters, Calm Amid Chaos. It's not only a privilege but also a great responsibility to be here with you all this morning in this very important event. And I truly compliment NDMA and the UNICEF for thinking of and putting together this event where all multiple stakeholders can come forward and engage in this very important topic of mental health vis-a-vis disasters. As said by the speakers before me, when we think of a disaster, it's often the immediate search and rescue, and then there's medical treatment, food, shelter, and the basic needs, and the medical care, of course. But one very important element has not been, I would not say missing, but not been given due attention, perhaps. And it is like very eruditely put in that video. It's often an afterthought that maybe we should send in some mental health specialists, some counselors there. And finally, how it is done, how it's taken forward by the local administration or those on ground to actually reach out to the victims of disasters. Often that is not in a very structured way, and perhaps though the intentions may be very good, but finally what is the outcome is not clear. And then there is the issue of long-term follow up also, because unlike just you know some treating some physical wound, a mental wound would take rather, it can vary upon the individual and often take a long time to heal. And as so eloquently put in the video, in the PPT by Rizvi sir, that you can, a person, an individual can be impacted upon in so many ways. Just mental, when you talk about mentally, there may be so many factors which may be affecting him, not just his immediate situation, but what does the future hold for him, and that kind of. So it's very right that this kind of workshop is pointing in the right direction, that is of long-term support through community. We are very strong advocates for that, even in the ministry. We feel that there is only so much that mental health or the professionals, trained professionals, can do. First of all, we are all aware that in the medical profession itself, mental health specialists are amongst the fewest. And the other mental health professionals, be it the counselors, be it clinical psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers, we can actually just, count them. They are barely in just a few hundreds or thousands. Psychiatrists alone, we have capacity of around 1,200 we have in a year. But still, that is no match for many of the other branches of medicine that we have. So there lies the number one challenge. And that's where the community support and empowering community members, identifying volunteers to give the first aid or perhaps even second level of psychosocial counseling or support, for just being there for someone. I think that is an idea that we should take forward, that they are identified and they are given basic training, and that willingness to reach out to another, to just be there to handhold, that is definitely one way forward. So, as said very rightly in the speeches before me, we have to recognize mental health as an integral component of health emergencies and disaster risk management. When we talk of disasters, like I said, it is as important or even more important to an extent, I would say, than just simply meeting with the immediate needs for disaster management. And emotional well-being has to count for something other than just some one add-on kind of thing that we would look into in disaster management. We just had the COVID-19 pandemic. We all have faced that. Public memory tends to be short, but those who were affected, post that, society has seen a surge in mental health issues, and not just among the adults, but even amongst the youngsters. A lot of post that, since much of the activity was going on online, we are seeing, doctors here also would support that we are seeing more cases of internet and gaming addictions and sleep problems, anxieties, which are stemming from these. So it might be the disaster, but the after effects of the disaster can be long reaching. So this is a factor that we have to take in mind when we shape the way that we are to address these. We are quite conscious of that when we make our policies, and therefore we have not just the counseling services which are being extended in the rural areas, also through the Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, the expanded packages that we talk about. Is not just anymore about reproductive child health or just about managing certain small illnesses, but also mental and neuro services is one of the areas which are included in the expanded packages, the 12 expanded packages. And in this, a lot of training and capacity building of our field level workers is also going on. NIMHANS has been of great help they are the main wing of the ministry, the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, and they are our think tank for setting our policies and taking all the capacity building activities forward. They have a digital academy through which they are training up people in the front line on psychosocial support, and I think we would be very soon reaching out to many more and hundreds and thousands in the field. In the ministry itself, we have a scheme called Health Sector Disaster Preparedness and Response, HSDPR, which has a provision for capacity building on psychosocial care in disaster settings. In this itself, so with NIMHANS, we have been able to organize training workshops, and I'm happy to share that we have trained around 1,500 professionals across 19 states and 309 districts. The state or the UT government mobilizes the trained professionals to the disaster sites. In many cases, even in the recent, like the Uttarakhand tunnel crisis also, NIMHANS specialists were called upon, and then state, of course, also had their psychosocial experts there on ground, and soon after their medical treatment was administered, they were also they had a face-to-face with our mental health professionals there to assess their condition and to take them forward. Details of these trained personnel is not just that capacity building is done and then we forget about them. We have a central portal. There was a mention of building a pool of counselors. We have started with the pool of the trained professionals. They are not just from mental health, say psychiatry or psychology, but also the general hospital administrations, how they are to deal with the victims of any disaster when they are brought in for medical care, because the psychosocial aspect also has to be looked into and preserved in these circumstances. So we have a central portal under Integrated Health Information Portal, IHIP of the ministry. Then we also have these mobile-based counseling to bridge accessibility gaps. And under Telemanas, I hope that everyone here would have heard of Telemanas. There's a number 14416, which is available in various languages across the country. Anybody can reach out to this and get the basic counseling. So in terms of disaster, I think what we need is to link these resources that are available and remember these even in times of disaster management, disaster rescue and relief in times like that. So all in all, I just want to emphasize again that our approach has to be community-centric. That is, I think, the takeaway that most of us, all of us here can do, right from Rajendra Singh sir onwards to General Hussain sir and to Mr. Rizvi. Everyone has spoken about the community aspect and how we need to empower them. So I think this is, be it in the rural settings, the panchayats, the civil defense volunteers, youth group. Nowadays there is this My Bharat app where young people register to volunteer. These should be our target groups, I think, in the community. And we should be reaching out and holding these sessions for mental health. One important aspect of which would be what they should do, how they would be able to help during times of distress, during times of disaster. Then self-help and peer support models also. should be could be one important aspect in, especially when people after post-disaster they're rendered homeless, they're living in camps, relief camps for days and months together, and they would not necessarily have that much of outside intervention. So how can the victims also, some amongst them can become peer supporters and like reach out a helping hand to each other? Then focus on the extremely vulnerable groups amongst the victims themselves, the elderly, the disabled, children, and the weaker groups in that society. We would need to focus on these. So, having said that, what we need to remember in a time like this and through a national workshop like this is that mental health, psychosocial support, and disaster risk, disaster management, they are not at all watertight compartments. In fact, they are two sides of the same coin. They need to come together, and so also all the agencies, all the ministries, and in community also all different groups have to come together if we are to really successfully navigate this mental health in disasters and bring calm amid chaos. It's easier said than done because the mind is, it is something which is it's very individualized to begin with, and also nobody can really read someone's mind or saying otherwise. Here we would be sitting, I would not be speaking, we would all be reading each other's mind and understanding what's going through our thoughts and our ideas. But herein lies the challenge that we are dealing with in mental health. But with the experience and with the professional skills of all those who are here, I'm sure that we'll be able to come together and work out a wonderful solution. So thank you so much for having me here, sir, and me and my team from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare would be always extending our support to NDMA for this. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As we conclude this inaugural session, it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks, a profound gratitude to Shri Rajendra Singh, member and HOD NDMA, for his insightful welcome address that has set an inspiring precedent for our deliberations. I would like to extend my regards to Lieutenant General Ata Hasnan, sir, for your powerful address and for continuing to guide and inspire us all. A special appreciation to Shri Safi Hassan Rizvi, Advisor NDMA, whose strategic acumen and steadfast commitment to resilience shone through in his compelling opening remarks. And our deepest thanks to Ms. Alice Changson, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, for her inspiring inaugural address. Ma'am, your vision for mental health and disaster response is truly transformative and fuels our commitment to action. And with this, I humbly request Dr. Krishna S. Vatsa, sir, to kindly present the memento as a token of appreciation to Ms. Alice Johnson, ma'am. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now break for a quick tea and we will resume for our technical session 1 at 11:30 a.m. sharp. See you all soon. Thank you.
Get to that. So everybody, you have to speak.
So thank you everybody for coming back. So we are starting with our technical session 1. Guidelines turn intent into action because in disaster response, a structured approach saves both lives and mind. As we begin our first technical session, sensitizing stakeholders to guidelines on disaster mental health, we turn our attention to a critical pillar of disaster response, ensuring that mental health and psychosocial support is not an afterthought but a core component of disaster management. Our esteemed panel is here with us on the stage. Leading this discussion as moderator is Shri Safi Ahsan Rizvi, advisor NDMA, and joining him on the panel are Dr. Pradeep Khasnobis from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, a key architect in integrating MHPSS within national health systems. Dr. Jay Kumar from the Enhanced Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, an expert in disaster mental health, bringing deep insights into trauma-informed care and intervention strategies. Dr. Chetna Turgal from TISS, whose work has significantly advanced community-based psychosocial support models. And last but not the least, Mr. Sarabjit Sahoda from UNICEF, whose expertise will further enrich today's discussion. With that, now I hand over the mic to you, sir.
Thank you, Ganishta. So I'm sitting in for Mr. Rajinder Singh, who had to step away for a few minutes to visit some other meeting. He'll be here shortly, then I'll quickly run away to that front row. But just to begin, so this is a very important session, looks very boring, that how do you bring in guidelines and everything, because all guidelines, they kind of make you sleep in the beginning. So the whole idea is to get a guideline going, get a person to read it, get a district magistrate to read it, get a health worker to read it, and to implement it. That's the whole game here. So what the professionals have done on the subject, that is what we are here to discuss. We will learn from the experiences of the 4 senior panelists on this platform right now. So I think we will start with Dr. Pradeep Khasnobis, who's a long timer in the Ministry of Health. He has done wonderful work in many fields, and this is just one field in which he has done things. He knows a lot about what happens on the MHPSS world. So we'll start with him, then we'll go to Dr. Duggal, then Associate Professor Nimhans, Dr. Jaya. Yes, Dr. Pradeep.
Thank you, sir. First and foremost, I'd like to thank NDMA for giving us this opportunity and carrying this forward. This is one of the most important aspects which we often forget in any kind of a disaster. We just look into restore and recovery, but regarding looking into the trauma and stress, because that is not seen. We don't see exactly what is the amount of psychological stress they go through. On my personal experience, let me share with you, during the Balasore accident, there was so many injured and equally so many were involved in the disaster recovery phase, getting out people out of the bogies, taking their care and all. Luckily or unluckily, we were also getting involved in a very big way. As ma'am in the morning was just telling us, there was a team from Enhanced. We had the training psychosocial care workers over there, and we were just getting the incidents that were happening to the people, especially to those who were working as an NDRF team. Still, after the incident, after 7 to 10 days after, the things were all settled down. They were also still recalling back. We can also hear the people crying, help me. We can see the dead bodies coming to our minds. Those were pulled out of them. So such kind of a post-traumatic stress disorder is something which is very common, which we always negate out. Ki bhai, humne apna kaam kar diya, things have been settled down, trains have started moving, so we are out of it. So this is something, a very important aspect. A similar kind of a thing happened during the Uttarakhand tunnel escape also. We had a similar kind of an experience wherein we had brought all those workers to AIIMS Rishikesh, and then we had to do a counseling for maybe around 7 to 10 days before they were relieved. There were no physical injuries. It was only the mental health aspect that was taken care of during that part. And there was some kind of a starvations in the initial part, but that was taken care by the food that was supplied during their thing. So I come to this psychological or psychosocial aspects. These are something which is very important, and we have to be very careful about. So as sir had rightly said, we also publish a lot of guidelines. Plenty of full of guidelines. If you just go into And now with the help of these mobiles, tablets, and the internet world, we can just stick on a guideline and we can come to know that, yeah, NDMA has 4, Health Ministry has 3, TISS may be having 2. So there are a lot of guidelines, a handful of guidelines. And if you go to the NIMHANS website, that is virtually it's an ocean on psychosocial aspects. But when we talk about the guidelines, do we have the knowledge? So then comes this aspect called trainings. What is most important is that converting a guideline to knowledge, we need a training and a trainers. That can be virtual, that can be physical. So on that behest, a small, maybe ma'am was telling in the morning, we are also in that program of, through NIMHANS, they have virtual trainings, which I feel Professor Jayakumar will be enlightening on. Along with it, we have a program which we call it to be Health Sector Disaster Preparedness and Response, wherein we go into the states, ask the psychosocial workers, and then we are training them. And it can be, a psychosocial worker may not be a very high-end person. It can be a small staff nurse. It can be a person who is involved in such kind of a disaster incidents. So they are trained for 1 week, at least to the basics of psychosocial care they need to give, with the promise that kindly go back to your place of work and percolate that knowledge down. So that becomes very important, and that is very essential for moving ahead with. Then comes the practice. I have trained my people. How do they practice and impart the knowledge down below? That becomes very important. Because, to be given an example, I am a medical personnel, so I am just giving a medical. Many of the orthopedicians will just tell you exactly how to fix up a fracture. कुछ नहीं है, सीधा करना है, उसके बाद X-ray लेके, if it is okay, then put on the plaster. But what is important is when the intern does that plaster setting, you have to be standing in front of him. Whether the सीधा करना है, was the angle of tilt was correct, or whether there was some kind of increased angulation. Otherwise, the person will not be able to walk throughout his life. This part is something which is very important, because we can be given an online course, we can be given a distance learning course, but exactly what message the person perceives and gets down and that gets imparted into the society, that is most important. We can have numbers, that is very true, but numbers won't help us when we really want that kind of a services, what we are expecting from. So there should be an observership. What we do, generally try to do, exactly find a feedback, कि भाई आपने कितना काम किया. Kindly give us a feedback maybe after 1 year, how we are moving ahead. So that requires some kind of an association between these members. An association between these members and getting a feedback from them, कि भाई ये काम हमने कर चुका. And there will be people who says that we are not able to cater to maybe 2 patients also in my whole 1 year period. That means there is something mistake. There was some mistake, either in our department of training or whether it is to get through. So this becomes very important, and we need to do a self-correction. This was part 1, which I thought of just telling you. The second part is that any guidelines, what we prepare, we need to update them, because every day the science is moving very, very fast. What is today a truth may be a totally false thing after 5 years or 10 years. So updation, you should not be very resilient and say कि भाई मैंने guideline बना दिया, मेरा काम हो गया. That should not be. So there are always some advancement that is taking place every day. So those advancement has to find a place in those guidelines. And then training and retraining on those guidelines becomes very important. So that is very important. The third part that is most important is then when you are making a guideline, that is one of the toughest job what we do. Because then you are opening up a blank paper in front of experts. And we can understand we have the best human minds, and no one is perfect. What is written over there, I can say Pradeep. Somebody will say, no, it is not Pradeep, it is Pardeep. So bringing all the experts to a common understanding and a common language, that becomes very important. So a guideline has to be lucid, a technical guideline. So it should be easily adaptable, and it has to be malleable and ductile. Why do I say malleable and ductile? Because you see, we are catering to a population which is one of the most populous country. And what you say that these are some of the things that has to be available may not be there. So you have to adapt the guidelines once you are taking those guidelines to the states. Otherwise, what the people do is that in the shelves you can say, हाँ जी sir, guidelines है, वो वहाँ पे दिख रही है, but nobody is able to use it. So these are some of our thoughts. I thought of just opening as an opening remarks.
Excellent,
about it.
excellent.
Thank
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep. That was excellent. Your comments are very lucid, and I'm sure they're very malleable, and we'll be able to use it whichever way we want. That is how a guideline should be. It should be clear, should be understandable, possibly in the vernacular language. So excellent starting words from you. Dr. Duggal, can we have some of your expert views and maybe some comments on what Dr. Pradeep said? And if you can speak for, say, 5 minutes, then we can go to the other speakers and come back again for a second or maybe a third round also. The mic, ma'am. Yeah, please, come there, yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for inviting me to speak on the guidelines, and want to begin with thanking NDMA and really giving me this opportunity to share about the guidelines. I'll take about 5 minutes because we're talking about having guidelines in place and having guidelines which are accessible, responsive, and possible to implement also. So this is a great opportunity to actually just open the NDMA guidelines and present it here to all of you. And what I'm going to hope to be able to do right now is give you an overview of what the NDMA guidelines on mental health and psychosocial support look like. These guidelines were developed, like Dr. Pradeep was saying, that developing a guideline is a very, very collaborative process. And for a country as diverse as us, as complex as us, it needs a very, very thought out process. So the guidelines were developed under the chairmanship of the NDMA leadership, and of course Vatsa sir and Safi sir were part of the conceptualization and preparation of these guidelines. At this, we were supporting the development of these, and the idea was that we look at the previous guidelines that were there in NDMA. Along with that, look at best practices globally, look at what is happening in terms of current response to disasters, get experts on board and review what's happening, and prepare guidelines. So what I'm going to show you is if we can just move forward. I can move forward from here, right?
You have to switch it on. There's a button on the side. Yeah.
Okay, so here is actually a quick look at the guidelines. The guidelines actually talk about a comprehensive, coordinated, proactive, trauma-informed and whole society approach to mental health and psychosocial needs. I just want to highlight some of this here today in the presentation. If you open the guidelines, which I'm hoping all of you will do after this session, this is what the guidelines will show you. 4 sections. They are color-coded here in my presentation, so as you navigate the guidelines, you'll be able to also take a look. There's an introduction. It looks at mental health and psychosocial support pre-disasters, and then what happens post-disasters, and an actual implementation checklist for states to implement. So there is actually an action plan linked to the guidelines that have been released in 2023 December. What I'm going to be doing, of course, it's not possible to take you through the entire guidelines, but is to tell you some of the very, very important aspects of these NDMA guidelines that have been developed. The most important thing, which is at the crux of the guidelines, is the way mental health and psychosocial support has been conceptualized. The idea is for MHPSS to include both mental health and psychosocial support. So, there's always this idea that mental health is the work of only mental health practitioners, only people who require, specific services, they should be directed there. But the guidelines actually conceptualizes it in a very, very comprehensive manner, where if you see there are 4 tiers, and each of these tiers talk about MHPSS being integrated right from the start in terms of the way service is delivered, how the response is planned, and ensuring safety and making sure that our work is trauma-informed. So to sort of also talk about being trauma-informed, we have a whole session and we'll talk in detail, but the fact that all of us in this room are sitting here and talking about crisis and disasters, for us also to be mindful to take care of ourselves while we are having these conversations, because it can trigger so many ideas, memories, experiences as we are also going through this discussion. So the guidelines talks about being trauma-informed. it involves the whole society. So this aspect that we've been talking about, community involvement and engagement, because we don't have so many mental health practitioners and there's a huge treatment gap in India and we all know about it. So how do we make mental health and psychosocial support response a whole society approach? And how do we make it social justice informed so the people who are most vulnerable are able to receive support? And like Dr. Pradeep was saying, it has to be contextually and culturally sensitive. So the guidelines actually has that flexibility to ensure that it can be tailored to the context that it's responding to. So if you're able to look at the 4 tiers, we are looking at ensuring psychosocial considerations and essential services. Very important is family and community care, which is creating family networks, family support, community mobilization, including MHPSS there, especially when working with women and children. Non-specialized support, which is very focused, which is psychological first aid, all of us know about this, and then specialized services for those who require more immediate crisis and risk care, so people who might need immediate help for mental health, but also people who over long term might develop concerns and they require long-term mental health care. Now, by doing this, we are actually reducing the burden on mental health services. We are ensuring that everybody is participating in MHPSS work, and we are also ensuring that MHPSS is not only for a limited number of people, but mental health and psychosocial support needs to be given to everybody who is impacted in the community, because we all know that being in the context of disaster has a big, big footprint on the mental health and well-being of people. So this is the crux of the guidelines. 2 other aspects that I want to highlight about the guidelines is that it actually talks about a very beautiful synergy between NDMA, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, other ministries like Women and Child, Social Justice, coming together to have a collaborative sort of a response to disasters. So the institutional frameworks, both vertical and horizontal coordination, like Savi sir was saying, that it has to reach right up to the village block level. How do we ensure that that happens, has been outlined. The first part of it is to actually do a pre-disaster assessment of vulnerabilities and capacity. So all the states, there's a template and tools given to assess what are the current vulnerabilities, what are the needs of the community in that particular context or state or district, and also what resources or capacities exist, both in terms of mental health services, but also in terms of people who have been trained to do PFA, which might be from communities, which might be from NGOs. So who are those partners, players? So if the DMHP is active or the RKSK is active, how many counselors do we really have? Looking at different kinds of programs that might be able to pitch in. So this becomes a way for the states to be able to first do a pre-disaster assessment, and this template is given in the guidelines, and then prepare a capacity building plan. And this capacity building plan links back to the way MHPSS is conceptualized. So we are looking at building capacities for everybody, and the guidelines talks about 9 cadres, but if you see that it starts from right from citizen volunteers to community healers to disaster responders, community level workers from different ministries, central and local and state government personnel to health professionals, doctors in PHCs to NGO partners, counselors and therapists, MHPs, and of course even media. So the guidelines in that sense is very comprehensive, looking at how each of us are responsible for MHPSS support during disasters. It's not something which is only limited to some group of people doing it at only a particular point in time. The guidelines actually give the training content for each type of training. So if you open the guidelines, it will tell you who all can participate in this training, what is the content of what does the content of the training look like, and there have been some manuals that have been developed, and the idea is to synergize this, like we've been talking about, through a centralized portal. So we know that the people who've been trained can be accessible in a particular space, and there's an active helpline that is also available to respond to people during disasters. So here's a template of the action plan which you will find in the guidelines, which talks about how a quick assessment can be done. And the highlight of the guideline was the component on interventions and delivery. The idea was not to stop at saying, oh, we should do MHPSS. The idea was to actually lay out what MHPSS delivery can look like in all 4 tiers. So we actually have checklists for what on-site MHPSS support can look like, what remote support can look like, what online support can look like, how do you ensure access. We have checklists for service delivery across healthcare institutions and helplines. There are a key MHPSS list of messages that can be incorporated to reach out to the community. And most importantly, there is also guidelines for supervision and support. So like Dr. Pradeep was saying, that people who are actually doing MHPSS work, they themselves are impacted by what they are seeing and witnessing. And we've all heard of vicarious trauma and all of that. We are all familiar with it. So there are also guidelines for supervision. This is, of course, based on our work that we did with NDMA during COVID, where we were providing training and supervision for the reverse helpline counselors. And finally, there are practice guidelines. Bacha sir was very, very keen that there should be clear practice guidelines available to people who are providing services. So we have that in the guidelines, and there is a MEL framework as well. I'm going to stop here. Here's an implementation checklist, and if you can see, one of the things on the implementation checklist is orientation of the NDMA guidelines, and we are checking off that box today. So I'll stop with that. I'll be happy to share more about the guidelines, and I'm hoping you will go also take a look. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chetna, for a great presentation. Sorry, I was not there from the beginning because I was attending one seminar in one workshop in Indian Habitat Center. So I rushed there, finished there, and then came back again here. Now our next presenter is Dr. Jaya Kumar, expert from NIMHANS, National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, a premier institute that has been instrumental in developing best practices for disaster-related psychological care. Over to you, Dr. Jaya.
Thank you, sir. My co-panelists, my dear friends, this is an opportunity I consider as a sensitization. I would like to just share 3 examples which I'm handling it now. Wayanad example 1. The last year we handled the one in Orissa, and I also handled one in the other continent, 2 other countries. 4 examples I would like to go about it. The previous panelist spoke elaborately about the guidelines. NIMHANS is a nodal agency for Government of India and Ministry, has been involved in this for over 4 decades. And my first brush with guidelines was when I was with the disaster NDMA in 2009. When we developed that guidelines, 2013, till 2013 we have handled 3-4 disasters. One is a Mangalore air crash, second is a Sikkim, third one is Uttarakhand floods. I still remember Ravi Shankar and Mr. Sundaram, both were the DMs in Uttarakhand at that point of a time. We thought actually that this guidelines, they know everything. When we went there, they are not aware about it. And last 6 months, my team is deployed in Wayanad. I'll just take you an example of this case example. Whether Meghashri, the present district collector of Wayanad, Kalpetta, whether she is aware. Yes, she is aware about the guidelines. But whether she had the time, because when I entered her chamber, there were 17 ministers were sitting inside with 7 secretaries. And you know that they were handling the Wayanad landslide. So do they have time actually to go through page by page? They just told me, Mr. Rao was actually the special officer, principal secretary. He told me, you just actually call every department heads. Let's do a sensitization. What is that actually you want? So the disaster management in an operational side starts with that. Because they are all actually anybody at the end of the day. People who are in system, sir may be knowing, and many of you are aware from the system side, they are actually supposed to handle what is there in the hand first. So their priority is, that is what. So the first priority goes into rescuing, mobilizing resources, streamlining actually that what is that to be actually be taken inside that hill region. So that's exactly actually happened. So you all know about, I'm not going into the details, I'm just skipping this. So the priorities are, this is what actually the priorities of a relief camp, providing this one, relief materials, so all those things. So in that actually that like Chetna was talking about, you have number of populations, subpopulations, specific populations, directly affected, indirectly affected, people who are handling, directly, indirectly, volunteer. So you actually, disaster is a one scenario where you have actually, it's open to all, it's open to all, everyone is actually part of the game. So everyone, is this actually that, do I need to go to the ground zero and do the training? Or do I need to actually sit back and everything settles down and do this one? So where actually it comes down? So when it comes down to the sensitization, it starts from actually probably before the disaster or early warning, or if it is not happening, usually it doesn't happen here. So it's always the post-disaster. So where it actually starts is that it is the post-disaster actually sort of a thing. So this is exactly that we are looking at actually the operationalizing. So how we can actually operationalize this guidelines. The same thing actually we have seen in Sikkim also. So people are aware about these disasters, but they are not knowing about the nuances of these things inside. So how we can actually operationalize this? Start with actually, from my experiences from 2001 to till date, in most of the disasters, it is not actually that, what is that actually they do? Usually it is actually left to the health department, because psychosocial is a nodal for any health department. So it is actually mostly handled by people who are actually already handling the medical side, and this has been actually added actually an add-on sort of a thing. So far it is actually not working like very structured sort of a thing, but in many disasters, many state governments, in many places, people were able to do it, because the sensitization starts from the top to this one. So what we have done back in Wayanad, so we started off only sensitizing the special officer and all the people who are in the executive taking decisions. So they need to be actually made aware of what is that actually to be done, how you can actually integrate these guidelines. So that is actually the first form of actually a sensitization process one has to be done, other than actually providing this. Second, so where is actually that it is coming? So you have three levels of people who are there in the government side, because anytime, any disasters, the system is the first responder other than the community. So you have to actually have level 1, level 2, level 3 sort of administrative, executive people who needs to be actually sensitized. Then you actually bring into other cadres actually that. So from the system side, then actually the non-government side, the force multipliers are always there. So we need to actually have a sort of a concise sort of a sensitization program for during the emergencies, because you don't have luxury of time during the disasters actually to go and completely give. Nobody actually has this time. For example, Meghashri hasn't slept for first 4 days of Wayanad disaster, where she has actually time actually to understand all those things, to provide actually this streamlining to her department. So she is actually just so. The thing is that we need to be actually population specific, cadre specific, and situational specific actually sensitization programs to be done on these guidelines. So guidelines is just a recipe. So how you are actually presenting to somebody is how it is palpable to the kind of age group we give different food. So that is where actually that we need to actually do it. So what is that actually we have done it actually that. So added to that, this guidelines also actually has a number of stakeholders who may be from actually in-service, volunteers. So these are all actually some of the relief camp during the disasters. They are the people who handle it actually. That. So in a relief camp, for example, there were 4 relief camps were actually big relief camps were there in Wayanad. So what is that actually that? They need to know about the guidelines. So they need to be precisely actually knowing what to be done, what not to be done, do's and don'ts actually for them. So they may not require many things actually that. So time is also actually an important aspect that in relief camp you can't just go and speak or keep on talking. So we have actually done what is that to be, you have to do that point of a time. There are people who lost their family members, there are people who missed their family members, they are searching for their family members, they are yet to come out of this one. So there, what is that actually? So precisely what is palpable for that relief camp doctor, organizer, manager, revenue person. So it's a multidisciplinary sector team actually handles this. So there actually you need to actually do it. So it needs to be from the collectorate, it needs to be from the different department, it needs to be on the ground. And this is actually also that people who are actually rescuing, it's just not the first responders. We have worked with NDRF, SDRF, State Fire and Response. See, and one important group actually that we came across is that Anganwadi workers. We all know actually Anganwadi workers are supposed to handle children. But in Wayanad, they were actually also guarding dead bodies, not dead bodies. 161 were the dead bodies, rest of them are body parts. It's a hand, eyes. So seeing this actually they were traumatized. I think actually some of my colleagues are there who have come from Kerala, how we actually worked with them actually on debriefing them actually that initially actually that how, because they were not sleeping. It is just not actually the first responders. The JCB drivers who went and actually salvaged had a severe trauma. So what is that actually to be done for them? So it's actually, disaster is like sir was talking about, it's a long recipe, like Dr. Pradeep was talking about it. So where actually that, so the sensitization thing should happen both inside, outside, on the ground. So wherever there is actually that, so there is no actually clear-cut geography, population, demography, setting, it needs to be done. Whatever actually practicable, you need to go it. So we went about it actually sensitizing all the people. You may ask me actually that, what is that actually that this guidelines also has to do with? Of course, it has to do with the legislators. See, we did actually, sensitization to the minister, because every disaster, there is actually a minister who put in charge in our country to handle that. Everywhere, right from Gujarat to Arunachal to everywhere. So the guidelines also needs to be, so we have taken it up with the minister at that point of time, at that level. So the right side is the collector. So we were actually talking to her about the guidelines, about actually the methodologies, the strategies, or what is that actually that precisely a government, a district administration should be actually doing it. So precisely this is what actually I would like to say, but I will take some questions to you that how to go about it in sensitization. I precisely put 5 things, and 3 things I would make it clear. Accessibility, availability, affordability of these modules or guidelines. How these 3 things actually can integrate psychosocial support. That is what actually the challenge in between before us. I'll be happy to actually clarify, take certain questions, how we can actually take it up to the last mile connectivity which we are actually trying. So what are the challenges are there, and whether it is actually possible in the coming days, which we are all actually striving to take it. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Jaya. Thank you. Our final presentation is from my friend Sarabjit. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. And thanks to my fellow panelists for throwing light on some darker parts of our risk management approach. Of this guidelines, I'd like to call out on 2 things which I thought are very important. One is that it's very, very comprehensive. It covers all phases of disaster, so rehabilitation, recovery, etc. as well. So I think that well done. Congratulations to NDMA for bringing it together, and to the team, Dr. Chetna and all of you. The second part I thought was something which I always look at in my work as a disaster risk manager, is the intergenerational aspect of trauma. And I think the lived experiences of people who uh, are repeatedly impacted by seasonal disasters, floods, cyclones, etc., even conflict in certain parts of the country. Um, so, one aspect is the exposure to repeated disasters, but the second aspect is it belongs to us, and that is the patchy response we do to these disasters. So trauma also comes from the fact that we did a study with Dr. Vatsa recently on how far we are reaching women in terms of our response. And a lot of, I think, gaps are there. We can go on and on for that. But all these gaps in response lead to additional stress, mental stress. So my call out for the Dr. Chetna's team is that this guideline is linked to all the rest of the 30, 40, 50 guidelines that we have in the country to guide disaster risk management. Until unless we start delivering the basics, the first two layers, Dr. Rizvi is here. Yeah. So the Maslow's needs hierarchy, which he showed, the first two hierarchies, if we do not address that systematically, adequately, in time, then there'll be additional stress. If we address it, what will happen? You'll have better foundation for addressing mental health. So the basic will be addressed, because we also believe in participation. Rest of us who work on shelter, food, nutrition. So we strongly believe in people's participation in design, in implementation. That really helps address the foundational aspects of mental health. So I think that I would suggest that in going forward in your implementation, you take it a little more seriously. Second thing I wanted to call out on was the need for at-scale action during disasters. And good, my friend from NIMHANS, we worked with them quite closely during the 2018 Kerala floods. And what did we do? We strongly actually believe in time learning. And you also spoke about the need for in-time learning, because training our frontline workers, training our first responders is very, very important during disasters. That is a core strategy of response for getting scale. During Kerala floods, we teamed up with NIMHANS, UNICEF and NIMHANS, and we trained the teachers. When students came back to school, when the schools were open, the first thing was that we addressed the mental health side of issues. We didn't start with learning straight away. And thanks to NIMHANS for that. It was a great partnership. And I think that led to real at-scale action for Kerala floods. And that has trickle-down effect even at the family level, not only in the school. So I'll stop here. I guess my message is very clear that the rest of us who deliver on water, sanitation, etc., they all need to understand what is mental health. So good, the Ministry of Health is here today strongly, but there are a couple of ministries more. We would have loved to see Ministry of Education and nutrition. My colleagues here calling out for nutrition, because nutrition has huge impact on the way food and nutrition has huge impact on our mental health status. So there are other ministries. So that means we will have to coordinate more. Mental health is a coordination issue as well. It is not, I know this whole tribe of mental health specialists, they are very, very important. They are central to our strategy. But there are many others who are not in the room. They provide us the foundational strength for addressing mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. JJ. So I was not able to hear Dr. Pradeep ji and Chetna ji, but whatever I could gather it is that there is a lot need to be done. When we are having a national vision, but action is at local level. Until and unless we don't empower, train our people, it is difficult to carry forward, to move towards Viksit Bharat. So now anybody, any questions, or I have to ask question?
Sir,
Audience, yeah, please.
sir, my question
Please
is for
introduce yourself. Please
Sir,
introduce.
I am Lieutenant Gaurav Pawar. I am Assistant Resident Commissioner Delhi for Arunachal Pradesh government. My question is for Dr. Jay Kumar. Sir, like you mentioned that there were people who were JCB workers and Anganwadi workers who were under trauma. But when we prepare for any, like we do preparedness exercises in district and we prepare for many scenarios, but we can never prepare somebody for a trauma.
Yeah.
So how do we go about it? Because we say that we did some exercise for de-traumatizing, but I was a naval officer before, and I remember when I was part of Cyclone Ukhi, we had to get our body, and when we threw a rope, the body just sliced. And I know I'll never forget that sight for the rest of my life. I resigned from Navy after that because it was such a trauma. So you can never de-traumatize somebody. So how do we prepare somebody for that?
Thank you for that question. Specific to ICDS, this is actually one area which is actually very important because, see, first and foremost, psychosocial is a cross-cutting area. It involves multi-department sectors. For example, in COVID-19, we worked with 26 departments. I mean, what is that actually to do with psychosocial and port authorities or airport authorities? We have been actually training airport emergency staff during the COVID actually that. So it actually cuts across disasters, population, scenarios, one. Second is the Women and Child Development Department is actually one of the important major component, like what Sarabjit was talking about during the Kerala floods. How we were actually closely involved with not actually only taking care of the children, the people who are taking care of the children also, the caregivers. So the ICDS is actually a major component who essentially not only looking at the children with the 0 to 5, actually essentially the motor skills and all those things, but they are also actually a major caregiver who understands the community, who has a larger connection with the community and the roots. So they are actually, we always found actually that they are one of the most connected people in the community who can actually buffer the presence, mere presence for them is actually, that's what makes this. So there are actually certain very specific strategies of care these Anganwadi people can actually go and impart. See, you can't expect them to be an expert there. So what is that actually at that point of time, they can do it. So there are actually certain modules are available, which is widely actually used. Presently, we are using it with the different scenarios in different states, like Orissa, Kerala. So there is actually a set level 1, level 2, level 3. I think actually there is actually somebody from ICDS whom we have trained as actually at the officer level, who is there here in the present actually that she can actually talk about that. So they need to be actually told actually that what is that they have to do it immediately, what is that they have to do it during the relief time, what is that now we are actually telling them what is that they have to do it during the rehabilitation. Last week I was in in Wayanad. Though we were actually exactly telling this ICDS, CDPOs, district level officers on what is that actually they need to look into it. See, this sensitization is actually not a one-time sort of an activity. It needs to be actually a timeline sort of an activity. Because they are not expert, I mean, they are not actually meant like me to do this. They have other things to carry out. So the integration of this component into your plans and programs regular capacity building is important, but that is actually during the non-disaster time. But during the disaster time, you need to actually have a specific protocols to do it. That is exactly actually that to be done. So you have to actually dissect actually that pre, during, post sort of a thing, and which is actually guidelines is also talking about it. Only thing is that you need to take it up actually on a smaller sort of a thing, because Anganwadi workers, ICDS workers are also overwhelmed with too many things actually, right from election duty to anything. So you need to actually build, so we are building actually small capsules for them, not actually that big sort of a thing. So that's what exactly like a chai pani burger. It's not actually like a thali. So this is a thali actually, that guidelines. So let us actually give actually chai pani nashta for them. So that will be actually the best.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you. Anybody?
I am from Kanyakumari,
Yeah.
and so I would like to ask Mr. Jay Kumar sir for the emergency disaster time. Is
Where
the
are you, yaar? Where are- कहाँ हो आप?
मैं
खड़े हो जाइए
कन्याकुमारी,
जरा।
मैं इधर है.
Oh, either, okay,
इधर
okay.
इधर किधर? अच्छा हाँ.
Acha, yeah. Even
Yes sir, we can. हम पीछे देख रहे हैं
Yes,
आपको।
I would like to talk with Mr. Jay Kumar sir. So it's the main part of the emergency physician. Yeah, please give me what are the contents there, and what about the, please explain to all the people for the emergency physician. They do all the things inside, please.
Yeah, Dr. Pradeep is also here. So we have been actually cutting across India. We are actually doing a very massive program from the ministry on hospital disaster management program for all levels. This is actually just not actually the emergency physician, all the surgeons, civil surgeons, all the PHC staff, all the medical superintendents, all those people who are actually hospital disaster. So last time we meet actually every time in online, AIMS, even we are actually training actually AIMS doctors. So this is a model which actually covers for multidisciplinary medical professionals. So clear cut actually that this is, I think Dr. Pradeep can actually answer that. Yeah.
So what Jaykumar sir was just telling out, from the ministry we have a central sector scheme. That means we are totally funded by Government of India, wherein we are going to the states and we are training the people on two aspects. One is on hospital disaster preparedness and response. So to different categories of workers, maybe a doctor, a nurse, or a paramedics, exactly what they need to for a disaster. Suppose a disaster strikes inside the hospital. So what kind of actions that they have to take place in? Or suppose there is a fire in the hospital. So what actions they are supposed to take place? So those are some of the things, trainings, that's a 7 days training. And we are training through around 12 training institutes throughout the country, wherein people are enrolled and people are being trained through. This is one part of emergency management. The second part, we have another course curriculum for, we call it with the National Emergency Life Support. This is very specific kind of technical training. One is for the doctors for different kind of emergencies. It can be a surgical emergency, it can be a gynecological emergency, like a poisoning can be there. So different emergencies are there on which these doctors are trained on mannequins, and so that exactly how to intubate. That is a basic thing which we generally face with. Many of the doctors who are not there in the emergency room may not be aware of. Anesthetists, they call an anesthetist, please come and help me for an intubation. So these are some of the things which we do it for the doctors. For the nurses, exactly what all actions we are expecting from the nurses. So those are some of the things which is a 2.5 days course, and also similarly for the paramedics. So these are some of the ways through which we are trying to impart that emergency physician course.
Thank you very much.
Added to that,
Thank you. No more question, please.
Thank you very much for
With
the all expression.
lunchtime, you can, all the panelists will be here for the lunch, and you can, one-to-one, you can ask the questions, and you can get satisfied with the answers. Because I got the message from Dr. Ganeshta that you have to wrap up by 12:30. Am I right? So it is already 12:30. So as we conclude this insightful technical session, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all our esteemed panelists for their valuable inputs and expertise. There are some, I also have some questions which I will ask during the lunchtime, but some key takeaway from this session include, one, the bridging the gap between policy and practice. That's very, very important. Guideline exist, but their integrations into a real-time required is stronger implementations mechanism at all level of governance. It is a state level, it is a district level, or it is a national level. Second point will be creating a specialized workforce, as Dr. Chetna has highlighted. Until unless we don't create a specialized force, it will be difficult. Dr. Jha has already said that Anganwadi worker, ASA worker is too much overloaded with other works. So how long we are going to give them this type of job? You have to create. Disaster management required creating a pool of expertise. So this is the time, it is a new workforce required to be created between the NGO, civil societies, Abda Mitras are there. When disaster is not there, if we can give little bit of training to Abda Mitra, I think it's going to go a long way. My third point will be at developing a rapid deployment mechanism. Immediately, if something required, because it is not relief centric. When something happened, it is always how to shelter, how to give them a ration, food, water, how to rescue people. The people left this part. This is मानसिक वाला जो part है वो लोग छोड़ देते हैं. So how to immediately develop the rapid deployment mechanism, that is very, very urgent. And fourth point, I will say, enhancing public awareness and community engagement. Should not be limited to professional only. We need to train all communities and their resilience building program. We have to take up this resilience building program at the community level by all the stakeholders. And that, as I said, it is a national vision, but action is at local level. We can make guideline from here. Ministry of Health and Family Welfare can make a guideline, two guideline, SOP every year we issue, but until unless at a local level it is not implemented, there's no use to it. So thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your kind help and kind support. All the way.
Thank you, sir. Before we disperse, I humbly request you to please give the token of appreciation to all the panelists.
Most certainly, Doctor.
And thank you, audience, for being so engaging and asking questions. You're most welcome.
Ramesh Babu, I got your message with me. You can ask the question. Okay? This is for you. Thank you. Pradeep ji, this is for you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Chetna ma'am, this is for you. Thank you very much. So let's take one photograph together and then we'll find. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. Disaster response is strongest when agencies work in sync, because in a crisis, coordination saves life. As we move into technical session 2, we shift our focus to the power of partnership. It is my honor to invite our esteemed panel on the stage. Moderating this discussion is Dr. Krishna S. Vatsa, member NDMA. Joining him on the panel are Shri Vijay Nehra, Joint Secretary at Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, leading national initiatives in health systems strengthening. Colonel Kirti Pratap Singh, Senior Military Officer with expertise in disaster response and coordination. Dr. Nitish Kumar Singh, Deputy Commandant, NDRF, specializing in disaster medical preparedness. And Dr. Rajendra K. Dhamija, who will be joining us shortly. I request you all to please come on the stage.
Give me
thank you. We are being efficient and we looking at various aspects of the delivery of psychosocial services. And this session actually focuses on how the agencies come together to deliver the service. I mean, we agree that we have all the tools and the methodologies and a recognition of the needs of the delivering psychosocial services. The critical thing is how do we come together to deliver the service. It requires coordination at 3 levels. One, the central government and the state governments need to come together, and then we coordinate with the district administration and the community workers. So that's one way of coordinating it. The other way is when we interact laterally, that when we, NDMA, Ministry of Health, NDRF, and other responder agencies come together and get their acts together. And believe me, this is the most difficult part. And we keep talking to each other, but I would say that we are yet to evolve into a well-coordinated mechanism. This is an area that requires a lot of work, and in the workshop today and tomorrow, we will touch upon various aspects of the coordination. Too many experts, but little coordination. So this is something, a big challenge for us. So here we have 4 panelists, and I request them to just share their impressions and suggestions, how we can work together, how we have delivered, what are the issues that come up. We have Mr. Vijay Nehra, he is Joint Secretary from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Colonel Kirti Pratap Singh from the NDMA, he actually leads the coordination of all the disasters in NDMA. He is the first to ascertain the magnitude of disaster and the need for various kinds of support. Dr. Rajendra Dhamiza, who is the Director IVAS, and he has been working with us for quite some time. And Dr. Nitish Kumar Singh, he is also the DC SMO in DRF. So very experienced panel, and I request now Mr. Vijay Nehra to go first and share your impressions. Thank you. Do you have a PowerPoint presentation? Okay, fine, thank you. You can speak from here also. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Shri Vats, my esteemed fellow panelists, senior members and officials of NDMA, and all of the participants for this workshop. I do not have a presentation and I do not have long remarks to make. I'll be making very brief remarks in 3 parts. First of all, I begin by thanking NDMA for taking the lead in organizing this workshop and for reaching out to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, which was initially done by a letter to invite our Secretary Madam to participate in the conference. As it happened, a decision was taken that the Ministry will become a joint organizer, as a result of which the Ministry is represented fully today here. In almost all of the sessions, at least for today, there will be representations from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It goes without saying that when we are talking about post-disaster mental health, and specifically in this session when we are talking about synergy, I think this was a very good first step that was taken. I'm not sure, but I think probably for the first time that the National Disaster Management Authority and the Central Mental Health Authority, as the chairman was present here during the inaugural session, would have come together formally at the highest level. So that's a good step. Having said that, let us all be very clear and mindful of the fact that having a workshop in Vigyan Bhavan, Delhi is just a very small necessary first step. In no way is it a sufficient condition for being able to achieve synergy at the ground level. As Sri Rajendra Singh ji has very well spoken during the earlier session, that it's easy to frame guidelines sitting here, but it's almost a certainty that these guidelines are not going to reach sufficiently at the ground level. And most of the guidelines that I have come across and seen, they are textbook cases of how not to communicate. In government, the biggest challenges are coordination and communication. Probably a few decades back, both disaster management and mental health were neglected issues in our country. Fortunately for us, today we have the National Disaster Management Authority, we have an Institute for Disaster Management Training, and we have, of course, what we all know, the National Disaster Response Force. And we have now one of the best professionally managed disaster management institutionalized programs anywhere in the world. Not only are we taking care of disasters within the country better than ever before, we are also being able to reach out in our immediate neighborhood and sometimes in our extended neighborhood, and that is also helping us do a kind of a diplomacy which helps us in our national security objectives. Similarly, the mental health aspect has been neglected for long, but now we have in place a national mental health program. We have a suitably legislated legal framework in the form of the Mental Health Care Act, and we have several programs and policy interventions. And of course, we know we have some of the best institutes, NIMHANS being the leading example. We have several other institutes. So in second part of my remarks, I will try to very briefly, at the risk of repetition, share what is the structure of the National Mental Health Program. As you are all aware, we have at the tertiary level, we have central institutes like NIMHANS, we have another institute in Ranchi and a third one in Northeast catering to the northeastern part of our country. Then we had a program in which we have created 25 centers of excellence, and every center was given a budgetary support of 30 crore rupees. I do not know how many of you are aware about these tertiary care institutions and centers of excellence that have been created. For augmenting the availability of HR, we have a dedicated scheme in which we are increasing the number of seats in our medical colleges for psychiatrists and the number of psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, social workers in the field of psychology. And now I think very soon we are going to be able to bridge the gap that we had in the availability of human resources. For the secondary care at the district level, we have the district mental health program. In all of our 36 states and union territories, we have a cell at the district level where a team of trained psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, ably assisted by all of the people that they require, they have been put in place. In all likelihood, I would like to believe that they are not being fully utilized because probably the level of awareness that we need to have about them doesn't exist. We have been able to integrate mental health into the entire national health mission, due to which we have a capability to provide basic mental health services at the PHC level, sub-center level, and at the community health centers. Last but not the least, is a 2-year-old program, the National Tele Mental Health Program, where the Telemanas helpline 14416, that is operational. 53 cells are working. Every cell has 25 to 30 full-time trained manpower being in place. I do not know what is the level of awareness at the ground level about all of these initiatives. It is certainly increasing, but I would say it is certainly not enough. So the first thing that we need to do, that we need to put in place capacity building programs and training programs where all of our first responders are made aware about these resources that are available. In my last part of my remarks, I would like to bring to your attention that how much of training and capacity building of NDRF can substitute for the capacity building of the local communities. Whatever strengths we may cultivate in the National Disaster Response Force or the SDRFs, in all likelihood, the first responders will be people from the community in an actual disaster situation. If we were to depend on district administrators or district magistrates or district superintendents of police to know all of these guidelines and all, probably we are working the wrong way. We have to work in a manner so that the local community is empowered. In case of a disaster situation, the population, the people who are getting impacted, and the resources that are available. If we can put in place a mechanism that it gets triggered on its own without the intervention of any third entity, then it is likely to be more successful, because all said and done, in case of a disaster, by the nature of human beings, what is visible would acquire precedence over mental health issues. So we should be able to put in place mechanisms in which dedicated, well-trained, well-equipped resources will be able to reach out to the community, and the people who are impacted will be able to reach out to the resources available, and they will be able to take care of post-disaster mental health issues. I would conclude by thanking NDMA for making us part of this entire deliberation, and I certainly look forward to more such engagements going forward, and also look forward to the possibility of putting in place SOPs as also a proper, well-designed and well-defined training program in which all of our first responders are trained in being able to access all of these resources that are available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nehra. That was a great intervention, and we really appreciate it. And in fact, we are working along these lines. Our main effort is to prepare a large cadre of community responders. Guidelines, of course, are important tools, but we understand that we need to disseminate the tools and techniques widely, and it's very good to know that we have a mental health unit in every district. We actually didn't know much about it. So we will definitely draw upon these services for reaching out to a large number of people. In the last 3 years, 4 years, I think COVID has given a big fillip to the whole effort. COVID really raised a lot of mental health issues, and we have been reaching out, and wherever we reach out, we get very good response. The idea is to give it a sustained momentum and devote some resources so that we organize training programs across the country and develop a good trained cadre of community level counselors. So thank you very much for your intervention. Now I request Colonel Kirti Pratap Singh. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll keep my comments very, very short, sir. As regards the operational perspective to the aspects of psychosocial support requirements, probably we can look at the issue on 3 different canvases. One is the immediate requirement which comes up in the initial duration of at the time of trigger till 72 hours, 3 days, or 96 hours, 4 days. That is the immediate requirement which we foresee. And thereafter we have the short-term requirement followed by a medium or long-term requirement. As regards the initial requirement where we see that operational section or people involved in operations have a major role to play, that is initial from 0 to 72 hours, the first task is probably to have a psychosocial support plan. With the decision being taken that does this plan require to be executed on-site or is it to be executed off-site initially and then slowly migrate to on-site. So in my understanding, 3 models exist. One is on-site, off-site and a hybrid model wherein initially you start providing the psychosocial support from a distant location and slowly gradually move it to the site. Then is the psychosocial assessment, that what is the actual need in that area. Now, if we take example of 2 distinct events, the situation which happened in Silkyara where people were stuck for a longish period of time versus situation which unfolded in Wayanad, probably the requirement of psychosocial support in both conditions is very, very different. In Silkyara, we had victims who were laborers who were working inside that tunnel. They themselves were there stuck, they required psychosocial support and also the immediate family which was there. Whereas in Wayanad, it was probably people who passed away, who were fatal casualties, their immediate families, and also people who lost their livelihood, their resources, their houses. They required a different kind of approach. Having seen that what kind of psychosocial support plan is required and having done the assessment, then probably comes the stage where we start identifying that from where do we pick up these teams. Probably getting one skill set at one place with one agency. In my little exposure at NDMA, I have not seen it. It is always that you require a team to be formulated from multiple agencies. So this kind of synergy between these agencies, it cannot be built when the disaster unfolds. It has to be done over a period of time. It's a continuous engagement process. That's how familiarity comes in each other, the faith comes in each other, and the team building happens. Then is the mobilization and deployment aspects. Now, I am talking about operational scenario of initial 0 to 96 hours, or to be precise, 0 to 72 hours. Resources are at premium at that point of time. If we require to move a team immediately to a place where rescue or response activities are happening at the peak, what kind of resources can be earmarked for these kind of teams, psychosocial support teams, which needs to be moved into the area of operations. Associated with this, then there need to be an induction plan, well rehearsed, people are aware so that moment the intimation is given, people are ready to move. And so is the induction plan. Now, all this is theory. How do we implement it on ground? We can implement it, we can write as many papers as we want, make as many guidelines. But then all speakers before me have highlighted one issue, that how to translate these things, wisdom which we have on paper, onto ground. For that to happen, probably, and I'm very sure that this will improve over a period of time now that we are seized of the issue. We need to mainstream this aspect, and where operations division can contribute towards is that we have all states we go through, we make them go through a mock exercise every year. Minimum one state is, every state is doing it once in a year, at times it is more than once. So probably Ops division in NDMA, I'm very serious about it, that we can really consider including this aspect also when we start asking for the disaster management plan at district level and at state level, at facility level, so that the issue gets highlighted and they also start thinking, yes, that these are important issues, and in all major disasters, these kind of interventions are required. The existing disaster management plans at district level and state level, I don't recollect having seen any plan which specifically talks about a psychosocial support plan included in. Yes, they do touch upon this issue, but how that will get executed, probably that requires little expansion and more efforts into it. From the operational perspective, I'll conclude by giving 4 principles in our understanding which needs to be followed. One is that it has to be timely. It needs to be at the place where it is required, at the time it is required. It has to be adequate, not under-provisioned or over-provisioned. It has to be appropriate. The cultural sensitivities and various other aspects need to be taken care of. And it has to be inclusive. There need not be a situation where some section of population is left out and some population is overstretched. With that, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that was very, very practical. What is important is that when at the central level we are talking to the state governments and at the district government, there is a certain amount of sensitivity. So it's basically if someone who is very trained in this area is talking to the counterpart at the state level and the district level, it's much easier. When you talk to a regular disaster manager, the response is very different.
Yes,
the people have been counseled once, and as if the counseling is just one-off activity, or and that's the end of it. It does not end like that. The second thing is that the circumstances that are accompanying the disaster make a huge difference to the quality, the scale, the length of the service. Look at Wayanad, it happened in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock, huge rains, mountains collapsing, people taken completely by surprise, 400 people buried underneath. Look at, if you just imagine the kind of trauma that people must have gone through, and how should we organize the service? Just one-off, or it has to be something, this is something that will last with them for the rest of their lives. It is so enormous. So the scale of the disaster is an extremely important thing to keep in mind while we are organizing these services. So again, this requires a very conscious planning at our end. So thank you, and now I move to Dr. Rajendra Dhamija, Director, IVAS. Thank you. You have been a great practitioner for a long, long time, so thanks for sharing your insights.
Thank you, and NDMA and Vatsab and Rajendra Singh ji and Saifi Saab for inviting me, and respected co-panelists, Nera Saab, Colonel Saab, Nitish ji, and ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity. We have been working with NDMA and NIDM during the COVID times for the capacity building and for the services being provided during the crisis times. So I represent, I wear many hats, but I represent the Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Sciences, New Delhi, which is the largest neuropsychiatric hospital in Asia. Around 3,000 outpatient patients coming every day as we speak. Still there are 1,000 and 1,500 patients waiting to be seen in my OPD in Delhi. 52% of our patient clients are from UP and neighboring states, and rest of them are from the Delhi. Having said that, IVAS is one of the 46 mental health institutions in the country, which Nera Saab alluded, under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare with different programs. I also wear the hat of a first responder, myself being a volunteer at the Crisis Intervention Center at Sumatri during my MBBS days, and then as a trainer for the first responder and community responders at that time, and I continue to do that training programs for the different crisis intervention centers. So being first-hand experience in that, and we have worked a lot during COVID-19 and before that in the tsunami for providing psychosocial support and improving the mental health literacy. So destigmatization and improving the mental health literacy has been very, very important core point for our services, so that we can improve upon the demand. There is a need, but there is less demand. So obviously we are aware of that the patients and the clients and the sufferers do need psychosocial support, or post-traumatic stress disorder people, where they are exposed to natural disasters which are inevitable at times, and we have to provide them services but the demand may not be as it should be, which is required. So that is something very, very important. COVID-19 has taught us many, many things. It has been challenging 3 years for us, and it has taught us how the mental health issues can affect our daily life and our futures in terms of children, in terms of adult, in terms of elderly, in terms of social isolation, in terms of restriction of movements, in terms of accessibility, availability, affordability of the services. So that was times when we have learned a lot and we have come along, and thanks to NIDM and NDMA for helping us and working with us during that time. I'll just touch upon, because this session is, the theme is the synergy. So I'll touch upon one thing which Nera Saab started on Telemanas. So Telemanas is the one of the largest public health scheme from the Government of India in the world. It started on the World Mental Health Day on 2022, or 10th of October 2022. The IBHAS was the first of centers to start with. The Honorable Chief Secretary of Delhi came and inaugurated the service at IBHAS. So there are 53 cells, and a wonderful example of synergy between the federal government, the central government, the state government, the district administration, and the mental health institutions as such. So there is a whole lot of vertical and the back and forth referral system, which has 3 arms. Why I am doing this? Because the IBHAS being in Delhi, the center of Delhi state cell for providing 24/7 the tele-mental health services. Initially, we were having the same as a crisis intervention center of IBHAS, which was converted into the Telemanas cell of Delhi state. So we have around now 18,000 calls till date, and we get around 50 calls every day, which are user initiated, and we have many life stories or lived examples of preventing suicides and preventing mental health issues in our population in this part of the country. IBHAS is not only the Delhi state cell, but it is also regional center for 7 states, which is largest states like Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand, and Daman. So that's a huge responsibility for us to train and to run the cells in the state levels and at the different levels. Jammu and Kashmir, I would like to highlight, this has got the largest number of calls in the country. So there is more of awareness in that area, more of need in that area, and people demand it, and that is very, very heartening to see that the Jammu and Kashmir stands out, having 10 times more calls than any other cells, including IBHAS. So I personally go there every 6 monthly and see how they work and how they can get so many calls 10 times than Delhi state, and how we can learn from them. And that is something which is a very good example, sir. And Ministry of Health and Family Welfare needs compliments for starting this program, which is the largest in the world. IBHAS is also mentoring institute for all these centers, where we give training for online training and in-person training for many of these cells. And each of cells have 20 counselors. 20 counselors for each cells, and they are under there are 3 tiers of this system. So anybody who calls up 14416, the call goes to the same state cell, and from there the counselor takes up the call and engages the client or the patient. And in case there is a serious issue, the same call in the real time is transferred to the psychiatrist. Same call in the real time. So the psychiatrist takes over, and then he talks to the patient and talks to the client. And then the third tier is, in case the psychiatrist feel that this person is at risk of self-harm or at risk to the others, the same person is brought to the hospital, the nearest district mental health hospital, or the tertiary institution like NIMHANS, IBHAS, Ranchi, and Tejpur. So this 3-tier system is a very, very robust system, which is run by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, NIMHANS Bangalore, IIIT Bangalore, and National Health Resource System in Delhi. So this is a synergy between different stakeholders, and I'm very anxious that NIDM should also and NDMA should also join hands with institutions like IBHAS, NIMHANS Bangalore, and we can work together to make a program for the community first responders. We are very eager to help train people at different levels of their expertise. Having said that, there is another which comes from the Government of India, Niti Aayog and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, which is the National Task Force on Brain Health, which includes the mental health also. And last year, the Niti Aayog with the Government of India constituted this National Task Force on Brain Health, taking cognizance of mental health problems and the treatment gap, which can be as high as at 80% in different parts of the country. And that treatment gap has to be covered up, and the National Task Force mandate is to develop that program plan and action plan for the country to bridge that treatment gap and to develop the capacity building. And that the National Task Force is chaired by me. I'm the chairperson of that National Task Force on Brain Health, with the representative from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, ICMR, different ministries, and the AIMS and the NIMHANS Bangalore, and the private psychiatrists and the neurologists of the country. So that task force is working tirelessly for last 1 year, and then they're coming up with an excellent program of district brain health clinics with the mental health. And we have taken up 16 districts as a pilot project in the aspirational district program of Niti Aayog, which are the backward districts. Out of 350, we have taken 16 as a pilot project to strengthen the mental health services, including the disaster management, in those districts where IBHAS and me personally are very passionate about developing. IBHAS is training all these 16 centers, district brain health professionals, so that this can take off. And once it is successful pilot, after 3 to 6 months, the whole country, this will be rolled out in the whole country. This is just a provisional report which I am sharing with you. The final report has to come up and will be taken up by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So these are something, the lived examples of synergy between different stakeholders and the mental health institutions, and where we can work together in terms of crisis and in terms of disasters. So these are some of the views which I thought probably I would share with the NDMA, and IBHAS is looking forward to work with you for these challenging times. And I'm glad that you have taken up this initiative and invited us. As usual, we have been working with you. Thank you very much for inviting.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think this is so encouraging. You have set up such an excellent infrastructure, and the people who have lived through very difficult circumstances are taking benefit of this service. I would just like to mention that the situation that is created by disasters, a situation of mass grief, is a little different from other situations. So it's also very important to recognize the specific demands raised by such situations and train people accordingly. So while we use the same infrastructure, we need to have a slightly different orientation, and I would very much request that when we work together in setting up.
We did the same in COVID times.
Yes, yes. So we would definitely like to reorient this little bit to meet some differentiated needs arising out of disasters. So now I will move to Dr. Nitish Kumar Singh. Perhaps you can share your insights with long experience of responding to disasters. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, sir, giving me a chance to speak here. Myself, Dr. Nitish Kumar Singh, Deputy Commandant, NDRF. आज हम बात करेंगे आपदा के बारे में, कि आपदा के बाद जो मेंटल हेल्थ का जो इफ़ेक्ट होता है, विक्टिम से तो होता ही होता है, उसके साथ साथ हमारे हेल्थ वर्कर, हमारे ट्रूप्स और हमारी टीम जो वहाँ पे काम करने जाती है, उन पे भी बहुत ही इफ़ेक्ट देता है, उनके मेंटल हेल्थ पे। लेकिन जो भी हमें असाइन टास्क होता है, उसे तो हमें पूरा करना ही है, अपने ट्रूप्स का मेंटल हेल्थ पे ध्यान रखते हुए, और हमें उस टास्क को पूरा करना पड़ता है। कई ऑपरेशंस हमारे 10 दिन, 15 दिन और लंबे चलते हैं, जिसकी वजह से बॉडी डिकम्पोज हो जाती है, तो तरह तरह की चीज़ें हमारे ट्रूप्स को देखने को मिलती है, तो उनके मेंटल हेल्थ पे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट ना हो, इसके साथ साथ हमें अपने टास्क को पूरा करके आना पड़ता है। तो हम आज इसी पे बात करेंगे। द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ मेंटल रेजिलेंस, इट इज ए इनविजिबल wound, disaster impact individual deeply, often in the ways that are not visible in the first glance. Mental resilience vs physical courage. Building mental resilience is equally important as showing the physical courage during the recovery. Role of the supervisor. Supervisor play a critical role in the guidance their team through the trauma and recovery process. Impact on the performance. Mental well-being directly influences the individual and the team performance in stressful situations. Boosting morale, supporting the mental health initiative can significantly improve the team morale post-disasters. And recovery speed. Good mental health can escalate recovery times for individual and the team after traumatic event. Now we are going to talk about the reaction after the disaster. कि वो कॉमन क्या क्या और रिएक्शन होते हैं जब हम डिजास्टर के बाद जो हमें देखने को मिलता है विक्टिम्स में और जो हमारे हेल्थ वर्कर्स में, लाइक फैटिग्यू, हेडेक, स्लीप डिस्टर्बेंस, कन्फ्यूजन, फ्लैशबैक, फियर, एंगर, एंग्जाइटी, नमनेस एंड गिल्ट. अब हम बात करेंगे अपने ट्रूप्स के बारे में. जो हमारे ट्रूप्स जो है वहाँ से आने के बाद क्या क्या स्ट्रगल करते हैं और हमें उन्हें कैसे इंडिकेट करना है, क्या क्या उनमें साइन हमें देखने को मिलता है. तो हमें उनमें जो है विड्रॉल, ट्रूप्स में आइसोलेट देमसेल्फ फ्रॉम अदर्स, शोइंग ए लैक ऑफ इंटरेस्ट इन द सोशल इंटरेक्शन. इरिटेबिलिटी, इंक्रीज फ्रस्ट्रेशन और एंगर कैन बी साइन ऑफ अंडरलाइंग स्ट्रेस एंड ट्रॉमा. And risky behavior, engaging in dangerous activities, can indicate a need of coping machine and escape from the reality. Repeated or avoidant talk, constant discussing on any topic, alcohol or substance abuse, increase on substance abuse for coping and can signal deeper mental health issues. And visible exhaustion, sign of fatigue, both physical and mental, may be apparent in the troops. जो हमारी टीम लंबे समय तक काम करती है, एज ए टीम मेंबर हमें उन्हें मेंटल सपोर्ट भी देना पड़ता है ताकि हमारा काम जो है सुचारू रूप से चलता रहे और हमें गिवन टास्क को पूरा भी करना है. उसके लिए यू डोंट हैव टू बी ए साइकोलॉजिस्ट. Simply being aware, composed and approachable with the significant impact. Make a point to check casually but consistently. Try saying, how are you managing? I have noticed you have been a bit quietly late. Avoid saying, stay strong, don't dwell on it, you are okay, like this. Self-care strategies for the disaster workers. Personal resilience building, physical well-being support, and psychological decompression methods. These are the self-care strategies for the disaster workers. Now, हार्सेनिंग collectively strength for healing. जब भी हम कहीं से भी कोई भी टास्क कंप्लीट करके आते हैं तो हम उस ट्रॉमा से कैसे निकलें, सबसे बड़ा तो उसके लिए हम भी बात करेंगे. उसके लिए हमें आपस में जो हमारी कम्युनिटी होती है, हमें कम्युनिटी से यही मदद होती है और हमें अपने ट्रूप्स को कम्युनिटी से हेल्प कर रहे हैं. जैसे शेयर्ड मील्स, गैदरिंग फॉर द मील्स फॉस्टर कनेक्शन, सपोर्ट एमंग द इंडिविजुअल. इनफॉर्मल टॉक्स करें ताकि वो जल्दी से जल्दी उस ट्रॉमा से बाहर आ जाए. कैजुअल कन्वर्जेशन क्रिएट अ सेफ स्पेस फॉर एक्सप्रेसिंग फीलिंग थॉट्स. मूवमेंट एक्सरसाइज, सेलिब्रेट स्मॉल विंस, रिकॉग्नाइजिंग अचीवमेंट्स नो मैटर हाउ स्मॉल, बूस्ट द मोरल एंड मोटिवेशन. और हम ये कब देखें कि इसको नीड है बहुत जल्दी रेफरल की. रिकॉग्निशन सेल्फ हार्म रिस्क, इमीडिएट एक्शन इज नेसेसरी इफ देयर इज ए टॉक ऑफ सेल्फ हार्म. जैसे सुसाइड करने का आता है, इतनी बॉडी जो देख चुका है को उसको लगता है कि अब हमें सुसाइड कर लेनी चाहिए. तो इस अगर ऐसा हम थॉट देखते हैं तो हमें इमीडिएट जो है उसको रेफरल लेके उसको आगे साइकेट्रिस्ट के पास भेज के उसका कराना चाहिए. लॉन्ग टर्म विड्रॉल सिंड्रोम, observe aggregation on detachment, identify panic attacks, access severe nightmares. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. That was great. That was absolutely great. I mean, it's it's eye-opening. I think. I mean, we know that all the responders are under tremendous stress. Lieutenant General Hasnan actually referred to it in his speech, how the troops get affected. So the care of the responders and self-care of the responders is an extremely important issue. And I'm glad the NDRF recognizes this issue and takes care to ensure the well-being of the responders. So I think this is very important. I will just take one or two questions before I conclude this, so the floor is open. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Just introduce yourself briefly. I will come to you, ma'am. Please.
Sir, very briefly. Thank you, sir. My name is Ramesh Babu. I work with EFICOR. We are a community-based disaster management risk resilience organization. It's glad to see all those stakeholders coming together in this area of mental health. 2 decades ago, we used to talk about the mainstreaming disasters in development. Now we are talking about mainstreaming or institutionalizing the issues of disaster management, including mental health. Vijay sir said about having every district a center, training center. I would suggest if these training center can be extended to the CSOs in the district level and have a more collaboration and synergy, so because we have 5 areas of disaster management making resilient communities: early warning, first aid, rescue and evacuation, shelter management, and disaster management. If these services can be extended to those who are skilled, and those are the people who are first responders to the disasters, and also they can be skilled in the areas of mental health. Thank you, sir.
I'll just clarify, we don't have a training cell in every district. We have a mental health cell in every district, which is supposed to cater to patients. But I fully agree with your suggestion that we should put in place a mechanism where civil society organizations involved in disaster management, preparation, or resilience development, we can undertake a training of that, because we have a separate program where NIMHANS is undertaking training of trainers and putting in place a detailed training mechanism. So I really appreciate that suggestion and we take note of it.
Thank you. Thank you. And yes, ma'am.
Hello. Yeah. Sir, I'm a school teacher, and disasters do not knock before coming. And sir, I recall the experience of the bomb hoax calls that happened in Delhi schools. Sir, do we, as teachers, we do not feel confident enough to handle such situations? Thankfully, it was a hoax call. God forbid it had been a real situation. I think this is a great platform to request for such training sessions for teachers where we can synergize quick action, empathy, and building more resilience towards a young mind so that we can minimize the impact of such disasters, sir.
It's a great suggestion, and we will definitely like to respond to this. We definitely need to train the teachers how to deal with anxious situations, how to maintain calm, and at the same time be action-oriented. So we would definitely like to do something about it. Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing it up.
So we have a, from the NITI Aayog also, we have a school health program, and IBHAS runs school mental health initiative for the 30 government schools of Delhi. And we are training the teachers for the mental health issues and how to respond to such crisis. If something happens, I remember that parents' anxiety, yes, teachers' anxiety, yes, what is happening during those times. Even the hospitals also had the same hoax calls. At one stage, about 30 hospitals had the hoax calls, bomb hospital, including my hospital. So this is a training program which adds to the resilience and adds to the first kind of reaction and how to respond to that. I think that's a very good suggestion, should be taken up.
On a lighter note, it was one of the students only who was sending these.
Yeah, whatever. It is definitely a source. Yes. Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah, the last question.
Sir, very good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, my question is, like, in such situations, both the caregivers as well as the victim are in a mental state where mental health rehabilitation has to be given. But how do I measure whom to be given and whom not to be given? Because the victims are in large numbers. There might be injured, there might be people who are healthy, but still they might be going some degree of mental trauma. And whom to be prioritized?
We will discuss it in the next session, yeah. This is an area that requires the expertise, and there has to be an assessment. Who are the people who need, the priority of giving care. So this is something we'll discuss later. Thank you.
I just want to add one line only. There is a National Institute for Mental Health Rehabilitation in Bhopal, which has recently been started 3 months ago. And one of the mandates should be to handle the disaster management or mental health issues of disaster management.
Thank you. So thank you. I think we had great discussion. All the panelists were brilliant, very insightful, very sensitive, and I really thank them for sharing their impressions, knowledge, and experience. And thank you very much for participating in this. I think it's a great discussion that is going on.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we disperse, I would request you to please hand over the mementos to all the panelists. Thank you so much, sir. Now moving on to technical session 3. In disaster response, AI and data aren't just tools. They are game changers transforming how we predict, plan, and provide mental health support. In this session, we explore how emerging technologies, AI, and data analytics are reshaping the landscape of mental health planning and intervention in disaster settings. So for this session, I would like to invite Lieutenant General Atta Hasnain sir, member NDMA, a thought leader in strategic planning and disaster resilience. And joining him on the panel are Shri Saurabh Jan, Joint Secretary from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, who provides strategic leadership on public health policies and mental health initiatives in India. Mr. Imran Majid, Director, ADRA India, who leads humanitarian and disaster response program with a focus on community resilience and health. Mr. Anand Galapati, founder of MHPSS.net, who will be joining us virtually. A Maksase awardee, a medical anthropologist, recognized for pioneering work in mental health and psychosocial support in crisis setting. Dr. Rohit Verma from EBAS, a leading psychiatrist with expertise in disaster mental health and trauma-informed care. The emphasis is on using digital tools responsibly, upholding ethical standards, privacy, and inclusivity, while enhancing the precision and reach of psychosocial support in disaster risk reduction efforts. Now I hand over the mic to Lieutenant General Atta Hasnain, sir. Please do the honors. Thank you. Sir, one is joining virtually, sir. He is joining virtually. Sir, he has already joined. I just requested.
Online?
Yes, sir, online. He is joining from Sri Lanka, sir. From Sri Lanka.
Good afternoon. I have the onerous responsibility given to me by Rajendra Singh Saab that I should conduct the 1-hour session in 2 hours, right? So that you are hungrier than what you would otherwise be. And you can do justice to the lunch which is going to be served. So I have taken that order very literally and ensured that we will finish this session in 30 minutes, right? I can even do it in 10 minutes, but we'll do it in 30 minutes, not less than that. Starting off with, this is a fascinating subject which the organizers have chosen to give us. You know, the whole issue of data-driven disaster mental health planning on an AI and technology-driven platforms and interventions. It's not something which comes easily to mind that this is a domain which can also be touched upon by technology and especially by current technologies, AI particularly. This question which came in the last session at the end was a very, very interesting question. Someone would ask that question, the last question, which was passed on to our panel. It was on how do you discern who needs counseling, who needs assistance in a situation, in an environment in which you have multiple casualties, right? I can quote to you the example of the Balasore train tragedy. 290 people died, right? It took a fairly long time before these 200 antibodies could be recognized. There were lots of organizations, including Google, which helped in this entire thing. The Ministry of Telecommunications also came in, Department of Telecommunications also came in a huge way to identify them from based upon their mobile records, photographs from mobile records driven by AI. That's how the recognition took place. So it's a fairly long time. And it's a traumatic time for families, traumatic time for relatives, survivors who are injured themselves. Who needs assistance in such things? To my mind, I'm going to look for answers from our great panel that we have got with us. But here, from common knowledge, what can emerge immediately is that questionnaires in today's world, based upon, which are very intelligently formulated, based upon AI. AI itself will throw it up to you if it's based on, it's based on data which you hopefully will maintain from now onwards in much more disciplined ways. It can determine from the responses itself as to who really requires counseling and how much, to what degree, what type of counseling is really required. So mostly this is going to come to a great assistance in mass casualty events. And earthquakes is one of them. Landslides is the other one where you will have. And rail accidents of this kind, multiple rail accidents like the one which we had in Balasore. So I'm going to be looking towards the panel to give us many more answers. I've only given you just just one indicator of what we could possibly be looking for. We have a great panel here, and we've got Mr. Anand Galapati from the UNICEF also joining us online from Sri Lanka. May I start with, although ideally we would have had 15 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes at least for a panelist, I would request do not take more than 5 to 7 minutes to make your points. Just reinforce and give your points out. May not be very explanatory about them. Let's start with Shri Saurabh Jain, Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Lieutenant General Syed Ata Hasnain, respective panelists on this for this session. This is a very interesting session about data-driven disaster mental health planning. And I think this is one of the most, this is a very timely session because we know that how AI and data analytics are impacting every sector of our life. And more so in the case of disasters, I think how mental health can be streamlined into the disaster management. Data can play a very big part, not only in terms of the assessment of various mental health issues once the disaster strikes, but also the interventions that can happen and whatever outcomes are there, the assessment of the outcomes, and then to take up follow-up actions. This workshop, which has been given the title of Calm Amid Chaos, which is organized by the NDMA and UNICEF, this underscores the importance of this topic. The session, this particular session, we will be discussing about the various technological tools and data analysis for mental health needs assessment and interventions. Why mental health is central to disaster response? So there can be various reasons for that. One is that post-disaster, the kind of mental health issues that is being observed in the victims, that is 2 to 3 times more than as compared to the normal mental health issues. Moreover, we have seen that after the disaster strikes, the kind of psychosocial support that is being provided as of now, it doesn't cater to more than 10 to 15% of the victims of these disaster survivors. And the NDMA guidelines as well as the National Mental Health Care Act 2017 also streamlined and has also integrated the mental health response into the post-disaster. So that is why this mental health care is very, very essential for disaster responses. Shri Vijay Nehra has explained about the various kind of mental health care interventions that has been developed and rolled out by the ministry, so I will not go into that. under the framework of the National Health Mission, the disaster management health program is actually rolled out even at the sub-center level. So that serves as a first point of contact with the citizens, and even during the disasters that can play a very important role in providing the mental health support for these victims. The tele-mental health program, that is one of the digital interventions for providing disaster mental health support, is also can be leveraged for the victims post-disaster. This is also very important, especially for those persons, victims who are in the disasters which strike in the very underserved areas, where mental health tele-managed program can provide the mental health support counseling to these victims. And also one of the issues regarding the stigma that is associated with taking mental health care services, that can also be obviated through the tele-managed program. And it can also provide the cultural specific, because it is provided in different regional languages also, so it caters to the cultural requirements also of the victims that are awaiting for the mental health support post-disaster. There are more than 176,000 sub-centers which are operating in different parts of the country, which are the health personnel are being actually equipped to provide mental health support for the various patients. Why data can play a huge role in providing the mental health care access? So as of now, especially in the rural areas, the kind of psychological support, the kind of psychiatrist that is required is not more than 1 per 1 lakh population. And that is far below the kind of psychiatrist norms that is being prescribed by the WHO. And generally, the disasters happen in the very underserved and the remote areas. So in that respect, the kind of leverage technology provides for providing the mental health support is gaining more importance, and in the future it will be becoming more and more prominent. I will talk about some of the data and digital technologies and how they are transforming the disaster mental health. So the artificial intelligence and the data analytics can find out hotspots from the various information that is being captured through the responses on the tele-managed program, various social media posts, as well as through the electronic health records. And through these hotspots, they can identify which are the areas where the victims are there, which requires this kind of support, and the access can be provided. The tele-managed can develop the triage systems which can categorize the callers by the risk, ensuring that the urgent cases receive timely care. Real-time dashboards can be created which can integrate the data from the tele-managed, from the various social media posts, as well as from the digital surveillance systems to provide timely access and rapid response. Mobile apps can provide psychosociological support, as well as various kind of self-help resources, as well as the local services that are available in those areas. During COVID-19, we have seen the kind of impact that the telehealth has provided in terms of providing mental health support to the COVID-19 patients. They have ensured that the stigma issues can be taken care of, and the kind of response that the patients have given and this program has received tells that this kind of approach of telehealth programs is the future for mental health support. There are also digital modules can be leveraged in terms of providing training to various ASHA workers, the teachers and the volunteers in the psychological first aid. The virtual reality platforms can be used to train these workers, the teachers, who are actually augmenting the already available resource that is available for providing mental health support. The training modules for the frontline workers on various neurobiological impacts of trauma and structural intervention techniques are also very crucial. Local volunteers and the non-specialized personnel trained via digital platforms are crucial for early outreach and culturally sensitive care. In this regard, I will request the NDMA that they can develop these new guidelines which can integrate various kind of frameworks like the community support, the non-specialized interventions, and the specialist support which is supported by digital tools and data analytics. We have seen various examples of how the digital technology has helped in various disasters, whether it is the Kerala floods, where the digital screening tools has helped more than 10,000 people, the Balasore train accident, where the ministry has coordinated on-site trauma counseling through the district mental health teams, the COVID-19 pandemic, where telehealth has provided a lot of support. During the Wayanad landslide also, the community-based mental health support was provided by deploying the mobile teams for mental health care. There are certain ethical and practical considerations also which we should be taking into considerations while deploying the AI technologies. And one of them is ensuring the data privacy and the consent of the owner. The technology must be accessible irrespective of the place and irrespective of the language in which the victim wants that, and so that it should avoid any kind of inequalities while providing this kind of technological platforms. And integrated data systems and inter-agency coordinations are very essential to prevent overlap and ensure efficient use of resources. Developing an integrated SOP for disaster-affected states to ensure uniformity in disaster, mental health, and psychosocial support response is a key topic which should be discussed during the workshop, and based on that, some guidelines and SOP can come through. What is the roadmap? One is to build real-time integrated systems which integrate the mental health helplines as well as the surveillance systems, scale the digital training for community workers and volunteers to ensure a rapid and scalable response, deploy mobile mental health units, and strengthen partnerships in which CSR initiatives and various startups can be leveraged to provide new digital health, mental health solutions. I would like to say that India is at a very crucial moment, and by embedding the data-driven and technology-enabled mental health into the disaster response, we can ensure that no mind is left unattended. Healing psychological wounds as well as providing physical recovery is very, very important. Let's make calm amid chaos a reality through innovation, compassion, and collaboration. This workshop aims to bridge the gap between theory and practice, ensuring that the mental health and the psychosocial support becomes a core component of disaster management. I would like to congratulate the organizers for organizing this workshop. This has come at the right moment, and I sincerely believe that this kind of workshop will further stimulate various ideas which can be further refined and integrated into the various SOPs that NDMA can build, so that to provide a very effective mental health framework for post-disaster scenarios. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jain Saab. I think that was very, very comprehensive, the way you covered the manner in which your ministry is at the moment addressing the whole issue. Lots of information based, the fact 176,000 counseling centers at the moment, which you've got, the fact that you all are aware about data privacy and things like that. These are all very important aspects that you touch upon. I have only one suggestion for the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. You know, still the credibility of the system has to come about through awareness. You know, we can keep on driving technologies into all this, yet you will find hardly anyone in the street is aware of what the NDMA and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare are actually doing. The ministry has done a tremendous amount of work in COVID. Your achievements have been very, very marked, no doubt. But I would strongly suggest if a few case studies can particularly be drawn out, 3-4 case studies put out into the media, let people understand it, high-profile media here and there, they read about it, and you'll find that the credibility of the system will go up that much higher. People, the believability, oh, yeah, this is happening. Otherwise, the cynics, there are just far too many cynics in the system, which think that these technologies are alien, they cannot really contribute to a science such as this. So I do think that the awareness that is our own people who are involved with IEC should actually come into this in a bigger way and try and draw out, maybe they can make use of Tata Institute of Social Sciences and people like that, to draw out some of these case studies in the typical case study format and put them out into the environment for people to read and absorb them. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Imran Majid, from the Director, ADRA, India. Over to you, sir.
Thanks a lot, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I would like to first congratulate and thank NDMA, UNICEF, and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare to organize this vital and important discussion. This is very important for a discussion for which we have gathered together. I will not take much time. I will not sit between the lunch and the discussions. But since a lot has been already spoken from the technical aspect and the policy framework perspective, I would want to put around my thoughts from the community perspective, my experiences from the community perspective. While sitting on the back since morning, I was thinking about the households living in the Chor area of Assam who face floods every year. Every monsoon, maybe multiple times in a same year they face floods. They have not been able to I have visited some of the areas there personally, and I have seen households who have not been able to establish a regular house for themselves. So I was thinking of their mental health plight, like how they must be thinking and what must be going on in their mind about the uncertainties of when the next disaster will come, when will I establish my house and all that. So a lot of psychosocial support activities have been done by the humanitarian actors with these communities. Like one of them I want to quote here is the child-friendly spaces, establishing child-friendly spaces in the communities. I personally recall an experience where children themselves draw the whole narration, whole story of how the flood, how the community were trying to protect the embankments of the river, but how that river embankment broke, how that devastated their villages, how that took away their school books, education materials, everything. So I would say that was the data for us, but unfortunately we have lost the data. We don't have the traditional knowledge and we have not captured it anywhere. The traditional knowledge and traditional data that is there in the communities, we have not been able to capture that collectively till now. So that is where I see a major gap, and that is where I see the community-based data collection is very important. And the predictive analysis of mental health needs is very important, which helps in building on the anticipatory action. Because mental health needs are such, I would say, we should be anticipating it earlier and doing the early action, rather than waiting for the disaster to happen and then providing the then doing our response on the mental health support. Second, I would say the communities are using social media a lot. Everyone is using it. Social media is a very strong tool. So we need to do social media monitoring and sentiment analysis, because in all the disasters during the COVID also, we saw how people were using social media, how they were expressing their emotions, their anxieties, their traumas on the social media. Even in all the disasters, we saw similar cases of examples in Wayanad. Same thing was happening. So there is a need to do this analysis and build on this data, because this is data. This is the people, when people are expressing something on social media, this can help in planning for the mental health responses. Third, I would say is when I was thinking about these households in Assam, I was thinking that there is a need for long-term monitoring of mental health needs also. It's not just during the disasters or before the disasters, it's also post-disaster in the longer term, because there are people who are impacted by the disasters for a longer term. It just does not impact them once as an event and then goes away. It stays with them, and there are households who are constantly vulnerable in the context of disasters. Then there could be mobile applications, as Sir was saying, mobile applications that could be deployed to collect the data and also for responding to the needs of mental health needs of the people. But when we talk about the use of technology, there are the challenges also, like data privacy has been already indicated by sir. But at the same time, I would say one more challenge would be there is the humanizing the AI tools. Humanizing AI tools is very important because mental health is something which will need the humanized approach, humanized response. I don't think machines can provide a very humanized response to the mental health needs of the people. So there has to be a humanized approach when you use technology in the mental health responses. And also in the communities, the remotest areas of our country, access to digital tools could be difficult. And in most of the disasters we have seen, the technology also does not work well. Technology goes away. So how can we address those technological challenges also in the times of need to address and maintain the data? So I would like to stop here because sir has already given us the time. So thank you very much for giving me this time and opportunity to speak on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Imran Majid. I think in the very short time that you took, you were very, very effective in highlighting some of the very important issues. I mean, highlighting the Assam zone, the floods, is one of the very, very important things. It has not so far been mentioned and spoken about. The term which I was yesterday looking at from Google when I was researching this, the terminology was called family rhythm. Family rhythm is a beautiful word, beautiful term. Imagine a family's rhythm getting disturbed, which means your daily routine, daily life expectations, aspirations, your children, your finances, your resources, everything, there's no certainty about it. And that is what is trauma. It's not necessarily when you get hit by disaster. It's not the physicality of the hit which matters. It is exactly what Mr. Imran Majid just spoke about. I would say in the very near future, look at Los Angeles, look at the fires in Los Angeles, and see people living in those posh houses all along the Hollywood area, Hollywood area, all along the hills there. Can you imagine their state, the millions of dollars having put inside that, and then expecting that fire may just come in and engulf them, right? This is something which will happen to Uttarakhand in the future if we are not careful. Last year, we had this terrible fire in Almora, which was engulfing a couple of homes in this manner. You used a beautiful term, sentiment analysis. Very, very nice terminology. I'm learning, I'm just learning all this so beautifully. Sentiment analysis, a wonderful thing. A future subject for debate in schools could be humanized approach versus technical intervention in disasters, in psychosocial aspects. These are all the aspects which we need to look at very seriously. Thank you for having raised all of them. We now go to our third panelist. I think I'll go to the third panelist and make him the fourth panelist because he's online. So before him, I'll expect Dr. Rohit Verma to make his intervention at this stage. And we will go to Mr. Anand Galapati coming from Sri Lanka at the end. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me here. First of all, I am Rohit Verma from AIMS, Delhi. So there is no doppelganger of mine in IBAS, hopefully. I will just make all my learned speakers have already talked about a lot of things of ethics and AI modeling approaches for handling disaster-related mental health issues. I just want to bring forth one aspect of psychiatry. I am a clinician, I am a teacher, and most of the I do research. So my administrative abilities are very, very limited. So I might not be that great in advising from that aspect. When you talk about mental health issues, disaster or non-disaster, you need to understand that when you're talking about it, depression, anxiety, and stress are three separate things. When you're talking about disaster-associated mental health issues, you're not talking about depression actually, on which the majority of AI models have already been built. You're talking about stress and anxiety there, on which there is a very poor understanding of AI modeling approaches. So that approach needs to be considered when you're making a model which AI can use to handle either mitigation, preparedness, response or recovery approach for disasters. So that is one aspect which I think needs to be understood, that the handling of stress and anxiety is not a forte of just a forte of psychiatrists or psychologists. That is something which non-trained personnel can also do. For that, you do not require a psychiatrist who is 1 in 1 lakh or whatsoever in the country. You can actually train non-psychiatrists, even lay individuals, to manage such kind of psychosocial states, which would be much more beneficial to handle when you are providing relief for disasters, which is something which will inadvertently happen or one or time or the other. So that is one big thing that I would just add, and that would be all from my side. Thank you, sir.
Nevertheless, you spoke for a short while, but I think you made a very important point. And you're reinforcing what has been spoken about since morning, community. That maybe within the community, there can be generalists, there can be normal people, there can be just family members who are sensitive to it. You need sensitivity in this. You can't just have an insensitive person trying to counsel someone, right? You need a degree of sensitivity, and I don't think you require to have great expertise. It can be rudimentary to an extent to allow community counseling, or the community to come to rise to the occasion and be able to counsel the various victims in situations of this kind. I can tell you from my own experience from the armed forces, we depend a lot on religion, right? In every unit of ours, behind 120 people, 120 soldiers of one community or one religion, we have a religious teacher. And religious teachers make a huge difference in this. We are making in the army, we make use of our religious teachers as our counselors. So if someone has got a problem, someone's got a trauma, someone's got something or the other, he can always go and sort of take a reference to the religious teacher. So that's also one domain of looking at this. Thank you very much for your intervention here. I go to the last speaker, Mr. Anand Galapati. I hope we can contact him easily.
Yes, can you hear me?
Thank you, good to see you there.
Oh, great, thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I apologize for not being present in person. I would have loved to have been there. I was glad to see a few familiar faces, old friends on the earlier panels. And of course, the conversations are very close to my heart as a practitioner based in Sri Lanka. I'm not going to be talking about some of the more operational issues that I as a part of my daily work, but really focusing on, I've been asked to speak about another aspect of my work over the last 15 or more years, which has been to be a part of the founding and running of a global platform for MHPSS knowledge exchange and support to coordination in emergency settings. I know that this is a slightly different context to that which most of us work in our daily lives, whether it's at a national level or a regional or community level. But I think that some of the lessons perhaps from this may have some relevance to the challenge we have about accessing knowledge and resources, technical resources, and also kind of the role that digital or online platforms can play in that. So I'll just take you very quickly through some of my slides so that we have a little time for questions at the end. So just to say that the origins of the MHPSS.net platform really come from a critical juncture in the field of MHPSS. So around the time of the creation of the global consensus that created the term MHPSS in 2007, we had a lot of challenges overall in the field globally. People who were implementing had very limited access to technical resources. Remember, the internet was not as well populated as it was today. So tools, guidance, evaluations, lessons learned were hard to come by, and particularly so in the global south, outside of, in contexts where we didn't have major infrastructure, we didn't have access to journals easily and so on. There was also very limited opportunities for knowledge flows tended to be from the global north to the global south, And a lot of the work that we were doing in countries like Sri Lanka, Palestine, Uganda, South Africa, etc., was not making its way to similar contexts in the region or indeed to the global north, right? Then there was also just a challenge around practitioners finding each other and being able to exchange learning at national, intra-regional, and global levels. And then when it came to implementation of humanitarian responses, especially with mental health and psychosocial support, there was a lot of fragmentation, very poor coordination, and also a real lack of information management. So it was really in response to this that some colleagues started looking at what exists, trying to figure out what kinds of networks might work for knowledge exchange and coordination. And they looked around the world at kind of very local models, but also regional models. And in 2007, ran a bunch of pilots, including face-to-face meetings, local, national level networks, but also very crucially for our story, tried an online platform. And you have to remember in 2007, it was, this is quite early on. Facebook itself was, still didn't have a large number of followers. People were just starting to come to terms with this. And actually, as we realized that there was this huge potential that the internet offered, we actually faced a lot of skepticism from our colleagues, mental health colleagues, who said, well, especially in low resource settings, there won't be good coverage. How are people going to access this? And so on. But in 2009, December, we launched the first version of this website. And within 2 weeks, the Haitian earthquake took place, which was devastating and had a huge humanitarian response. And what I like to call not the proof of concept, but a reassurance that the concept was valid, came by the fact that the responders used this brand new website, which at that time was not very good. It didn't do much. You couldn't comment. You could just upload and download resources. But they used it for coordination, information sharing, and for resource sharing. Encouraged by this, we set up a new version by July 2011, and in 2012 received some innovation seed funding to establish the proof of concept. And I'll tell you a little bit about the fact that how this worked in fact. So the approach taken by MHPSS.net was that we were looking at a digital platform that was trying to improve access to people, other colleagues, to resources, technical resources, and to knowledge, learning, exchange, insights, experience. And we recognize that a platform like this could not replace existing groups that existed at national, local, or even regional levels, but needed to complement and strengthen them. So it was a platform on which existing networks were encouraged to join so that they could connect with each other, complementing, not replacing. And trying very much to have as the thread that goes through this, the issues of field-based practitioners, right? And a key element from the experience we had and the vision we had was that we understood that the technology was a tool and it was trying to bring on board existing communities and grow communities of practice of within certain professions, but also across different professions and across different contexts, right? Now, the interesting thing, and I think many of you who have worked with digital tools but our mental health practitioners realize that sometimes it's very hard for us to learn how to use this and how to work with service providers, with developers, and it can be a costly and quite sometimes a painful process. But in the course of this, we learned that rather than often create new platforms from scratch, it was helpful to leverage existing tech platforms and ecosystems, which tended to develop on their own, and we could benefit from that. We also recognized that we needed to upgrade. Technology moves so fast that you need to think about it. And this is something that has been historically difficult for us to do, to keep raising money to improve every few years. We also recognize that the benefits of having an open system where any member, any practitioner could upload content rather than having it be mediated by a small group of people And we trusted, and actually our experience has been very positive. There's hardly ever been really bad quality content that has been uploaded to the site. And I'll tell you a little bit about the volume that we've had. Right? I was talking about proof of concept. It was very clear within the first few years of this that it worked, that we had large numbers of people from every single country and territory in the world, from, not just the major cities, but smaller towns. We had large numbers. And remember, this is before people started using the internet to the level that they do today, right? And we had a huge number of downloads and also resources being uploaded. And there was really a sense that there was an appetite for practitioners around the world to share what they have and also to gain from the work of others. We also found that a platform like this really support major emergencies as being a hub for sharing information in real time, but also sometimes helping to map who's doing what where and mediate sometimes the conflicts that exist in those contexts, right? Always working alongside existing systems, right? Never taking over. It was interesting also for us, fine to have all of this, but does it make a difference to practice? So we were really happy in 2018 to see that just providing access and creating space for people to exchange with each other meant that 2/3 of the respondents to our evaluation said that it had a positive or indirect impact on the quality or content of their services, and that they were able to learn about best practices associated with standards and interventions and approaches that improved the design of the projects and the training programs that they were able to do, and the support they were able to provide to their colleagues. So this kind of platform had an impact on real world practice. The interesting thing, of course, was that things are not static over the last 15 years. And the COVID-19 pandemic created a particular transformation. We were a fairly niche site that mainly people who identified as MHPSS practitioners accessed. But within the first month of COVID-19, our site almost crashed because we were having over 100,000 page views a day from every country and territory in the world. And it went way beyond our traditional membership. And people were coming directly to the resources that were being shared, around, toolkits for adaptation for remote work, support, guidance around supporting people during quarantine, operational guidance for adaptation of MHPSS into COVID-19 contexts. And I would say that COVID-19 has been a real game changer in terms of the comfort levels and the normalization of people utilizing online platforms and tools to access resources. But also there have been some negative dimensions in that people have also become very fatigued by it. And in a way, the access to services has been quite overwhelming. So just as an example, when we were doing the COVID-19 toolkits, within I think the first toolkit we did, there were more than 150 new resources that had been produced just for COVID. By the time we did our second revision, we had up to 350 resources. This is not even the total. This is just the useful resources that we had, over 15 different topics. So one of the things that we realized was that there was something happening in the field, which was this oversupply or abundance of MHPSS guidance and tools, both at the global level, the regional level, and of course at national levels, right? And that has presented both an opportunity, but also a challenge for us. And MHPSS.net has moved much more towards trying to help people curate the content that is available, because it's just for many frontline practitioners to know what to do. Even MHPSS specialists sometimes have difficulty keeping up with all the different types of guidance and tools that are being made available. And we've had to adapt to use not just our website, but WhatsApp groups, create other communities of practice close to where people are, to be able to facilitate not just access to resources, but discussion of how they are used, and helping people to understand how these tools can be relevant and useful in their day-to-day practice. And I'm going to just end with talking about some of the future directions that we're really looking at. So one is we recognize that information management in crisis contexts around the world is still a challenge for MHPSS actors. Coordination, just, sharing of needs assessments and other types of information that are necessary to coordinate effectively is a challenge everywhere. And perhaps there's a need for a platform that can help support areas that don't have their own systems. The second is that there are a lot of people, as we've heard in the previous panels, that MHPSS, there's a role for everyone. There's a role for lay people, there's a role for teachers, there's a role for community workers who don't have specialized training. How do we get them the resources and the guidance and that they need to be able to, on a large scale, to be able to respond to people immediately? And we're working at the moment with the German International Cooperation Agency to pilot a kind of an app that would try and make some of that general guidance for lay persons and non-specialists available. And of course, last but not least, we've heard talk about AI. We want to use AI in a more limited way right now because we're also waiting to see how it develops. But we feel that it could be a really useful tool. We've got now over close to 12,000 resources on our site. Nobody human can read all of those and synthesize those. But with generative AI trained on a restricted data set.
May I request you to please wind up your presentation now because
Yes,
I think we've
I've just
exceeded our time.
last sentence. Thank you. That this is an area that we can use with hopefully some degree of safety and so on. But I just wanted to, my last sentence is to say that none of these digital tools really are viable without complementary in real life social processes for engagement and utilization of these tools. Both because of the dynamics of institutions, but also because human beings need sometimes social context for learning. I'll end there. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Anand Galapati Saab. Thank you for that very comprehensive, very well-conceived presentation, and I'm sure you have all the right people here to have absorbed that. I'm not going to go into a summarization of this session because I think most of it has been understood and comprehended very well. All is left for me is to compliment all my panelists, fellow panelists here, thank them for their excellent interventions, which has made this whole session very, very comprehensive. Thank you very much. Please give them a hand.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we disperse, I request you to please hand over the mementos. Thank you so much, and thank you, Anand Galapati, for joining in. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch finally, and we shall resume sharp at 2:45 p.m. So see you all soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Difficult session, but good, very well handled by you all. very well handled by you all, I must say. Oh, very nice, very nice. Which batch are you? 2002.
Shukla ma'am यहाँ है, आप यहाँ पे हो. इसके moderator हैं नहीं, विकास दिकव sir. He's here. There is one more. बुला लो सबको अंदर प्लीज. बाहर जितने भी हमको रिक्वेस्ट मैंने किया Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to please take your respective seats. We are about to begin with the next technical session. Thank you so much. For the next technical session, session number 4, which is on advanced trauma-informed counseling and psychological first aid. This session invites us to explore advanced approaches in trauma-informed counseling and psychological first aid, tools that not only support recovery, but also restore dignity and resilience in the aftermath of disaster. It is my privilege to invite our esteemed panel to the stage. Moderating this session is Dr. Vikas Dikav, Department of Health Research from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Sir, I request you to please take your seat on the dais. Joining him on the panel are Dr. Bhavuk Garg, Associate Professor of Psychiatry, Lady Hardinge Medical College, an expert in trauma psychiatry and crisis interventions. Dr. Yutaro Satoya, WHO representative, bringing global insights into trauma-informed care and emergency mental health responses. Dr. Chetna Duggal, who is known for her work in training and capacity building for psychosocial support. And last but not the least, Dr. Sonam Lasopa, National Health Mission Nodal Officer at Sikkim, with first-hand experience and in integrating mental health support within state disaster response framework. Handing over the mic to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And, it goes without saying that it is an absolute pleasure to be here among all of you. First of all, my greetings to all of you for having thought about such a session. And meanwhile, when people, settle down, couple of things. Firstly, I welcome you all on behalf of Department of Health Research, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, GOI. And I welcome all my co-panelists, Dr. Bhavuk on my extreme right, followed by Dr. Yutaro from WHO. And on my left is Dr. Chetna. And on her left is Dr. Sonam and maybe doctor in making. He is Datta. So the point we should be focusing upon, what I'll do is just introduce the topic to all of you, which you already know about, and also ask my co-panelists to present. Maybe you have a couple of PPTs that you would like to present for about 5 minutes, 7 minutes each, and then we will open up the floor for discussion. And I would strongly urge all of you to come up with questions, make this session interactive, because we all know that until and unless something that we preach gets practiced, then, we are only halfway through. So I would strongly urge all of you to have as many questions as is possible to the panelists, and then in the end, we will have the take-home message. So my congratulations once again for this technical session that NDMA and UNICEF have thought about. Of course, we are the supporting partner as well. And as you know, that mental and psychological well-being are critical aspect of any disaster recovery as well as response. Now, among other nations, India is also prone to several disasters, natural disasters. And when a disaster happens, you know, natural response that all of us have is firstly, save lives, then treat physical injuries, and provide some sort of support, moral or otherwise. But we tend to ignore a very, very important aspect, and that is the mental health aspect, the psychological aspect. So I think I would request all of you to have a round of applause for NDMA and UNICEF together along with MHPSS to have thought about this, because we generally don't give, or rather traditionally don't give a lot of importance to mental health. And Gandhiji once said that mental health is more important than physical health. If you happen to be in Indian Council of Medical Research and pass through the corridor, then you will find there is a big placard with Mahatma Gandhiji's photo, and below the photo is written that mental health is more important than physical health. Because if you are physically weak or maybe disabled, unfortunately, because of one reason or the other, and you're mentally sound, you can do wonders. Likewise, other way around also you can do. But the point is, mentally sound, mentally healthy is so very important. So this session particularly, would address the psychological first aid and also the advanced trauma-informed counseling. And we would focus upon the needs of the vulnerable population, that is children and women. And you know, children and women especially, so we are an empowered panel. We have to empower women. Not that the rest of the women are less empowered, equally empowered. So that means women face the double brunt of a disaster. First is that they have to look after themselves, and secondly, they have to look after the family also. And unfortunately, women, they suffer from domestic violence also in the aftermath of a natural disaster. So these are also, you know, very, very important points that we would discuss, and obviously how to mitigate the issues which are surrounding. So we will have some discussion and deliberation about that. But then in this important technical session, we have galaxy of experts that, who would give us more insight about the various other issues. But then 2-3 points I would like to highlight. Anxiety, depression, substance abuse, and suicidal tendencies. Apart from acute stress reactions, adjustment disorders, sleep, nightmares, long-term sequelae such as PTSD, these are the consequences if somebody passes through a landslide or maybe an earthquake or maybe, a tsunami or a fire hazard or a chemical disaster or some sort of biological disaster. But then, floods are very common in India naturally. And also we have, apart from floods, earthquake, Delhi being one of the earthquake-prone areas that all of you would know. So that means the psychological consequences, the mental health consequences of disasters, we will be discussing the issues surrounding them. And also, we will be discussing that, how to promote, along with the physical recovery, the mental recovery, and also encourage the resilience that the anchor just a while spoke about. Now, obviously, it all stems from building the environment of safety and trust, but it is not possible without the collaborative nature of the work that all of us ought to do. So few things. One is that we should understand the trauma, psychological trauma, not the physical trauma, that is different from the topic of interest. So once we understand the psychological trauma, the impact and the sensitivity that it needs for us to communicate, to show moral support, and to show emotional support, to show empathy. Very important. Because many a times, when a disaster happens, regardless of who we are, especially when we are youth, so we tend to make videos and put it onto the social media. I think that is one nature which is getting inculcated somehow, and our attention span is also getting affected. So we need news after news, feed after feed, but then, somebody who passes through such a trauma, only he or she can understand, or maybe the mental health professional who would go into the depth of such a trauma. And, when somebody passes through such a trauma, so naturally we cannot pass through that, but we can try and understand. So understanding the impact of trauma, providing the adequate emotional or moral support, that is psychological first aid, or maybe some sort of CBT or some sort of counseling or some peer group support or community support, all of this put together, will come under the ambit of the discussion that we will have. So naturally, the bigger picture will be to prevent such disasters and obviously mitigate whatever in whatever way we can. So that is another important aspect of the disaster. But since we are focused primarily on the mental health part of it, so we will be discussing the mental health issues and try and build consensus on the issues that surround the disaster. And our overarching aim is to encourage a lively discussion that will help facilitate a mechanism thereby which we are able to integrate the mental health components into the India's disaster management framework. So disaster management framework has a lot of things, but mental health needs to be integrated with this. And you would be knowing, or you would be surprised to know, that world over only about a minute fraction, about 7% of the people following disaster, they receive adequate amount of mental health support. So we know that the mental health gap, mental health treatment gap in India is very high. That is about 80%. So that calls up for building up of the capacity, obviously, that we will speak something about. And another important challenge that we have is that we do not have enough psychiatrists. So psychiatrists like Dr. Bhavuk are not so common, and if even in cities where they are common, they may not be accessible to all. So that is a stark reality, obviously. But we need to focus on the issues where even the lay people can provide some moral support, some emotional support. We do not have to be necessarily a psychiatrist. There has to be some bit of psychiatrist in all of us, so that we are able to provide support, to be able to provide support to somebody, to be able to provide emotional support to somebody. We do not necessarily have to be psychiatrists. But then, another aspect is we don't have enough number of mental health nurses also. This morning I was there in a bar, spoke in a workshop on mixed method research for the psychiatrist and also the psychiatric nursing fraternity. But then, this was also one point discussed, and then comes the psychiatric social worker. So that means we know that we have limited number of people and the volume of work is humongous. But still we have to come up with some sort of framework wherein we are able to support our population in a way wherein we are able to achieve what most countries are now trying to achieve. That is, integrate the mental health component into the disaster management framework. So now I would invite my panelists to share their presentations, and then this will be followed by the discussions, initial discussions, and then we will invite questions, and then we will wrap up the discussion with some recommendations from us. So where should we start? Maybe from the right-hand side, or to the ladies first, I guess. So let us start with the lady on my left, Dr. Chetana Dugal, and she, you would know, is an associate professor in TIS, and she has worked a lot in the field of human ecology. And she also trains the MA psychology students, and she has been a psychotherapist herself. Her research interests include psychotherapy practice, training, supervision, and particularly the adolescent and youth mental health is her area of interest. So let us invite Dr. Chetna and hear from her her perspective of the advanced counseling mechanism, psychological first aid, and the overarching aim that we spoke about. So Dr. Chetna, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vikas, for the introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. And it's really a privilege to be part of this panel. And I want to thank NDMA again for having me on this panel, especially in this area of trauma-informed mental health and psychosocial support. It's an area very close to my heart, and we've been working very closely on this. So like I was sharing in the first half of the morning, I'm part of this. We have a field action project called Rehbar. And through that, we work on training and supervising mental health practitioners. When COVID-19 happened, we started partnering with the NDMA to support the reverse helpline counselors by providing training and supervision support. And that's when we first recognized how important it was to integrate trauma-informed work to mental health and psychosocial support. And that was the beginning of the journey. And then through that, we have been working with integrating the trauma-informed approach, and I'm going to share a bit about that. But since it's a session on trauma-informed approach, I just also want to tell you that we will be making reference to trauma examples or trauma responses, some of it you've been hearing since morning. So just to say that feel free to step away, take a break, and recognize that these are not easy conversations. We've also been part of these experiences that we've been talking about. What I'm going to do is quickly talk about a little bit about what we mean in terms of the trauma-informed approach, and then talk about two such examples where we worked with the state of Sikkim. Dr. Sonam is here and she'll elaborate on that, but I'll give an overview of the work that we did, and also in Balasore and how we've integrated this. Just to also say that just the way in the guidelines, the way we've been thinking about mental health and psychosocial support being integrated to every aspect or every phase of the disaster and every aspect of the work, right from providing support, giving essential services, mental health and psychosocial support is supposed to be integrated into that. These are not two separate things. So even the person who's delivering services is aware of what the mental health needs of the community are. And that's the larger vision. Similarly, globally, there is a recognition that we need to integrate trauma-informed care or trauma-informed approach or practice into all aspects. So we know about trauma-informed schools, we know there need to be trauma-informed healthcare systems. So what does it mean to be trauma-informed? Because it's a responsibility that lies with everybody in this room to be aware of that. What has happened over time is the conceptualization of trauma has changed. First, it used to be the event defines the trauma. But now we know that that's not the case. It's not the event, but it's a subjective experience of the event, and it's the effect of that which defines the trauma. So we always say that the footprint of trauma is much bigger than the event, and that is what has changed over a period of time in trauma study. This is a very interesting continuum. I've taken this from a reference source, but really to say that adversity or something happening doesn't define that it is traumatic. It might be a traumatic event by virtue of the fact that it threatens someone's physical or psychological safety, but it goes through multiple filters in terms of the person's previous circumstances, life experiences, resilience factors, protective factors, a whole range of stuff. And that determines how the person actually experiences that trauma. So people's social identities, whether they are marginalized, what kind of, we know about vulnerable communities, disabilities, all of that would come here. And that determines whether someone is experiencing that stress as something which is manageable or creating some level of psychological distress, or whether it will then translate into acute or long-term trauma. So we've all heard about acute stress disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder, but these are conditions which evolve over a period of time. But we know when we work in contexts where there are disasters that people do show some trauma responses. They might not account for a disorder or a condition that needs to be diagnosed and labeled, but how do we become aware of these signs, and how do we respond in a way that we don't re-traumatize people? And that's really at the center of doing trauma-informed work, which is essentially that recognizing that these are signs of trauma, two, recognizing and responding to them in a meaningful way, and recognizing that the relationship or the person who is responding to them is very critical to the trauma-informed work. What we also recognize are some of these concerns that you're seeing, which you would have heard. I think Nitish ji was sharing in a panel before us about how the SDRF and NDRF professionals are experiencing some trauma responses. So in terms of memories, dreams, flashbacks, startled responses, and things like that are something that you will see. And of course, we also see dissociative experiences of not feeling like we can tell what is real and what is not. We need to also keep a developmental approach. So what was being shared, that we have to think about children particularly. They experience trauma very, very differently, and the way you will see it amongst children is very different from the way you will see it with adults. They might show it in terms of their play, they might reenact some of that, it might show up as nightmares, they might not be able to attend to what's happening in school. Sometimes we see there's an increase in digital use or increase in substance use, which we also see in the community post a disaster context. Through the work that we did in Sikkim and Balasore, and I'll share a little bit in detail, we saw a whole range of trauma responses. In Balasore, we were talking to people just 8 to 12 hours after the accident had happened, because the local community on the side reached out to TIS and said that, look, this has happened. The railway has given us the contact information about all of these people. We need to, first of all, trace them, and we need a very trained team to call them, check what their needs are, but also be trained in a trauma-informed way so that they don't re-traumatize people, but also assess their mental health needs. So we, in 2-3 hours had about 30 to 40 practitioners come in, calling people, checking if they are safe, what their needs were. But some of the trauma responses that we started seeing were around feeling very anxious, not feeling ready to go back, take a train and go back home. But when we started talking to families, they started talking about how hard it was for children who had been part of that accident. And I just want to also give a disclaimer. I know these are not easy things to share in a group like this, and I'm mindful of that. But we had young people who were saying that they were not able to tell between who was real, who was dead. Some of them were even talking about feeling, having flashbacks of the kind of traumatic scenes that they had witnessed. And similarly, when we were in Sikkim and the calls were being made through the Telemanas team, which Dr. Sonam will talk about, we were partnering with the health department in Sikkim. And we heard a lot about how they were getting flashbacks about the rain, strong winds, and reminders of the event, and how that could actually lead to panic in the community. When we worked with the school children, we heard about how they were having difficulties in concentrating. So you can see a whole range of trauma responses, and that calls for a trauma-informed approach. And like I was saying, it involves a few things. Realizing that trauma is prevalent in the community, which means that it's not just disasters, but in any context, people can have had experience of adversity and trauma. Recognizing the different ways in which it can affect people, women, children, elderly. Respond by taking account of this and integrating it into policies and practices. So it's about a policy shift. It's not just about a practice shift. It's about a recognition that even our policies need to create safety for people. So in schools, if I have to have a trauma-informed school, the policy has to be framed in such a way. Resist re-traumatization. This has now been incorporated in all our laws, POCSO, everywhere. You will see that we don't ask people to repeat their stories because it can re-traumatize them. And recognize that safety is created in relationships. It's one brain to the other. We were talking about brain, Safiji was talking about it. That safety is created and people can feel regulated when they're in the presence of another brain that is regulated and there is a safe space. In the guidelines and through the work that is happening globally, trauma-informed approach principles have been integrated to MHPSS. There is a whole framework to do that now. And all the important principles of safety, trustworthiness, peer support, collaboration, and context, acknowledgement and responsiveness can be very seamlessly integrated, in on-site, remote, hybrid, whatever MHPSS support we are doing in disaster contexts. Essentially ensuring that people feel safe, they feel secure. The service that we are providing is not taking away their agency. So this actually gets integrated right from the beginning. Just I'll give you a quick overview of what it can look like. Psychosocial care, how do we create a sense of safety, a calm, stabilization is a very important part, and these are skills that can be taught to any MHPSS or PFA supporter. How to ensure self and collective self-efficacy so the community feels enabled and empowered but not powerless and helplessness, because trauma can make us feel very, very helpless, so we are not going to feed into that. Most important, building connections and creating hope. And if you remember the 4 tiers I was talking about in the morning, all of this gets integrated into that. Quick look at how we work with children. A lot of creative and experiential approaches. Trauma sometimes does not find representation in the left brain, so people don't have always the language to talk about their experiences. It's a very right brain experience. So more expressive, creative methodologies work much, much better. Take a quick breath. I know I don't have time, but I've put in a check-in here, but I just will show you just the Sikkim model, so Dr. Sonam can take it forward. But here is actually a framework for implementing the guidelines in partnership with state government. We had NDMA initiate the work with us with the district administration, where we worked with both health and education seamlessly to provide support during the floods that happened in Sikkim. We reached out to all 4 districts at that time. We not only worked with school students to provide sessions on how to take care of themselves during post the disaster. The telemadras counselors from Dr. Sonam's team set up a reverse helpline where we called the community. She'll share more about that. We were providing supervision and mental health support. These are the 2 manuals of trauma-informed approach to MHPSS that are now available if any of you would like to access that. And here is a SOP which we've all been talking about of how to do trauma-informed approach work, which we've created as part of our work in Sikkim. And quickly to wrap up in Balasore, this is what we did in terms of immediate support. We had a quick coding, and in about 8 to 10 hours, we had reached out to all the people who had been affected based on the data that we had. And we were able to identify who needed immediate support, who had mild injuries, who needed to be put in touch with the local health system, and people who needed mental health support, and then we went on to provide that support. But I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chetna. It was wonderful, quick, and the support and training that you are providing, as well as the framework, event experience and effect, and also realize, recognize, and obviously respond in time. So this is very important. The framework that she has proposed, which is with a state government and its machinery, 2 departments, the education as well as health. So that is very, very interesting. So I think the second part of this is going to be taken by Dr. Sonam. And Dr. Sonam Lasopa is a senior clinical psychologist. She works at STNM Multi-Speciality Hospital in Gangtok, Sikkim, a very, very pretty town and a very pretty state as well. So she is actively involved in various mental health initiatives within the state. She is the nodal officer for Sikkim Inspire, a program that aimed at enhancing mental health services. So she has contributed to Telemanas. So that calls upon all of us to have a round of applause, please, because Telemanas is a signature now of a program that took shape with a small idea, and that is a massive program now. So let us request Dr. Sonam to share her experience.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Firstly, my privilege to be here. I'm very grateful to the NDMA, the MOH, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, as well as UNICEF for having me here, and thank you to Dr. Dugal here for recommending my name. So I'm not here so much to talk about the theoretical aspects of it, but as Dr. Dugal highlighted and alluded to some of the work that she has been involved with Sikkim and some of the disasters that we've been facing time and again, I thought it's important to talk more on the practical aspects and how in the morning we have been hearing about synergies between departments, different agencies, be it governmental, non-governmental, and the community. I think wanted to give you an example of how to capitalize on some of the resources that the state, the government, and the civil society organizations already have. NDMA reached out to SDMA and had the RABAR project, which Dr. Dugal was leading. I was roped in because I also wear the hat of the state program officer for the state mental health program. So I was in a position to actually coordinate within the health department per se. So a round of discussions took place. We were quickly able to mobilize the district mental health program functionaries at all the districts. So following the discussion, we realized that Sikkim being a very high altitude region, a lot of mountainous region, and the glacial flood outburst had actually disrupted a lot of the routes. There was no road, so people, even if we had human resources to deliver the mental health and psychosocial support, there was no way to deliver it. So we had to quickly think on our feet, and Telemanas was a very timely intervention by the government. We had just launched it on the flood occurred on the night of the 4th of October. We had launched Telemanas on the 9th. Our counselors were new, and of course they had the mandatory 1-week training by NIMHANS, but we were at a position where we were not too sure, and we were a little apprehensive about them just getting into the job, just learning the ropes and then taking on such a huge task. And there stepped in Dr. Dugal, and we had a lot of back and forth. And so we were able to develop a series of training material so that they first learned to be more confident in not only their skills and theory about being more trauma informed. So I think it was over a period of 3 months or so, we had them trained. But then what we first began was, what I would like to highlight is to first understand the impact of the trauma. So we quickly coordinated with the district district magistrate and administration. We were able to get a line listing of all the people who were at the relief camps. Where possible, in-person services were provided, but for those, especially the north region where roads were inaccessible, we couldn't reach there, we capitalized on Telemanas. And so we were able to call, I think, more than 900 people over the course of, I think, 1 or 2 months. And what I would like to highlight is that firstly, the counselors were trained on assessing their mental health, and as she highlighted earlier, the acute stress reactions that were there. Yet over a period of time, what was important and what I would like the House to definitely pay some heed to is that a lot of times trauma doesn't manifest as soon as the disaster occurs. So there can be delayed responses. So we were cognizant of that, and we conducted multiple phone conversations and through the reverse helplines with the affected survivors, so that we would be able to not only provide them for safety and stability, emotional regulation, mechanisms for enhancing their coping mechanisms, but also to assess at a later point of time whether the acute stress reactions or people with no reactions also developed any kind of post-traumatic reactions or disorders, or even others who may not be of a diagnosable condition, but of course had sleep issues, some sort of anxiety, intrusive thoughts, and some even reported at a later point of time more digestive kind of issues, intrusive thoughts which were more difficult to handle for them. So we were able to do this work, and I think this is a fine example of how we were able to capitalize on what resources we had. But I think this is also an example for probably the others, to also take on, as well as for us to strengthen our own capacity for, the available resources available. So those who are already providing in-person services or Telemanas counselors, I would, make the, a request or an appeal that more trauma-informed trainings must happen. They must also, take cognizance that practical skills which are, so required, more soft skills like empathy and how to communicate per se, how to, do it with unconditional positive regard, and those skills necessary, to have a person feel safe and to be able to, recover and to rehabilitate themselves must also, take place for many, many mental health professionals here in the country who probably during their training may not have had the opportunity to have been trained in a trauma-informed, a manner. Because, even when I was getting trained, I think the field is also evolving pretty rapidly in that sense, and we need to also keep updating ourselves. So, even though we have trained personnel around, we do need to, update them regularly. And so this is more about trauma-informed, but for psychological first aid, I think there are various cadres of people that we can train. Morning I was listening to ma'am here who's an educator. So through the Rashtriya Suraksha Karyakram, we have been able to impart mental health training, not per se to disaster, but for life skills education. So we've been able to train two teachers from all government schools in Sikkim. And so I think this can be, and we've had a 4-day residential training where the training was more on an experiential model, how to talk, what to say, through activities, role plays, discussions, so that children, and here we're talking about children and youth, we need to be at their level. It can't be didactic. It has to be experiential so that children are allowed to play, children are allowed to be children even during a disaster. So with that, I think I'll end it here and hope it resonated with some of you. Thank you.
Definitely it did, and it did resonate quite loudly because, she talked about one of the wonderful things that one can do in the area of mental health, that is to train 2 teachers from all the districts, so which is so good, and I think it is replicable. So a round of applause please once again, because it might sound, difficult that how would you select teachers, where do you get them from, and who would spare them. So there could be some technical issues, but then if you are able to get some willing teachers and train them well, and who would in turn, motivate their students and the volunteers. So these teachers could actually become trainers in the time to come. So would like to share very briefly in about 30 seconds the experience that we have had at ICMR Jodhpur 4 years back. I was posted there as assistant director for about 4 years. So there we started a project that actually trained the doctors and nurses in screening and management of common mental disorders like generalized anxiety, depression, PTSD, so hysteria, etc. So that project trained doctors from all the districts, not every doctor, but a few selected doctors from all the districts of the state of Rajasthan. So, that resonated so well. And I'm not claiming that, all the mental health issues of a state, they have been put to rest, not at all. But then, somewhere we have to make a beginning. And when somebody comes up with a practical suggestion like this, so this is really wonderful. So that is why I think now I am justified in taking the ladies first, because, there came the ideas, the agenda, and that set the ball rolling. But, she did talk about several clinical issues like acute stress reactions, the PTSD, and several other things. So to shed some light on the clinical issues and what difficulties do people face when they come out of trauma. So may I invite Dr. Bhaut Garg, who is an experienced psychiatrist working as associate professor at Lady Hardinge Medical College, New Delhi, which is one of the nodal center in India that trains, students at various levels in psychology, psychiatry, etc., etc. So he has a lot of experience handling children, adolescent, and also patients affected with addiction, and he has also a lot of interest in public mental health, which is not a common specialty. So Dr. Bhaut, please.
Thank you, Vikas sir, and I think I would like to thank the organizers, NDMA, UNICEF, and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, to invite me to such an important panel discussion and to this conference overall. As a psychiatrist, it's really heartening to see that mental health and psychosocial issues in disaster is a topic which is being discussed at the national level, and all the stakeholders are brought together at this forum. Many of the points that I'll be talking about have been covered in the previous sessions, but I would still like to highlight them and summarize them for some key takeaway messages. Before I start, I'll make 2 points. With the recently there has been focus on disaster mental health, vis-a-vis there has also been a focus on climate change and mental health. Climate change and mental health and disaster mental health, there are many commonalities, and I think in the coming years, the line between the two will blur further, and I think it will dissolve gradually. First point. Second point, in the various studies, I think Sir made a point in his opening remarks that Indian population, and in one of the previous sessions also, I think in the inaugural session, someone made this comment that Indian population has traditionally been said to be a resilient population. And this has been shown in research also. The various research that has been carried out post-disaster has found lower levels of psychological issues, including post-traumatic stress disorder, as compared to the Western population. So with these 2 points in the background, very importantly, we should not equate, and I'm very glad, sir, that you started off the session with Dr. Dugal and Dr. Lasopa, and not with me as a psychiatrist. I always say that mental health is not equal to psychiatry. In the morning also it was being said that the number of psychiatrists is low. I always feel that it's about mental health professionals overall, and mental health cannot be left only as a forte of psychiatrists per se. I may ruffle a few feathers by this statement of mine, but it's something to please consider. Similarly, mental health issues should not be equated to a psychiatric disorder. Especially in the context of disaster mental health, it has been seen that following a disaster, we will have mental health issues, but not all the issues would be diagnosable mental health issues or diagnosable psychiatric illnesses like depression, generalized anxiety disorder, or even PTSD. There will be subsyndromal issues, stress levels would be higher, there would be insomnia, there would be acute stress reaction, which is self-limiting. There may be some changes in the behavior, but they are usually self-limiting and short-lasting. Thirdly, grief is a normal process. We always say as part of our training, as part of our treatment of persons also, it's important for a person to go through the various stages of grief. We should not put a hold, we should not intervene in that normal process of grief that a person goes through. So we should be mindful of offering psychosocial help and mental health support during such a phase, that we do not take away that process, because that has later very negative consequences. In all cases, a qualified mental health professional may not be required. Hence, herein comes the role of the community, has been spoken about since morning in the various sessions. The community, including the frontline workers that respond to the disaster. And we should also take into account that disaster mental health does not start from the disaster, it starts before disaster. Sir, I think in the morning, Rizvi sir mentioned about the hazard map. So we know certain areas which are more prone to disasters. We should start from the preparation phase itself. We should identify individuals from the community, from the society that we can train in case of disaster, who can provide that psychosocial support, and you do not need to call up psychiatrists definitely, and even other mental health professionals immediately, because as we mentioned, there's a shortage and we need to rely on the community. Within the community, teachers is one avenue that has been spoken about specifically in terms of life skills education. Secondly, there have been models of identifying youth champions from the community, the religious and the spiritual leaders, the community leaders, the elders of the community, who can be a wonderful resource because the community listens to them and they take into account their preachings and their discussions. They make a huge impact while dealing with any situation, especially in the context of disaster. So we should be prepared about handling mental health issues in disaster-prone areas. Secondly, in the acute phase, the role of a psychosocial care would be primarily allaying the anxiety. It has been spoken, psychological first aid and trauma-informed care. The previous two speakers have wonderfully spoken about this, and I'll not go into the theoretical parts of it, but very importantly, active listening and reflective listening, empathy, unconditional positive regard, building a rapport, and most importantly, not re-traumatizing. Historically, there has been a concept of debriefing as a very important tool in managing disaster mental health, which came from the military setup. But now it has been proven that debriefing, which primarily involves discussing about the trauma that the person has gone through, actually worsens the situation rather than helping it. So now debriefing is a historical technique, and now the trauma-informed care is the one which is used, and the core principle of which, as elucidated earlier by the speakers, is avoiding re-traumatization. So that one principle is very important to keep in mind while delivering trauma-informed mental health services. Avoid stigma,
don't label, don't pathologize, very important principles of trauma-informed care. I think children aspect has already been covered, I'll not go into that. Very importantly, any kind of intervention that we plan needs to be tailored to the cultural context. We need to keep into account the culture that we are supporting. Many of the disasters, they take place in indigenous populations, in tribal populations. So we need to keep all these issues in mind while tailoring our psychosocial support and the mental health approach in these particular areas and regions. Support to the frontline staff is very, very important. We have all seen in COVID that the frontline staff had significant mental health issues. As a psychiatrist, my colleagues from all the fraternities, both the faculty members at Lady Harding, all the staff, levels of staff from the nurses to the ward attendants, they had significant mental health issues and which needed support. But very importantly, it needed mental health or psychosocial support, not necessarily psychiatric support. Lastly, it's a wonderful forum that the stakeholders are together. I think such an approach requires a whole of government approach, and I'm very thankful to NDMA to bring together the various ministries, various stakeholders, and I think Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Home Affairs, we all need to work together. And lastly, I think any guidelines that we prepare and come through, one of these, I think speakers in the previous session made this important point, need to be short. We are very good in taking out academic, long, lengthy guidelines, whom I don't even read. Many a time sitting at the ministry, they come to me for review. It's difficult for me to go through that. How can we expect the trainers or the trainees to go through those? So we need to develop practical, short guidelines with case vignettes and case studies in mind. So I think these are some of the points that I wanted to make, and thank you again to the organizers for this support.
Thank you, Dr. Bhavuk. Very insightful and very important remarks. Now, the just that he said that, you know, the guidelines which are going to come or which are there, they need to be crisp, obviously. And since we at Department of Health Research are currently contemplating evidence-based guidelines in association with DGHS at Center for Evidence for Guidelines, so we are looking at contemplating clinical practice guidelines. So, sorry. This is one issue that, is a take-home message for me. Obviously, something that we prepare needs to be implemented as well, very, very important. Then comes the role of youth leaders and also the volunteers and the religious and spiritual leaders. Very important, they can provide massive, massive support that we cannot even think of. I did a research paper with a graduate student of mine. He was doing BA in psychology about 5 years back at ICMR Jodhpur. So I asked him that, people who go to religious leaders, spiritual leaders to get some sort of counseling, how do you ensure that, they either, go to the mainstream practitioners, but generally it is the other way around. They first get fed up with the mainstream practitioners and then they go to the religious leaders. But then there has to be a mechanism of, helping those who would need long-term care, especially in PTSD, schizophrenia, and also other disabling mental conditions. So religious leaders, spiritual leaders, they can provide massive support, but there has to be a collaborative effort. And, we need to respect each other, we need to respect them, and they also need to focus upon the requirements of the patients. If they need a certain form of counseling, which are evidence-based, obviously one cannot do the job of the other. They are complementary to each other, to my mind. So very important. Thank you very much for your important inputs. Now I think to change the stream of thoughts and the stream of discussion, we invite an artist amongst us, because he has worked a lot in the field of art. Because many a times we think that, it is just about psychiatry, it is just about mental health, empowering normal people, but there are a lot of people who think differently. Like, you paint something, you will feel good. You prepare something, you will feel good. If you learn a musical instrument, your mood might get elevated. Obviously, music is a mood elevator in general as well. So let us hear from Anirban Datta, his experience of being into mental health and practicing the art-based therapies. So, Mr. Datta, please.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I feel a bit of a misfit here among medical practitioners, But I come from a completely different background. I'm primarily a filmmaker. And about 15 years ago, I got into mental health because I was in Chhattisgarh in Dantewada, and I had gone to make a film. And when I went to various schools there, and I was interested in children, and I saw that I could not pick up my camera and make a film. What was most important there was the children needed support. And I was not equipped to provide them the support, but I understood from my common knowledge that they were going through some kind of trauma. And what I realized at that point was that the district administration, the state administration, we did not have the infrastructure or the trained personnel to provide the care that was needed. And at that time, I did not know this word called community-based mental health care. But what we started doing was, I came back to Delhi and I had a few friends who were practicing at that time something called art-based therapy. And I said, please, will you come with me to Konta, Dornapal, Injiram, and Erabor, where 4,000 children were living in IDP camps. I said, can we please try and see if we can do something with them? And can we provide an environment which will reduce their stress and anxiety? That much I understood. So for 3.5 years, we worked there. I never made a film there, but I learned a lot, one of the most important lessons of life. The first lesson that I learned is we all can provide psychosocial care. As Dr. Saab here said, that we don't need to be a psychiatrist. We can create a safe, enabling environment where human beings who have gone through similar experience can be provided is a kind of a support structure because their experience has been almost the same, the trauma that they have gone through. So their arts-based therapy taught us a lot of things, but I will, since I'm primarily a storyteller, I'll tell you a few stories. So we were doing this photography workshop because that's the medium I know, and there was a group of 20 children, and most of the time, the children would change. You know, there would be 5 or 6 people who would be regular. There was one child who would come and sit and would not speak a word. He came for 5 days, 6 days. On the 6th day, he walks up to me and he says, will you give me your camera? And you know, I being a city dweller, I'm like, no, he's going to break my camera. I can't give him the camera. So then the next day he again came and he said, I want your camera. So I had a couple of community social workers. One of them was Bhima and Rashida. I said, de camera. He said, bhaiya, de do. So we gave the camera. The guy disappeared for 2 days. He comes back after 2 days and he takes the camera and shows me the images. I don't understand it. There is a plate full of rice and there is a clock behind it. And I'm like, what does this mean? And he has a series of photographs like that. And then I realized what he was trying to say, that between every meal, there was 14-hour gap. And he was going hungry. And the children in the camp were going hungry. You said that sometimes you cannot verbalize. Because there was a medium of art, here photography, through which they could communicate that they were going hungry. And food was a huge stress for people who had gone through violence, who had gone through displacement. With those photographs, we went to the DM, we went to the administration, we fixed meal timings in at least 20 schools. So it was a huge learning for me. I'll tell you another small story. There were this group of girls, all of them had been displaced, and somehow, you know, we have this horrible tendency. We are trauma voyeurs. We are always trying to, you know, take out kya hua, and we keep re-traumatizing people. Sometimes we don't realize that there are healing mechanisms that are built into human psyche. And we saw this group of girls, every day before the school, they would tie each other's hair with a ribbon. And there was this girl called Kamla, and I said, क्यों क्यों करते हो आप ये? बोला भैया अच्छा लगता है। हम बोले क्यों अच्छा लगता है? बोले माँ भी करती थी। And Kamla did a story with different girls tying their hair of each other and brought out a series of photographs. Through those photographs, we made a ritual there of the girls tying each other's hair, and that gave them comfort and gave a sense of home in a place which was not their home. So I would just say these two examples is just to illustrate that we don't have to be all high-skilled, people who have gone through years of psychiatric or training or being a therapist. We can create a group of people whom we can train over a period of time and sensitize them to the cultural context that they come from. Training that is done in the language, say for example, there we did training in Gondi. We did not do training in Hindi. And those kind of trainings go a long way. We worked with teachers. And now, just to tell you another story, I made a film in Arunachal Pradesh, which is about forest, which is about listening. I primarily work in the Northeast, Manipur, Nagaland, Arunachal. Been working in Manipur for last 15 years. So I also realized that there are societies that go through long-term trauma. And sometimes disasters actually happen. It's like a slow burn. And one of the things the doctor said was about climate change. And climate change is also going to change our complete perspective on mental health. We made a film on climate change called Nocturnes, which is about, are we listening to nature? And what do we learn from listening to nature? Now we are tying up with NCERT, and we are going to try to train hundreds of teachers to use that film in the classroom for children to create a sense of meditation, immersion, and deep listening. Because with the use of gadgets, with so much of technology, our whole sense of the self is getting completely disrupted. So can we calm people down? Can we create less anxiety? That was our idea. And here I would say two things, and then I'll wrap up. One, that arts-based practices and therapy can be done with very little resource, but can be extremely localized in the local language, and it can be done before a disaster happens. So for example, I know in Arunachal there is a group, many districts who are so scared that their land is going to go because of a dam. They're already traumatized. The dam does not need to happen for the trauma to happen. To have a lens to preempt and to design interventions or processes which are culturally relevant for communities who would go into a situation like that, and to prepare people who can address that through arts-based practices which are local, which are easy, and which can be done with good training, but not very expensive interventions. Thank you.
Really wonderful. This is a different perspective because not everything can be treated by medicine and not everything needs medicine in the first place. Obviously, the non-pharmacological treatment is a large segment that has not been properly utilized for treatment or prevention of medical issues in general, and let alone the mental health issues. Indeed, when I spoke just a while back of the guidelines initiative that we have just started, indeed, a couple of experts, they emphasized on integrating the Indian evidence, non-pharmacological, into our guidelines, especially the yoga, the pranayam, the meditation, and obviously the art-based therapy. And since I worked at Dr. RML Hospital for about 7 years as a neurologist, so we saw that patients who have early dementia, if they are given some sort of art practice, so they do better in terms of their cognition. Not that I'm saying that it would increase their MMSE from certain level to certain level, but their quality of life becomes better. They become more communicative, more engaging, and more comfortable. So this is a very important perspective, especially he said that, we have to contextualize the kind of training that the art would need for it to be implemented properly. So we have heard our 4 speakers speak on different things, but now is the time for Dr. Yatoro, because we want to hear from him the world perspective. He has a lot of experience serving in many countries, especially his experience being in Africa, and now also he is helping the Indian government in tackling the menace of NCDs, the non-communicable diseases, of which mental health aberrations are also a part of. So we would like to hear from you and then start the discussion. Dr. Yatoro, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I would like to echo Dr. Vika and other panelists on thanking the organizer for organizing this important conference. I'm really happy to learn that NDMA and Ministry of Health both thinks mental health is an important component of disaster response. My name is Dr. Utaro Setoya. I represent WHO, but I'm not a WHO representative, which has a different meaning in our language. I'm a team lead for non-communicable disease, so I look after non-communicable disease, including mental health. But my background is mental health. I started 15 years ago at the WHO headquarters in Geneva at the Department of Mental Health, and I was involved in some of the documents I explained today. And then after that, I spent 9 years, I supported Africa a little bit from headquarters, but my support was actually in the Pacific Islands. There I experienced a lot of disasters, including 3 cyclones, measles outbreak, 1 volcanic eruption and tsunami, and also COVID-19. So I had a lot to do to support the government in those response, including for the mental health. I was tasked to talk about various WHO tools on the mental health and psychosocial support. Can you change next slide, please? Can you do it? Yeah. So when we say mental MHPSS, there's different levels of needs, and from the clinical needs to support needed to everybody. We call this intervention pyramid, and I'll just explain the different next slide. But for each level, we have different tools. Yes, thank you. So this is the different. Well, WHO has so many tools, and this is just 4 out of the so many tools we have. Sometimes it's an issue that we have too many, and nobody can reach to the most relevant documents. So I try to navigate through those things and focus on 4 documents. Depending on the different needs. So the first level is for everybody. For all people in the affected area, we need to provide basic physical needs. We need to provide food, shelter, sanitation, and protection. That's because if you don't provide these fundamental needs, of course the stress will increase and increase. So until and unless we provide those kind of basic needs, we cannot provide further support. So these are the most important things. And also it's important to provide in a socially appropriate manner. Dr. Babuk has mentioned about cultural adaptation. So each culture has different types of gathering and things like that, mourning process, etc. So we should be mindful of those socially appropriate ways. The next level is for mildly affected people. We should activate social networks, promote mutual support, and facilitate community gatherings. Again, it's dependent on the different culture. Some culture wants more privacy. Some culture wants more communal space. We need to make sure that there's safe space for women, safe space for children, etc. So we should try to make sure that there's the kind of support, communal support is there. And for those kind of things, we have one document called Interagency Standing Committee's Mental Health Psychosocial Support, a guideline on mental health and psychosocial support in emergency, which is the right-hand side. It has a lot of different aspects to consider, not only for the health sector, but also for shelter sector, protection sector, water and sanitation, food, etc. It has some guidance. For example, when you provide food, we want to make sure that it's provided with dignity. Sometimes, because it's an emergency, people may think you can deliver food like this, giving out the food like that. But that will decrease their, dignity. So it should be appropriate way of giving the foods is important. Or also we should think about the involvement of the people on the community, because we need to make sure and make sure that they themselves have some roles. We need to make them busy and occupied and have meaningful roles. So maybe we should ask them to make their food themselves rather than giving out the ration. So we need to think about how we can, think about those psychosocial aspects when doing whatever support we are providing. And that's kind of summarized on the right-hand side of documents developed by WHO and other interagency standing committee. Also for mildly affected people, we should promote community support, but also self-help. Many things they can provide by themselves. And there is we recently come up with a tip document called Doing What Matters in Times of Stress. So there's several tips included in that booklet, which promotes the self-help. It can be done just reading the book, or it can be done by guided self-help. Help some people with some mildly affected people. So for the third level, for some people with distress, we can provide psychological first aid, which we'll explain a little bit in detail in the next slide. And then we have, in the tip of the pyramid, we have a small but significant people with clinical needs, clinical psychiatric needs. There's two types of person in that. One is who already had mental disorder post the disaster, who are often neglected. Even in Japan, when we experienced the tsunami in Tohoku area, the most neglected was those inpatient in a psychiatric hospital. They were kind of neglected and left out, and subsequently couldn't evacuate and passed away. So we need to make sure that during the disaster we should take care of those who have mental disorders, and post-disaster make sure that relevant medication is available so that they can be stabilized. And there's a new people who, after the disaster, because of stress, many people need professional support. It could be stress-related, like directly stress-related, like acute stress disorder or post-traumatic stress disorder, but also any other mental disorder, depression, psychosis, schizophrenia, anxiety disorder. We know from evidence that because many of the mental disorders are related to stress, after the stressful event like disasters, the prevalence will increase by 5 to 10%. So we need to make sure that there is professional support is provided to those people. And for that, we do have the guideline called Mental Health Gap Action Program, humanitarian version. We have a MHPSS intervention guide for the usual situation, and we have another set of guidelines for the humanitarian intervention guide. Next slide, please. So those are the four tools we can use. Because this session is about psychological first aid, I would like to briefly explain about psychological first aid guide developed by WHO together with different organizations. There's several different types of psychological first aid out in the world. And it's all okay. There's several differences. 80% of the content is the same. But as WHO, we try to gather all the different evidence, different kits, and develop a guide sometime years ago. And this becomes a very popular book. I heard at one time it was the bestseller among the WHO publications. And it was endorsed by 24 different UN and NGOs, which is an achievement in it per se, because getting one logo takes a lot of time when making guidelines, but everybody said this is the guide which we should use. So we are endorsed by so many different agencies. We have different languages, including in Hindi, and we also have training module available with case studies, simulation, etc., in a half-day or a one-day version. And this is for, as Anirban said, this is for everybody, because all people can be provider for the psychosocial support. Next slide, please. So psychological first aid is it's a practical tool, basically. Almost like a common sense, but it's a list of common sense which we need to think about even in the emergency. Sometimes when you're in emergency, you forgot about common sense and think you can do whatever you want, but you still because it is an emergency, we should be mindful of those important points. It is a non-intrusive practical care and support, assess needs and concerns, help people to address basic needs. It's lots of listening, but not pressuring the people to talk. People can talk if they want to talk, but we don't pressure people to talk. We help people to connect with information and protecting people from further harm. Next slide, please. Psychological first aid is not something only professional can do. It's for everybody, and especially for the aid workers. All the aid workers should be trained on psychological first aid, or at least those principles. It's not about professional counseling, and it's not psychological debriefing, as Dr. Babuk mentioned. Psychological debriefing proven to be harmful, so we don't talk about detailed discussion about the distressing event. We talk about what they felt after the event, not about the event. It is not asking people to analyze what happened or put time and events in order. Involves being available to listen to people's stories. It's not pressuring people to talk. It's about listening what they want to talk. Next slide, please. So it's a 60-page simple booklet, so it's downloadable for the website, so I hope you read this through. But in a nutshell, these are the 4 principles: prepare, look, listen, and link. We need to make sure that we prepare beforehand, because we don't want to be a burden to the affected area, because oftentimes people just go to willing to support, but then they become a burden. They have to eat, have food from the affected area. So you need to make sure that you prepare well, and also you need to prepare that you are ready to support those people at risk or distress. The first step when you're arriving is to look for your own safety, make sure that it's safe for you. And then look for people with, if their urgent basic needs is not met, you try to support them to meet basic needs like food and shelter. Observe people with serious distress reactions who are, in distress, and then listen to them. Try to listen to them. Make contact with people with dignity. Introducing yourself. I'm Dr. Yuta from WHO. I want to talk to you if you want to. Make sure that there is some rapport is made in a good manner, and ask about not about the event, but their needs and concerns. What do they want? And listen to people and try to feel, listening itself is very healingful, and that it may help them feel calmer. And then another important point is to link, because you cannot solve all the problems. So it's important that you get the needs and try to link the people with whatever service available. So it's the important thing about, don't try to solve everything by yourself. But you can at least try to link with other available services. Next slide, please. I want to end my talk about one of the important chapters in the psychological first aid, which is about self-care, self and team care, because it is very stressful for you as an aid worker. So it is important to take care of yourself. Next slide, please. There's a few things, but it's important to be prepared, to be connected to some agency or group. It's important to check in each other. Are you okay? Just asking, are you okay? Is, as a beginning. To make sure that people are okay, because it is a stressful situation. You may see people under distress. You may see people who are injured. You may see people who are passed away. So make sure that you are okay. And it's okay to you. If you're not okay, it's okay to you if leave from the site and go back to your own safety. It's important to take time for rest and reflection. I always say that it's okay to laugh, and it's okay to switch on and off. Once you go back to your own, house or your shelter and take shower, try to shut down and, to keep away with what you have done during the day. It's your own time. You can enjoy. You can watch videos, whatever you can, and you can enjoy, and you can talk to your family, etc. So it's important to make it sure that there's on and off. And it's also important to talk to your supervisor, colleagues about your experience. Next slide, please. So, and still, if you feel very distressed, it's important to seek professional support. So this is my presentation, but as a summary, the psychological first aid is for everybody to be trained to be psychological first aid, and there's different tools from WHO for different levels of support. And I think it's important, as you mentioned, sir, to integrate mental health into the disaster management framework and provide training and strengthen the preparedness, because preparedness is a key, and WHO is happy to support in any way. Thank you very much.
So important, that comprehensive worldly perspective that we got. And with this, I think we open this forum for questions, and we can take 3 or 4 questions, one from each compartment, I guess. I think the first hand has been raised, so please introduce yourself very briefly and keep your question brief, please.
Thank you, sir. My name is Pranav. I'm working in the field of climate and disaster with Geozard Society. Also, I am autistic and I'm disabled. And my concern with this whole program is that we are talking about preparedness, we are talking about response, but at the same time, a very important part that is being, I guess, is missed is that there are disabled people before and after disaster also. And their requirement for mental support, mental health services, which normally kind of get disrupted post-disaster, is, more or less pushes them off the edge. Along with that, just the part where they are not able to access the psychologist, the hindrance in getting the medicines and the psychiatric medicines, which don't come easily. You cannot get it without a prescription. Second, because of the disruption of services, they are not sometime available. And if you miss them, then it has a bigger repercussion altogether. So I just feel that, because all of you have been working on this particular field, maybe you can start thinking in that direction as well. Thank you.
Very interesting question, and I think to my mind, it's better to say that, some people are differently abled. So you speak so well and so confidently, so give him a round of applause, please, because, he brought out a very important question. What if the supply chain gets disrupted? And that does get disrupted in the eventualities that we sometimes unfortunately have to face. So I think that question can be taken up by somebody who has worked in the field, maybe Dr. Sonam, because she is the one who deals with the state machinery.
So thank you for your question, and a very pertinent one, which we have faced ourselves during our hard times. So here, mainly it's about, again, mobilizing the existing resources that are there, the machinery that is there, and usually, because I'm from the health department, it usually falls on our lap, even if it's not our problem most of the time. So what we usually do is we have, district mental health programs and our teams. So we have, to the last mile, we have what is known as a primary healthcare sub-center, which has a nurse, not a doctor, or now they're also known as community health officers or mid-level healthcare providers. Then the next level is the primary health center, where there is a medical officer who might not be a specialist. So we have, these networks right to the community level. So we usually send our teams from these areas, and again we have the ASHA workers who are usually working very closely with the nurses and the doctors. So they go into the community. We have taken help from them, and when community have reached out to them, we have also mobilized community health organizations to get the medicines. We have had our health workers actually walk up to Chungthang, where they went to provide not only the medicines but also psychosocial support, where there was no road connectivity at all. So even phone lines were disrupted for, I think, almost a week. So we were, people were actually walking up. So we were actually mobilizing people and volunteers who were walking up to the fields, during the earthquake, the GLOF. And similarly during the earthquake. During COVID, what we did was we didn't have telemanas during COVID. But our state disaster management agency was very, very proactive. We reached out to them, understanding the importance of, being in connect. So being connected is a very, very important, feeling for humans. And so what we did was we reached out to the SSDMA. They bought us handsets. And we gave one to each of our counselors, and we flashed those numbers out in the, the social media and everywhere, so people could reach out to them if they needed not only mental health and psychosocial support, but medicines, food, not only psychotropic medication, but other medicines, NCD medication, because hypertension, diabetes, those are, issues that require a reliable supply chain. So once we were able, so that's how we mobilized our, human resource. And then we had some NGOs who actually went out and, dropped the medication to the various places. And similarly for TB patients, because they again need medicine. So not only medicines, but also nutrition were dropped off. So so mobilizing again community resources became very important, but within a established framework. So not creating parallel systems, but strengthening and supporting the existing ones have usually helped us.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that means, what she means is when the things get tough, the tough gets going. So next please, yes ma'am, the lady in the front. Yes.
First of all, good evening to everyone. I'm Sangeeta from Mahavir Sena Model School. I would like to make one question which is related to the most important strata of the society, the most emotionally fragile strata, that is the students. What I feel is like students are still having lots of unheard, unanswered, and resolved anxiety, fear in their mind. Like I have had word with many of my students, those who feel like they are alone because they have lost 4 or 5 members in their family after COVID or within COVID period. So the child is not able to overcome with the situation. Even when I conveyed the child that she should talk with the parent, she said, ma'am, most of the time I find my mother crying over the same situation. Yes. I'm not able to convey what I am actually feeling about it.
Yes.
So I actually want to get some ideas how we as a teacher can help our students better. We can be more resourced through some workshops or webinars. Like ma'am, Sonam ma'am told that we should be more experiential rather than didactic in our activities.
Yes,
what
I think,
with the child, how to speak.
I think let Dr. Duggal take up this question, because children could be at times very difficult to handle as well.
Yes,
so yes, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this question. Schools are one context where we have an opportunity to work very closely with students, and teachers are in a very, very critical position to be able to identify and as well as provide support. And we know that teachers are such a big resource because they're so attuned. And you said something very important, that the child is able to talk about the distress when someone on the other side is attuned. If they are experiencing distress and the other person is also distressed or gets dysregulated and is unavailable, then they don't know where to go with that distress. So the fact that you were attuned and you were able to identify, I think kudos to you also. And that itself is a big marker, that if we have a classroom which is trauma-informed, where teachers themselves are empowered to be attuned to the needs of the children, that creates a sense of safety in the child. So we talk about two things in trauma-informed work. One is safety, and the other is regulation or stabilization. So safety, where I feel psychologically safe, and I think one of our panelists was mentioning, it's not about, I think Dr. Vikas was mentioning at the start, that it's not about physical safety, we're not talking about physical harm, but it's about psychological threat, where I'm not feeling safe. And I've had experience, and we've been talking about this, it's not about just one-time events, but chronic events. Even Anirban was talking about the fact that, it's long-term, sometimes it's intergenerational, and children are actually carrying it in their bodies and their minds, and creating safety and then being responsive to their needs, and sometimes allowing for expression in different creative ways. I think that has come up. There's now a whole field on trauma-informed classrooms and trauma-informed teaching learning practices. I'll be happy to share some resources offline as well. Thank you.
Very, very good. I think the girl with spec, please.
Hi everyone. So I'm.
There are two of you.
Sorry.
So maybe one by one, please. So that we can close close the session with you.
Yeah. So, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Dr. Sneha. I'm a palliative physician and an arts-based therapist. So my question is, first of all, appreciation to Mr. Datta, because from morning, he's the only one who's spoken about preventive. Like, we're talking about disaster management, but climate crisis is not. So really, thank you for that. My question to you was, how did you go about engaging the state machinery in order to do the work that you did, in case you did approach them, and what was the response? A little bit about that, please.
I think we can take second question also, and then you can, maybe it's related to you. Yes, please.
Yeah, hi, I'm Pushpalata from University of Birmingham. I'm a researcher. So my questions pertain to WHO tools, specifically how effective are self-help interventions when we talk about people living with NCDs during disaster. So how effective is it in Indian context? Thank you so much.
So maybe we can start with Mr. Datta and let Dr. Itaro respond.
One of the things that I have learned over the years is we should not create parallel systems. One of the most important thing is that there are systems in our through our government organizations, like especially teachers and now district mental health. These spaces have been created so that we can reach our whatever knowledge we have and the tools that we have to the last person. That will be the ideal situation. So I think it's extremely important that we work with these structures that are present, the counselors who are present at the district level, who are the ASHA workers who are going and meeting the teachers, the families on a regular basis, the Anganwadi workers. It's very important to give them certain tools of arts-based therapy or other kind of what Dr. Duggal was talking about, and so that we can create certain safe spaces, because creating parallel systems don't work and it's very, very expensive. So I think high quality training, and to take your specific question about district administration, it is about finding your champions in the system, and there will always be somebody or the other who will resonate with your thought. And to finding those champions in the system and to work closely with them so that they can then advocate inside the system for you to get the space to do the work. And that is why working with the system, but changing the system from inside is important.
Very important, that sort of an internal repair. Yes, Dr. Yutaro, your experience.
Sure, very quickly. So whenever WHO makes a guideline and guidance, we need to go through very rigorous evidence-based, explore all the evidence. We have to make expert consensus groups, expert groups to make a recommendation. So all the guidelines is based on evidence. But having said that, it's overall guidance for global use. So how effective in different population may differ. So for different contexts, we may need to check a little bit about how effective it is. And as you mentioned, in different subgroup of people, like as you mentioned in non-communicable disease, we haven't tested it. So we cannot be sure about that. But overall guidance, it's based on the evidence.
Yes, Dr. Itaro, you would be happy to know that India has also started making clinical practice guidelines. Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, in association with DGHS and DHR, the abbreviation means Director General of Health Services and the Department of Health Research, along with several other stakeholders. So we are making evidence-based guidelines based on systematic reviews, meta-analysis, and the process is at par with WHO. So we have adapted some of the frameworks that WHO uses. Thank you very much for that insight. So one last quick comment from each of the panelists and then we close. One last recommendation from your side.
I think the recommendation I made earlier, whatever guidelines that we come out with as a result of this workshop and any other guidelines need to be brief and need to take into account the suitability to the target audience that it is intended to be.
All right, so brief and suitable. Yes, Dr. Itaro.
Thank you. I think one thing is that we need to integrate mental health and psychosocial support into all different levels of response.
Yes, very important. Yes, Dr. Tuggal.
So we need a mental health lens in various aspects.
I'm going to pick up on what Dr. Sitaro said, so that we integrate mental health into all tiers of work that we do in disaster response and integrate trauma-informed care also. So it has to be trauma-informed mental health.
Very, very important. Dr. Sonam, please.
I'm going to echo with that we don't create parallel systems, we work with systems and we strengthen them.
Yes.
My recommendation will be to have innovative tools and look at beyond the many typical psychosocial tools and be more innovative, like arts-based practices, and also be a little careful about using technology to create safeguards. We are saying AI, but also to have safeguards
Yes,
when
absolutely.
we are using technology in mental health.
Absolutely. Don't be a slave to the technology. You utilize it to the full potential. Obviously, train people, sensitize them, and use innovative tools, and at the same time integrate mental health into the disaster framework. So I thank you all for giving a compassionate ear to all of us, and it was wonderful to interact with all of us. Wish we could have had more time, but there's no limit of having time. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. One last thing before we disperse. First thing is, wow, what a session. And thank you for bringing up all your questions. And so I request to please hand over the mementos to all the panelists.
So I think we start with Dr. Pramuk on this side.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a short refreshment break, but we have a little bit of time crunch, so I request you all to please come back soon and we shall resume by 4:45. Thank you.
मैंने थोड़ा पहले से
हो गया सर?
I had to go with Ganesh.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to start the last technical session for the day. So, session number 5, which is on creating a national disaster mental health SOP and action plan. A strong disaster response isn't built in the moment, but it's built in the systems we design before the crisis strike. So for this particular technical session, I would like to invite the esteemed panel to the stage. Moderating this session is Dr. Krishna Swatsa, member NDMA, whose expertise in disaster governance has been instrumental in shaping national response strategies. Joining him on the panel are Dr. Ranjan Das, Director of NCDC, leading public health surveillance and disease control efforts nationwide, Dr. Zoya Ali Rizvi, Deputy Commissioner at Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, steering key mental health and public health initiatives. Dr. Jaya Kumar, expert from NIMHANS, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, specializing in disaster mental health and psychosocial support. And last but not the least, Manish Mohandas, representative from UNDP, focusing on resilience building and inclusive recovery in disaster settings. So this session explores critical dimension, deployment triggers, service integration, interagency coordination, outreach strategies, and leveraging existing infrastructure for impact. Handing over mic to Vatsa, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, good evening. It's the last session of the day, but all the same, it is a very, very important session because it discusses how to develop a national disaster mental health SOP and action plan. I have with me 4 eminent panelists, Dr. Ranjan Das, Director NCDC, welcome, and Dr. Zoya Ali Rizvi, I just got to know her, great, and she's my neighbor. So thank you very much. It just turned out you are my neighbor, so thank you. And Dr. Jaya Kumar, he has been with us, working with us for a long time, a great partner, collaborator. And Manish Mohandas, of course, from UNDP, again, a fellow practitioner. So I would like to just give a little introduction, background to the subject. You would know Dr. Mohan Agashe. He is a great film actor, and he's known more as a film actor. But Dr. Mohan Agashe is a mental health practitioner, eminent expert in mental health. And after the Latur earthquake, he had been visiting the survivors of the earthquake affected families. And that's how I came to know a totally different facet of Dr. Mohan Agashe. You know him? Yeah. So, and he has been working in this area, visiting. But see, we were very, very busy with earthquake reconstruction. We would more be busy with building houses and building infrastructure. And we never thought, well, there are lots of people who come and express their interest, and we just go along. But we never took him very seriously, okay. So the point is this, that we have been trying for mental health provision for almost 30 years now, more than 30 years. But we have not been able to build a system, and people are working individually on an isolated basis, but we have not been able to build a national system where we provide it in a more organized basis. So there are individual experts who take interest, who provide services. We recognize them individually, but we never bring them in within a system and say, yes, here is a here is a national mental health plan and action plan for disaster management, and this is how it operates, this is how it is supported and financed. So I think now it's time to change that, and this session actually focuses on that. How do we build? We have all the building blocks. We have the guidelines. We have top-level institutions working on them, on the issue. NIMHANS, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, IBIS, and many other institutions are working. We have good trainers. We have organized number of training programs also. What is lacking is the protocol first. How should we go about assessing the mental health services? What is the initial response? How do we develop a system of referral? What kind of a post-disaster services need to be provided in the short term and in the long term? And who are the people who can provide these services on a long-term basis? These are some of the most important things. And then how should we monitor those families which are affected? How should we, and the system is not resource neutral. You definitely need to invest in building the system. So how do we build the system that actually sustains these services across the states? And it is not something that NDMA can drive sitting in Delhi. This is a system that must collaborate with the states and the districts, and it is a system that must join the Ministry of Health Services, all the health establishments, and the NGOs and the private sector as well. There is a need for developing those resources. Further, there is also a need for developing technologies. That, of course, that technology has limitation, but we need to have dedicated phone lines all the time so that people can reach out. People can use certain numbers for reaching out to the family. So these are some of the essential building blocks. And these building blocks are not there right now. And NDMA is trying to build this, and the workshop has been organized primarily to develop these building blocks. And we will follow it up with more elaborate plans and investments, and hopefully the states will also support us, and we will be able to build the system. So with all the building blocks in place, but we do not have a system yet, I request all the panelists today to focus on these things. That you have a fantastic system going on. How do we leverage that system? How do we leverage that institution? NCDC is a great institution. We referred to NCDC during the COVID times. So thank you very much for your support during those difficult times. How can NCDC help this national system? So first I request Dr. Ranjan Das. Thank you.
Thank you, Vast Saab. Thank you, the organizers of this national workshop, post-disaster mental health and psychosocial support, for having given us this opportunity to be a panelist on this forum of creating a national disaster mental health SOP and action plan. So, dignitaries, my co-panelists, and other participants, media. NCDC has been at the center point of not only disaster-related action plans, but also in the climate change action plan, in the National One Health Action Plan, and also in the antimicrobial action plan, to name a few. because these four that I just referred to, they are almost very much closely related, having not only interdependence in its causal cycles, but also in the actions that we take now and subsequently. It might be relevant to mention here that the national health system, along with the counterparts in the states and union territories, have already embarked on a strengthening of through the National Health Mission. The Prime Minister's Arogya Swasth Mandirs have been established, and therein we have got a very strengthened system which takes care of not only the routine health care, but also for pandemic preparedness and including the disaster management, including the prevention part, the mitigation part, as well as the post-disaster part. All these three parts are also taken care of through at the grassroots level, I would say, through this system of the Arogya Mandirs, and which is now under the leadership of the community health officer. The community health officer in most of the states, they are either from the nursing cadre or from the pharmacy cadre or similar related cadres, allied health services cadres we can call them. So they are there to be supporting not only the beneficiaries of the community, which are from the all diverse age, from the various diverse backgrounds. So this cadre is also supposed to strengthen the various local systems that we have, including the school health system, let us say the veterinary system that we have. So every system, we also have got the Pashu Mitras at the village level, like we have got the ASHA accredited social health activist for every almost 1,000 population. So similarly, there are multiple other cadres who are also present at the grassroots level. So if we speak of the veterinary sciences, then they are called the Pashu Mitras. Similarly, for the school teachers, we have got the Shikshak Mitras. For the banking sector, there is another banking Mitra. So these personnel who are present, so we are collaborating very intensively with all these other beneficiaries from various other sectors, and we are helping them develop a disaster management plan. Within this disaster management plan, a component which now requires strengthening further, it is already partly being taken care of, but certainly requires more strengthening, and that is our post-disaster mental health and psychological support system, and creation of a national disaster mental health SOP and an action plan. So these action plans are actually taking place not only at that level which I mentioned, but also at each PHC level. It is also being taken care of at each community development center level or block level, and at the district and the state headquarter level also. So when we are speaking of this at the grassroots level, and there is a need to unify them across the various levels, such that this thing actually becomes a real action plan. We already having a disaster management action plan. Into it, we have to build in this mental health action plan. And probably we are not, we cannot overemphasize this when we say, because that these three things are most of them mostly focusing on the same group of individuals. That is, when we speak of mental health, be it during disaster or non-disaster times, as well as the NCDs, non-communicable diseases, as well as our other aspect, that is aging. geriatric population, as well as the other extremes of the age, as well as the other disadvantaged groups of population. So whenever we speak of these 4 or 5 special groups, so they need to be taken care of during disaster times particularly, and for that, this particular action planning and the SOPs that we are building up, they will be more attuned to take care of this. The HR is already there, the modules, as you have already mentioned, they are already prepared. Now they have to be actually targeted to this large group of people. We have got around 7 lakh plus ASHAs in our country, and similar number of other, their counterparts from other sectors. So they also need to be brought into the fold, so that whenever in times of need, as well as during peace situations, during the preparatory phase, so they are more well conversant. We know exactly, as we have our job cards for our public health emergency disaster management situations, similarly, this type of job cards also need to be made available to our grassroots level people, so that they are knowing exactly what is to be done, who needs the first primary care most. So because after all, prioritization would have to be done. It is a matter of demand and the resources. Resources will always be moderately constrained, if not severely constrained. So we will have to prioritize, find out who would be our first priority groups, and then act accordingly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over to
Just want to know if the NCDC has made any initiative, has made any effort in this
Yes,
direction?
yes.
So,
Thank you. This is a nice question. Our climate change division of NCDC is particularly working on this, and we have progressed significantly, but I would not say that the end is about to reach very soon. But I think we will be able to do that, complete the work within a very short span of time.
Thank you.
It is a very priority, rather that one of the topmost priorities of the not only our own institution, but of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, ma'am, I request Dr. Zoya Rizvi. So please share your experiences and your perspectives. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vatsa. This is indeed an honor to speak on such a illustrious panel, as well as so many friends I know who I have worked with, who we keep meeting often on various fora. But yes, briefly to say that we all have, I think, navigated COVID-19 quite well, and it was a really big teacher for us. But even during COVID-19 or any disaster, we have come to realize that there's a set population which is most vulnerable, whether it is the children, the women, the adolescents, or the elderly. These are the people most at risk of being ignored or of having the maximum, damage during any kind of disaster. So having said that, I would say that as a government, what we can, since your SOPs are already in place, so can we not look at a planning in which we do a pre-disaster planning, a during disaster planning, and a post-disaster planning? And as rightly mentioned by Dr. Das, is that for our pre-disaster planning, we have to, I think, piggyback on our primary healthcare system, which is becoming very robust, and across all our systems, we have more than 1.5 lakh health sub-centers which are called Ayushman Arogya Mandir, which are headed by, rightly said by Dr. Das, CHOs. I will not go into that, but they are a primary healthcare force, which is a first touch point for any person who reaches out for health. If we strengthen our primary healthcare, that is the first step we should look at. Within that, we have to also, within Health Ministry, we have to ensure that we do our awareness workshops for these, because CHO is supposed to deliver on 12 set of healthcare services, and within that, to look at importance of responding to trauma and post-disaster and mental health issues is something which has to be our intervention, which has to be dovetailed into what is already existing. So we have a whole training curriculum for the CHOs which is in place. So we look at creating awareness not just among the healthcare providers, but also within the community, because how a community responds to a disaster is something which is very important. The community earlier was mentioned by Dr. Sonam about involving teachers, also involving young people like the Nehru Yuva Kendra. So whatever is there, all of it has to be aware within the pre-disaster thing. Once that is done, if we, God forbid, face a disaster, how do we step up the services? Do we have an action plan of stepping up? So how do we step up services of this cadre of primary healthcare cadre, as well as the allied cadre, which is already sensitized and is aware about the healthcare services? And once the disaster is gone, then we look at the post-disaster. How do we step down services so that there is kind of community ownership of whatever intervention is there for awareness, for mental health support of whatever vulnerable population we are looking at. So this is three things which we look at, but also I would say this is just one angle of seeing, but within that, if I'm looking at the various partners who we work for, whether it is for adolescent health, child health, maternal health, we do know that one very important thing is interministerial coordination, which is easier said than done. We do realize we work with Women and Child Development, Ministry of Education, we have disaster management, MHA is here. We do work with a lot of our other ministries, other partners who are helping us deliver our services, and especially our own field level health workers, whether it is ASHA, Anganwadi, NM, are form a very critical backbone of our interventions. But also to say that the last mile delivery is often supported by the community-based organizations, our own NGO partners who are helping out in ensuring. So also to build capacities of our NGO partners and CBOs, I think is very essential, because a lot of times during disaster, the health services are very limited to treatment-based, curative-based, and looking at the initial primary healthcare, which is managing disaster. So how do we ensure community ownership and as well as continuation of support that comes via the non-governmental organizations or the community-based organizations? Second, I would also say is that initially, I think previous session mentioned about use of technology to be done very carefully. But I would say, having said that, of course, you should be careful about using technology, but technology can be positively harnessed also. During disaster and supporting mental health, how do you use technology to make awareness, to remove the stigma, to make it normal to reach out for help? That often helps in technology, and that is what we saw during COVID also. We did a huge, I think, support with technology. We ended up reaching more than 2,000 counselors we trained. We used help of our NGO partners. They used a lot of chatbots and, of course, technology to reach out to their workers. So I think technology can, of course, be a bane also, but it can be used boon by having some checks and balances in place, and that is very important. Next, I would also say, just borrowing from what Dr. Sonam mentioned, is, of course, using teachers. Teachers are a huge talent for our country, as big, in which we have more than 11 lakh schools. We have 26 crore children going to school. So if you tap the teachers, which we are successfully doing in a school health and wellness program, in which we are training teachers as health and wellness ambassadors, Dr. Sonam knows that. We have done it in 35 states. We have trained more than 11 lakh teachers to talk about health in schools. And within health, the 11 themes on which the teachers talk, and out of 11, 7 themes are health-based, and within health, 2 of them are mental health. So that is the importance Ministry of Education has also given on delivering of mental health, I would say, information from teachers to school and to principal, and from children down to the community and parents. So I would say we have to have all hands on the deck. Everybody who can be affected by disaster has to be onboarded, whether it is pre-disaster, during disaster, or post-disaster. I rest my dialogues and speak later.
Thank you. I think that's very, very encouraging and assuring. Thank you. I just want to know, sometimes the health system is considered to be very overburdened. That, and particularly in the wake of disasters, you have a huge number of cases to deal with. In all such situations, when you are adding one more service to the basket, how would the health system generally respond to this? Or should we say that we need to think of a very specialized group of people, whether it is teachers, ASHA workers, or community volunteers, or maybe some youth volunteers who can deliver these services? But one thing that should also be said, and perhaps this thing, if we are just, it is a specialized service also. You cannot just assign anyone and everyone to deliver these services. So given these constraints that exist, how do we balance it and yet provide a very niche service that is very much needed now? Thank you.
I would say you saying it is a specialized service is one way of putting it, but I would say even though it is specialized, let us not medicalize it too much. Yeah. Mental health is not equal to psychiatry, right, which was said initially by Dr. Garg also. So mental health has so much of, I would say, so much of scope. if we have right amount of our own psychological, our counselors are there, our therapists are there. So if you build a mental health army, as they say, whoever, whether it is the teachers who we support, whether it is creating awareness within the ASHA or the Anganwadi, and as a mental health program, which I think Dr. Chetna also mentioned, is that unless we include mental health as a necessity within all health programs, I'm just talking about health, but maybe education also, if it is a routine part of training, because all teachers who get selected are trained, all medical officers who get selected have a 3-week training, induction training, all ANMs, all counselors do have training. So if that can be a mandatory part of training, which we have done within health ministry, whichever counselor we are training, whichever medical officer we are training, we are insisting on mental health being a one special part, along with, of course, the other health issues. So as a government, I think we are taking those positive steps that when we train our healthcare, because we have huge, you mentioned about 10 lakh ASHA workers. We have programs like peer education program in which we select peer educators and train them. So the effect of talking to peers within the young age group is also very big. So if we train peer educators, so I'm saying if you're looking at building capacities at various levels and including mental health at various levels, that, we are going to see things changing in a big way and normalizing mental health rather than stigmatizing and saying it's a specialist care. Let us not make mental health a very specialist. But on the other hand, we have to ensure quality of training. It's easy to say train, but then how do you ensure quality? So there have to be checks and balances to ensure training provided is quality. There's a pre and post test. We ensure the ones who are not able to cope, how do we give them refresher trainings? And that is one part which we keep insisting with our states. And that is done again and again. But yes, it is challenging, but I would say let's not specialize mental health. Let us try and make more and more people come over and support us in providing mental health services.
We take note of those points. Thank you very much. Now, Dr. Jayakumar, and maybe you can speak a little bit about a strategy through which we train a large number of counselors across the country, training of trainers, what kind of appropriate strategy should that be, how should we ensure that for each state we have adequate number of trainers, and how do we then set up a system through which we develop adequate number of counselors at the state level. Thank you.
Respected Chair, my co-panelists, my dear friends, post-lunch session, link, listen, look, very difficult. Usually we call it as that's a death bell session. People lay, listen and lock for sleep. So I think we are all awake after that. You can't blame because it's information overload. You can't take more than 50 minutes, your cognitive, this one. So I just, as a member was mentioning about it, first and foremost, I compliment NDMA, Member Srivastava ji and Dr. Suri for actually bringing this component of SOPs and how we can utilize the resources, existing resources. Specifically, he told me to talk about building capacities, where we can actually augment this through SOPs. First and foremost, the chaos is actually a hallmark of any disaster. You can't actually expect anything actually calmness there in any collectorate or any actually places. It will be actually a chaos only. Amidst the chaos, how we can actually use these resources, how we can actually optimally use what is existing in our hand, what is coming, what is going. So you will find actually resources both internal, external, both for a short time and long time, for 1 day, for 10 days, for people who are actually coming as visitors. So it depends upon actually, so my point here is that we have to actually have certain aspects uniformly. You can actually create a TOT, you can actually create a sensitization, orientation programs for a different cadre of people, population and disasters. But whether actually that one size fits into all, no. I'll bring in my own example recently from Wayanad. Kerala is a resource-rich state. You have more people. See, this is what we have experienced. 2018 floods. When we responded for the government of Kerala, we were actually coordinating the psychosocial support. 5,500 psychologists psychiatric social workers and mental health professionals registered for providing psychosocial care. Is this actually the case where I went to Chungtang and Lacheng and Lachung in Sikkim? Whether this is possible? Or when we went to Ladakh, hardly actually one of my batchmates is actually a psychiatrist there actually he's from that place. So he is the only mental health professional. So what is that actually we are looking? Rightly, Dr. Zoya was talking about it. This is, we are not actually medicalizing it. It is that is why we call it psychosocial. We are actually not biological aspects. So here we are talking about the larger chunk here is that any disasters, 98% is actually psychosocial in nature. There's only 1 or 2% which actually requires medication. That is either actually pre-disaster or post-disaster exposure or exacerbation. So larger actually thing is actually that basic techniques which can be provided by anybody else. But here the catch is that this SOPs actually work. Do they work? Because at the end of the day, in any disasters, this is being actually a nodal officer, district DMO or CMO will be in charge of this. Will he actually listen to somebody actually who is actually going as a non-medical, non-mental health professional? That is actually another this one. So what is that actually we have to do it? First and foremost, we need to actually include, bring out actually a training program for all the cadres, all the population. The SOPs actually should be in place for different separate departments because that should be aligning with separate, specific department disaster management plans. So you are actually, the training actually starts from integration of these things into their existing disaster management plan. For example, every education department has their contingency plan. Whether first and foremost this is included or not, then only the people will be knowing it. See, in 2018, when we brought in actually the teachers from SERT, State Education Research Training, because these people were actually put into actually quickly integrate psychosocial care for a larger teachers actually to take care of the children. So what is that grid? So when we developed the module for NDMA, we have mentioned actually the psychosocial grid of resources. Overall, it is already there in the guidelines, NDMA guidelines. You can actually even go, who requires what? So go to that second module of NDMA guidelines, there is a matrix is given. So who requires actually the highest level of care? Who requires the mid-level of care? Who requires actually that? I'm sure actually that even many of the mental health professionals may not be aware in this country about that, but it is already there. So look at actually that grid. So you should have actually a grid. For example, government has actually the grid and the escalation layer of response in any disasters. So we need to actually have that, which is already there. Only thing is that it needs to be actually transformed. So this SOPs on training should actually include, it is actually integrating of the policy, integrating of who are all there to be done, and what is to be done not only during the disasters, even the pre-disasters actually that. What is that to be kept minimum available? For example, we work with Odisha very closely. OSDMA has actually put in a very robust system of evacuation. And you see actually that I think Gauri is here from OSDMA, he can talk about it. So here actually what is that actually that shelter person, the cyclone shelter person who is actually going to handle 300 people population, he knows actually that what is to be done. Now they are integrating how he can actually do the crowd management, how he can actually manage the anxieties of people who are going to be holed up in a particular place for 3 days till the cyclone actually goes off. So this is exactly actually that he is requiring. So you actually have actually like how you have the act which talks about cascading way. So this SOPs needs to be developed on cascading. Your capacity building actually needs to be on a cascading methodology so that everyone is aware based on their strengths, based on their availability, based on their knowledge, based on their this one. And at that point of time, what is that actually that they have to do it? So demands has been working across the country and other parts of the world also on this aspect actually, that how this can be actually transformed into a sort of a skill and knowledge for these people. So that is where actually that the training program should be looking at. It is just not actually about the information. Most of the actually the knowledge, I mean trainings based on the information, whereas psychosocial is actually can't go like an information. You can actually provide certain information, your presence, yes, that is psychosocial state. But what happens to that? See, today the rehabilitation things are starting in Wayanad. And you know that it is just not actually that going and talking to these people, presence is actually going to make a difference in there, because this is the stage actually that after 1 year or something, the frustration, the anger, so various mental health issues are actually going to prop up, because most of the people actually weans off. So what is the SOP to be done when everyone goes? So because the honeymoon phase, everyone comes and then everyone goes back. Finally, the local organizations, the local administration. So what is it they have to do at that point of a time? So that training needs to include this. That is exactly actually that we have been doing with Kerala. We are doing with Kerala now, and now Orissa is actually, we keep doing it. So that is where the training requirements are. So not one size fits all training. It is actually a different multi-sectoral focused cadre specific training. At a point of a time, you can ask me, most of the disasters, people just come, rush, 2 days are there, and they go back. This is one thing which we faced in Kerala. During the first week, there were so many people came from across South India, even so many places. And there is, everybody wanted to actually do counseling. And there were actually, everyone is going and asking how many. See, one person who lost 34 members of his family, when he was telling me, sir, how many people I can actually answer? Everybody is coming and asking, can you tell me what happened? Can you tell me what happened? Then we have to actually put certain SOPs actually to close down actually that accreditation of people entering this relief. People who are properly trained, people who are actually sensitized needs to be done. So this we have done it actually through the district administration in Wayanad. So that is exactly actually that. So it is just not the one scenario which we are going and entering. And these are all smaller sort of a disasters. When we handled in Nagapattinam, Dr. Radhakrishnan was DM that time. So what happened? 450 NGOs were registered alone for providing psychosocial also. And more than 230 NGOs were providing psychosocial. So where, I mean, there is a large amount of replication. There's a large amount of all duplication of things. So how we can actually prevent this? So that is exactly actually that time they came up with actually a sort of a matrix with IBM and Sun Microsystems helped the district administration. Other time the NDMA was not there. And with the ministry we were actually coordinating. So we did actually a little bit of work, but ad hoc sort of a work that point of a time, 2005. And today NDMA has actually taken up this issue. I think actually that we need to actually look at specific, region specific, geographic specific, based on actually certain amount of resources availability. For Northeast, what we actually look at South in terms of mental health will not match, because South is actually a resource rich states in terms of mental health, whereas Northeast is actually, they actually have a lot of other challenges. So I think we need to include what Jace was talking about, the local institutions. Need not be only Department of Psychiatry or Psychology. Any college will be actually your partner. Any school will be your partner. Any Panchayat Raj. Now in Kerala, PRI people are actually actively involved in this. The standing committee of the Panchayat Raj is actually the person who is talking more about psychosocial than the person who is sitting there. My friend is actually the head of the Department of Psychiatry in Manandavadi Medical College. So that is exactly, that's the difference actually there. So look at actually available department, non-government department resources, available, this floating resources keeps coming. Don't actually discard anybody. Everybody is actually a force multiplier in any disasters. People may come for 2 days also. So for them also, actually, I think NDMA should actually look at, and we will be very happy to actually be part of this because we have implementing, and we are going to do it actually in Orissa also, in any other place also. So we can actually share this experience, and we'll be able to actually develop certain SOPs. It is just not for the survivors. What about actually that for the first responders? What about the caregivers? And what you do SOP for an SDRF will not work for NDRF, because NDRF comes for only for that operation and they go back. But whereas SDRF is staying in that place. And added to that, another group is there, that is actually the first responders are there. So all these three actually we can't actually go with the same sort of an SOP.
See, all this is very, very good that we have a lot of volunteers, lot of spontaneity and all that. But there is also a need for a permanent system.
Absolutely.
A long-standing system. See, for example, today, even after 30 years of a disaster, the trauma survives.
Yes.
And people need to talk. People need to be counseled. People need to be, and they just want to talk because they are still dealing with trauma. So how do they talk? And if you have a permanent system, where people can reach out and talk whenever they want to talk, or whenever they feel like talking.
Absolutely.
Maybe in the middle of the night, whenever they wake up, and they are haunted, they would like to speak. And at that time, you should have a service. So we need to develop that kind of a service which actually serves the people all the time, irrespective of the time frame. Irrespective of, it's just one group going around after a disaster and talking to the people. Oh yes, people have been counseled. But, that is a very, very kind of a piecemeal, very fragmented kind of a response, which does not work. That is why I'm saying we need to build a system across the country. And this system, of course, has to be flexible. You mentioned that there is only one person in Ladakh, but Ladakh is full of monasteries.
Absolutely.
And so Ladakh, you can have a lot of, the Buddhist monks. Buddhist monks could be the best counselors. So maybe we can reach out to them. Perhaps, they can help in the process.
Yes, sir. That is exactly that. We worked with the Buddhist monks only there in Ladakh. We actually sensitized them. They took it up. So it's a spiritual organization, whoever it is. And one is that technology can augment. What the Telemanus today, we started in COVID-20 as a helpline. Later on, and today actually that it has gone there. So I think in Sikkim also I would like to quote, that time NDMA worked on SMS messages. Psychosocial care was actually sent through, in Nepali and Sikkimese to the people who are actually not reachable actually that. So whatever the mode we can actually reach out, and I think NDMA comes up with SOPs for these things. Minimum standards actually, like which we call it. At least minimum you provide this. Later on actually you think of certain aspects. Level 1, level 2, level 3 things. I think actually that will actually cover the entire country. And we look forward from NDMA for this. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jayakumar. That was very, very educational for all of us. Thank you. And now, finally, Manish Mohandas. Manish has been supporting decentralized, community-based initiatives across the country. So, based on the feedback that you are getting from these states, how do you think we can make it more system-based?
Thank you, Dr. Vatsa. And after hearing all the previous panelists, I don't know how much value I'm going to add because a lot of my points have already been covered. But nevertheless, Dr. Vatsa, one of the first projects that I managed when I joined UNDP was this collaboration with NIMHANS, where we worked with state governments in creating a cadre of master trainers on disaster management. So there, one major feature that we identified is that this whole, if you're talking about psychosocial care for disaster management, the SDMA should step up and take the lead role in kind of making sure that they anchor this program. What happens is, since we're talking of psychosocial care, the health departments of the states also are in fact more equipped to handle this particular situation. But if you need this entire sector to grow, the SDMA should kind of take the lead. So very often and now when we have this conversation with SDMAs, the next challenge is going to be how do we picture this. Is this going to be a mitigation intervention? Is this going to be a long-term recovery intervention, or is this response? Then the questions are usually about how do we allocate budgets? Because during the coffee break, Dr. Jay and I were just chatting. So he's engaged with multiple state governments, and very often the conversations break down when they talk about long-term partnerships, multi-year programs, master trainers, further training trainers across the block panchayats. Then it's a question of budgets and program management and who coordinates this. For that, I think the Finance Commission allocations are the great window of opportunity for the states. But again, very often the conversations break down to the level of guidelines. I don't find this particular word of psychosocial care mentioned. Can this be clarified? Can we go ahead? So one way, what UNDP very often does is, of late, many states reach out to us for technical support in coming up with city disaster management plans, departmental plans. So what we try to tell them is that when you develop these plans, try to make sure that they are action-oriented, they have some sort of budgetary allocation and support, rather than just doing it for the sake of responding to the DMA Act constraints. So when we develop these plans with that level of seriousness and timeframes attached and budgets attached, then there is at least some sort of impetus for them to convert that into some sort of a time-based, action-oriented plan. Second, it's just me, I think when I hear the word SOP, somehow it has a very rigid connotation. But whereas in the conversations, we also hear that psychosocial care is flexible, monasteries can be involved, counselors can be involved, students can be involved. But on the other hand, when I think of SOP, I'm thinking of something that's very concrete and it has checks and balances. So one option could be, if you look at the previous disasters, let's say the train accident in Balasore, the Sikkim Glof, the landslides in Kerala, we could look at how was psychosocial care provided in these scenarios, or if not, what could have been an approach. So I think that might also give us some entry points to think about how do we think of a national level SOP roadmap. So does it have to be tailor-made for the cultural context, for the language diversity, for the cultural diversities, for the livelihoods of these different geographies of India? And then should we have a tailor-made approach for each micro-geography, rather than using the term, it's not a bad term, but it's just that rather than using a standard SOP for the whole country. So that is another point that I just wanted to make mention. Then private sector. This was, I think every district of India, every city has an HR chapter, a chapter of counselors, chapter of psychiatrists, psychologists. Even the schools where my children go has a counselor. So how do we convert, and these are, Dr. Vatsa, to address your concern, these are at least trained cadre. We are not people who have the credentials to look at providing this as a trained offering. So how do we make sure that this pool of experts are tapped into and at least sensitized on post-disaster psychosocial care response? So that is something that the SDMs could also look at when they engage with the cities. And UNDP right now, we have a national program where we are working with multiple state governments. To be very honest, psychosocial care has not been a kind of an offering as such, because there's also not much demand from the states. But I think taking a cue from this workshop, this is something that we'd be happy to kind of, going forward, reach out to the states and maybe with NIMHANS, try to kind of see whether we can create a roadmap for developing a cadre of master trainers. So I'll stop here now.
Thank you very much. Before we conclude, I think I would like to take one or two questions. Yeah, Sarabjit ji, ma'am, just one. Yes, let me just go one by one. Sarabjit ji, please.
Sir, since long we have been toying with this idea of social service workforce. Now, I think luxury of having one workforce dedicated for mental health might not be the best idea at all. Rather, a convergent workforce which helps people get their entitlements, which helps them communicate two-way between them and the government, and some entitlement, some better sort of resources, whatever government is offering during disasters, and plus mental health. So maybe a social service workforce, UNDP can help quantify what does it cost actually, how many people are required, and then make a national plan and see if we can give it to the 16th Finance Commission, if we can get some money for that. Thank you.
Let's go by the experience of ASHA workers and Anganwadi workers, how good they are doing. We can talk about this. It's an ideal system, but
if I may add one more thing, I met
the constraints on the ground.
I met a group of ASHA workers in A&M workers in Kashmir. Some of them were PhDs. Yeah. They were talking to my country rep in English. So there are a range of frontline workers in the country, and I think I would love to trust them
No, definitely, that's what I'm saying. I completely agree with you. We trust them. But the point is this, we go on creating these kind of services without adequately recognizing how they contribute to the system. That's the issue. And perhaps, I mean, at times, we are not very fair to them. So that's the point I want to make. Yes.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
May I?
I will come to you just after that.
Hello, sir. As you just start this discussion with the question of coming up with a system of mental health and psychosocial support. So in that background, unlike the other aspects of the health, like the apart from the mental health and psychosocial support, in Indian society, we have always seen the care or emotional support is coming out from the social systems. That is your family, your friends, and your society. Those all are the social systems. And shifting from those social systems to the currently the governance system, governing or institutional system, seems to be little a sort of a challenge where the family, friend circle, and society is being replaced
Social
by...
systems are never excluded. They are very much part of the fabric of the counseling. So even if you want to exclude, it's not. They are the support system. Most of the time, they are providing the service, and at no stage are we discussing or talking about having a specialized service and excluding them. So no, that's not envisaged at all. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Every corner of this topic has been covered. Thank you very much.
No, we still have to explore many more corners. Tomorrow we will do that.
In this short time, everything has been covered.
Yes.
But I would like to say that mental health in post-disaster, we may think about short-term and long-term planning, because follow-up is very, very important. Once we diagnose a patient, mental patient, and treat them, then we have to follow it up. So the whole workforce that we have talked about, we can divide that in several categories, so that we can cover them later on. One thing that is understanding the impact, that is the first, that we have to understand. And next is seeking professional support. These two things are very, very important, because here the professionals are required. And as we talked from the morning, not only morning, since last 10 years, that we have very less number of these professionals with us. So my suggestion is that we have RBSK doctors who are Ayush doctors. So if we train them properly, then this whole chunk of doctors, rather Ayush doctors, can be a very good resources to tackle this post-disaster mental health problems. Moreover, this other thing, that creating sense of safety and staying connected, caring for the mind, this can be done by these local resources. But sir, again, I would like to say, sir, we are all of us telling in every program, one name, one nomenclature, that is ASHA. But ASHA is very, very overburdened. That we have to keep in our mind. And not only that, in these cases, we have to incentive should be there. So we have to think about that whether we have funding or in our hand or not. That's all, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I cannot agree more with you. All the suggestions are very, very valid. We need to augment the the force of the counselors through adding Ayush doctors, definitely. Also, I completely agree that ASHA workers are overloaded, overburdened, and adding just one more thing, I mean, may not be very, very fair to them, but let's see how we can, strategize it. So I just want to now, I would like to conclude it. It's 5:45, so thank you very much. I just want to, I think we have discussed, extensively. We have the system, we have the counselors, we have a very robust national mental health system, and Dr. Ranjan Das and many other speakers today have brought it out. We have a number of people working in the field who can be trusted upon to scale it up. There is no dearth of counselors, trained counselors, trained workers who can be brought within the system. We should have a training strategy. We should reach out to every state and develop state-specific strategies so that we build this cadre. And we also need to develop state-level resources. SDMAs must own the system. These are some of the important takeaways from the discussion in this session. Please.
I just thought I'll just leave a thought here, is that we cannot look at mental health as a silos.
Yes.
Whenever there's mental health issues, there are going to be SRH issues, there are going to be NCD issues, there are going to be gender and violence, there's going to be substance misuse. So we have to look at health as an entirety. So I think whenever we look at any training, Dr. Vatsa, I just want to say that mental health is just one part. There's an entire, everything is so interconnected. So we cannot just look at only one training. We have to look at a comprehensive package, whether it is the ASHA worker or Anganwadi or teacher, whoever, the whole thing has to be done.
Particularly in respect to disasters,
yes.
Mental health is also very much connected to the provision of the relief and recovery support. You may be providing great mental services, health services, but you are not providing the relief and recovery support at the right time. The people cannot get their sense of well-being. So both of them are very, very closely connected. So these are some of the important lessons for our building our and strengthening our system. Thank you very much for the discussion. Thank you very much for the participation. I again thank all the panelists for very, very valuable, very erudite interventions. Thank you, and we will conclude the session today.
Thank you, sir. What a great session indeed. Before we disperse, I request you to please hand over the mementos, sir.
Sure. Here's the easiest part. Oh, okay. No, I will exclude you. Thank you. Thank you.
But I will take it from your hand and give it.
Okay. Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we move from dialogue to design, let this be the beginning of a unified, action-driven approach where each disaster response also becomes a pathway to psychological resilience, dignity, and healing for all.
Thank you very much. Manish. Thank you.
As we wrap up an insightful day one, let's carry forward the energy and ideas into tomorrow. We have had enriching discussions, but there is still more to explore. Join us fresh and ready for day 2, where we dive deeper into solutions that will shape the future of disaster mental health response. Same place, same mission. See you all tomorrow. Good evening and safe travels.
Thank you.
Tomorrow the session will start by 10 a.m. sharp. Thank you.